All right, I think, friends, we've got 1 second. Starting the TikTok stream, calling it Help an Atheist. We're doing something kind of fun tonight that we haven't done in a while. It's been a long time, actually, probably 2 years since we did it. I want to run a topic where we allow the guests to open up the Bible, read the Bible, and discuss what they think it means. And I've got a predetermined list of Bible verses that will essentially be pulled at random. So it's not like me picking and choosing which one that they want to utilize as a discussion starter. It should be a lot of fun. Also, I want to say thank you to Jennifer. Jennifer made this amazing restorative painting of Pi, our late kitty cat, and I've had this now on my shelf for a little while, and I've been rearranging my shelf, trying to get a new organization for it, and I was looking for a room for this. But I want to say thanks to Jennifer, and it is an amazing painting of our friend Pi, who was unfortunately was cut short last year. But thank you for that, Jennifer. I really appreciate that. Also, I do have if anyone has a need for something like this, they want to do a commemorative painting for their friend, hit me up. I'll set you up with Jennifer. I think it turned out really well. But friends, I'm going to grab a couple super chats perhaps, and then let me open up the guest boxes before I forget. 1 second. All right, the guest box is open for TikTok. The guest box is open for YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, the link to join is on the screen. It's tiny.cc/DZ Live. And if you're watching on TikTok, you can use the guest request button at the bottom of the screen. It works just like it would any other time on TikTok. You don't have to do anything special. You don't have to do anything unique. You just have to have the TikTok downloaded on your machine, and then we'll get you going, friends. And with that, I think we got somebody in the guest box already, so we'll grab them here in just a second after I read these two super chats. I think this would be a really fun live stream. I also want to say, before we get going, I do have I'm downloading now on my Windows virtual machine the I Am Jesus Christ theme game, so we can do a walkthrough, or rather a playthrough with the I Am Jesus Christ theme game. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I think it'll be pretty interesting to play along. Although, I mean, to be fair, it's mostly like reenacting Bible verses, so we'll see. Our word, hey, good to see you. Thank you so much for the $25 super chat, friend. Says, hey Justin, thank you for zooming with Atheist Unitas San Luis Obispo last night. We had a fantastic time and appreciate you sharing your Bible knowledge with us. We hope you'll come to California specifically to visit us, Robin. Well, I absolutely will sometime, Robin. I had a blast. It was a lot of fun. I think Steve might have been there. I think I saw Spiky Steve there. I'm not sure if there was anyone else from the Discord who was able to make it, but it was a lot of fun. We got to cover some territory. Zeno is asking if Jaron is on with me today, and not yet. Hold on, I've got a day that Jaron is coming on with me, and it is going to be, let's see, today is April the 15th, and tomorrow I'm not live. I'm flying. April the 23rd, so the Thursday of next week, a week and 1 day from now, I'm going to have Christ Before Jesus, Jaron, on the channel, and we're going to be doing mythicism. And when I say we, I mean I'm not debating Jaron. I'm going to be debating with Jaron. I'm actually going to be adopting the mythicist viewpoint for that particular live stream. So I'll be debating for mythicism with Jaron on that live stream, and I think it'll be a ton of fun. I think it'll be exciting. Sometimes it's fun because, as I've said before, mythicism is actually a pretty strong position, whether I actually have subscribed to it or not. I think it's a really fun position, and I think that people that are mythicists, I don't think that they're dishonest. I think they're legitimately grappling with the same data all of us are grappling with, and they came on the side of mythicism, and I think that's perfectly okay. So I think it'd be a lot of fun to get Jaren up here to do some mythicism debates and see what we can do. Of the mythicists that I've seen so far, like the ones that are on TikTok and YouTube and whatnot. Excuse me. I think Jaren does one of the best jobs for sure. But I haven't read Richard Carrier's book. I have to read Richard Carrier's book. Also, Handsome Cat, good to see you, friend, says, do Catholics believe that the Jews have fulfilled their role of bringing the Messiah and they are no longer the chosen people? Is this biblical? Kind of. So most Catholics wouldn't necessarily subscribe to replacement theology, but it depends on what time period. If you ask the earliest Jews or the earliest Catholics, they would have subscribed to maybe like some form of replacement theology, like, well, the Jews haven't been done away with, but we still have to forcefully baptize them so that they don't go to hell. So that's tough. Replacement theology really did pick up steam, like more towards like manifest destiny period, when people needed a reason, a religious reason to justify conquering new lands, justify enslaving people, so when you say, well, we're the new Israel, well, now you are basically justifying conquest, genocide. You're using the new Israel genocide portion of the theology to come to the position that it's okay to come to the Americas and genocide people. So to me, I think that's for where I would put my money. I think that's probably one of the impetuses why replacement theology got so popular. Let me see if there's someone specific though in the early church that brought this up, at least in public debate. Because it's certainly popular. So, for example, like there are people like yeah, what's that blonde woman, that political commentator that's now kind of irrelevant because she turned on Trump. The skinny one that looks like Skeletor that no one likes. Shit. But at one point she claimed that Christians were perfected Jews. And so this is like a weird form of, I wouldn't call it replacement theology. It's just that they're saying like we are part of the Jewish nation. We've been grafted in, but we're better. Like we're what the Jews should be. That's not really replacement theology, but it is like super dangerous theology. But let me see. I thought Justin Martyr talked about this topic. Let me see. I've got Justin Martyr pulled up. I want to see what he says. I did a word search here. Yes. Yeah, Justin Martyr argued that the body of Christ is the true Israel and that the Jews are no longer the chosen people of God. So I don't think this is a super pervasive view in the early church, but I knew Justin Martyr did, just because Justin Martyr was super like anti-Jewish. In fact, he argued that the Jews purposely removed the Apocrypha from the Bible because it spoke of Jesus. So in the earliest form of the church, they certainly seemed to be anti-Jewish, and then they seemed to reform a little bit. Hank says, driving today with little chance to chat, so in advance, here's a generic grumble about used God salesmen and hobby apologists to use as you see fit. Well, thank you, Hank. I really appreciate that. And we're about to get some, I'm sure. Let me grab... I gotta get my clip list open before I forget, and I'm gonna grab... We got somebody in the guest box, but I don't know if they're opposition or not, but we'll find out. The title is the tag, the name might be a little bit deceptive. Let's find out. Welcome in, Friendly DT. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. And do you believe in the Bible God?
No, I am a friendly. I was in your cheat sheet earlier this week, and then I realized there's no topics regarding the God is not a God of confusion, and then God intentionally confusing a ton of people throughout the Old Testament. I mentioned it in your Discord. Just wanted to put that out there and see if that could get added to your
Contradictions tab?
Yes.
Yeah. Let me do that right now. Is God a God of confusion? Not a problem. In fact, when we get a guest up here, as we keep going, I'll grab those Bible verses and add them in. That's actually a pretty good suggestion. I kind of add them as I'm reminded of them, or as I'm reading the Bible and I remember them. So like I was reading Exodus yesterday or the day before, and I remembered that the animals in Exodus are completely killed 4 different times during the plagues. I was like, oh well, that obviously fucking didn't happen. So yeah. This is definitely a good idea to add to the list. I appreciate the suggestion. I'll get it added up here in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, thanks. Cheers.
Cheers, man. That was a good suggestion. We don't have any opposition yet. So what we're doing, for anyone who might want to be opposition here tonight, I've got a bingo cage full of balls. Got lots of balls tonight. I'm going to be taking guesses and rotating and randomly selecting balls with Bible verses written on them. They're just random. I'm not deciding what we're talking about. The wheel and the Holy Spirit are deciding what we're talking about tonight. And what I'd like to do is bring about random verses and see if, in fact, there are good, plausible explanations or for these verses. I'd love to actually see what believers are able to come up with, and maybe we'll have fun. Maybe we won't, but we'll definitely do what we can. Prisoner fan, good to see you, friend. Says, last time I asked favorite movie. Now I'm curious, your favorite video game. It's a good question. I don't really play video games, but when I did, I would have said something along the lines of like Madden, NFL. I was a big fan of Madden football games. I also was really a big fan of Mortal Kombat. I'm aging myself now. I thought Mortal Kombat was super fun. I followed, multiple releases after the first one, and progressive other releases. Big fan of that. I never got into video games where you had to like dedicate your entire life to them. I was always into games where you can just get on the game, play a couple rounds, and then fuck off. Not at all interested in like a video game where I have to dedicate 20 hours a week to it. That's just not something that is something I would need or want in my life. But it's a good question. And Divine Truth Allah, oh, this should be fun. Says, this girl blocked me because I didn't believe in God. I don't know what you mean by this girl or what you mean by blocked. You're not blocked from commenting on my stream because you literally did a super chat. I don't know what this girl is because I'm not this girl as far as I can tell. And so I'm a little bit confused about your situation, but also your screen name is Divine Truth Allah, which seems to me like you might be full of it. And Kane, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, blonde white woman political commentator. Gee, Justin, there are only so many to choose from. You know what? I'm sorry. Ann Coulter was the one I was thinking about. Ann Coulter was the one that was like said super cringy shit about Christians and Jews. Let's see. Ann Coulter, Christians are perfected Jews. It's a crazy thing to say out loud, like even if you believe it. Let's see, the video that records this is, I think it's only a minute long, and I don't know what part of the clip it has, but I think this is the clip I was thinking of. Let me see if this is it.
Who is Jewish?
Let's wipe Israel off the earth. I mean, no Jews?
No, we just want Jews to be perfected. If you don't want to be
yeah, there we go. Jews be. So it's this kind of nonsense where they're like, we, the Jews need to believe what we believe, or they're like something's wrong with them. They're like insufficient, and it's kind of a bullshit thing to believe in, because you could only arrive at that conclusion if, in fact, you've never read the Hebrew Bible. If you've never read the Hebrew Bible, you can definitely get to a conclusion that you think that like the Jews are somehow wrong for not accepting your Messiah. But if you've read that book, like there's no reason to accept Jesus as a Messiah ever. Like there's no reason. There's not a single reason in the Hebrew Bible to think that Jesus was the Messiah. And Misha, Good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says good morning from Australia. Always a delight to be able to drift in and out listening to you cook Theist as I work. Rock hard Fertig. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, Misha. And yeah, I definitely think this is kind of a fun topic if we can get some people to bite. So I mean, the general idea is we need some Bible. Oops, I forgot to close the top of this thing. We basically need Bible believers to queue up and to read the Bible with us. Now, we've done this before where we've basically just asked believers to read the Bible with us, and that works as well. But sometimes they get mad because we will like pick and choose which Bible verses to read. So that's why I kind of like the bingo wheel of Bible verses, because we're not really picking and choosing. We've got a predetermined set. So, it's not like I have a dialogue tree that I'm chasing them down. Unashamed Apostate, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says, I'm having serious FOMO for the California meetup. Let's do one in Pacific Northwest. Wait. I mean West Coast, but Northern? Maybe. Also, it's my wife's birthday today. Well, happy birthday, Unashamed Apostate. Told her I was taking her to a cookout. Don't let me down, bro. I promise I'll do everything I can to make sure this barbecue is lit. And I don't know if I'll be doing a Northwest meetup or organizing one. The one that I'm going to is organized by Crystal. The only one I've been planning to help organize this year so far was the one that's going to be in the Midwest. We're planning on doing a Midwest meetup, and I apologize I haven't put any like solid details down for that yet, but I'll be getting around to it. But we are looking at doing a Midwest meetup. There are others in the Discord that might be planning other meetups, but at the moment, I'm not sure of them. If they exist, I haven't been told about them yet. But my goal is that people in the Discord will be able to plan their own small local meetups and discover, because there's almost 6,500 people in our Discord. A lot of them are going to live in the same state. So I'm hoping people that are active in the Discord will take the initiative to say, hey, like where can we meet up? You know what I mean? So no more BS, please. It says, can you just fix your stream quality? I don't know what that means. I suspect it's your stream quality. I've got mine on the phone right now, and it looks fine. So if your stream quality is poor, I suspect that's on your end, friend, or maybe it's on TikTok server. Maybe they're not feeding it up to you quick enough. But nevertheless, if there was something to be fixed, I would fix it for you. Atlas, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, hey there, do you know the proper translation of Hebrews 11:1? And what was their idea of faith at the time? I know it's the New Testament, but wanted to ask. Fair question. So pistis is usually the word that's in question. And I think what you're asking me, and I could be wrong, is what is meant by faith with the word pistis. And this is a fair question. So the reason why we want to add some nuance to this is because of the way the word faith is used in like popular language. We take it to mean like a belief in something, but that's not really what the Greek word means. So pistis in Greek typically refers to placing your trust in something, and so if in fact you believed that your parents existed, that's one thing. If you believed your parents existed and you placed your trust in your parents and you followed your parents, then you would have pistis. You would have this type of faith that it's more than just believing in something. It's being think of it like if you made it an abstract of the word faith. An abstract would be like faithfulness, right? If you had faithfulness, you would in fact be loyal and you would follow something. That's really what it means to have faith. And so that's like a breakdown. Now, in Hebrews 11, it just says, I grab it in the typical translation in the NRSV. It's saying, now faith is the measure of things hoped for and the conviction of things not seen. Indeed, by faith, our ancestors received approval. So this is going to be the difficulty with Christianity is they want to talk about faith as more than just believing something, but they're using it sometimes where it sounds like it's belief, but it's actually a mixture of both. So faith is the assurance of things hoped for. So they're saying Faith is putting trust in things that were hoped for. Like I'm trusting that these things that I hope for are going to come to pass. And it's a conviction, right, of things that we don't know about, of things that we don't see. So if we are convicted of things that we don't see, we would say that we have faith in those things. And it says, by faith, our ancestors received approval. So by faith, receiving approval means that God was pleased with their faith. That's why it says of Abraham that Abraham was justified through his faith. It was added to him as righteousness, it says. And so that's what this is talking about. This is talking about the virtue of putting your trust in something, not about your faith in something, or not your belief in something. But we would agree that you can't put faith in something you don't actually believe in. Dre from Costa Rica, good to see you, says, driving my uncle to the ER for the second time this week, gallbladder stones. Great news, you're live. Well, shit, I'm sorry to hear that. That doesn't sound all that fun. I hope that your uncle gets better. Gallbladder stones is not fun. Sometimes you got to get that gallbladder removed. So best of luck to you. Let us know how that goes. Hopefully it's all right. And a follow-up from Divine Truth Allah says, LOL, sorry. I was talking to this girl for a couple weeks, and she blocked my number when she found out I didn't believe in God. Ah, there you go. That makes more sense. You know what? I'm not shocked. I had somebody do that a while ago. I had a girl contact me that was, I would say, Orthodox Jewish. And when I told her I was an atheist, she seemed visibly irritated. I was like, sorry. What are you going to do? Sylphavet says, a new game called God. It's a slave gathering RPG. That's crazy. At the rest sites, an option to ask for forgiveness. This will remove all of your buffs. Well, I don't know what a buff is, but the game sounds pretty fucking awesome, to be fair. So that's super interesting. Also, speaking of games, we're playing kind of a quasi-game tonight, believers. If you believe in the Bible, I've got questions. I've got Bible verses at random that I have questions about, and I want to know if, in fact, any of you can answer my Bible questions. They're not mean. I want to read passages from the Bible and see if you can give me an interpretation of them. And good question. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, do you have a list of dogmas and their debunking evidence? I'd prefer it to be 100% internal critique. Don't bother with science or logic because pearls wasted in swine. Good question. I don't know, like, what by list of dogmas. No, I don't have like an exhaustive list of Christian dogmas. Maybe if you had a list of dogmas that you wanted refutations to, you could send it to me, and I could like add a cheat sheet tab for it and start putting refutations down in a cheat sheet tab. But no, I don't have like a list of like popular beliefs and why they're broken, why they don't work. I guess that's kind of part of what we're doing the debate for. You know what I mean? Clever Moniker, good to see you. Thank you for the super difference. Says, Justin, you're going to end up going on tour. We'll have to set up some kind of no GodCon and get you a booth. Well, that'd be a lot of fun. I am working on getting a couple big debates laid out for later this year and next year. I'm not going to be doing a ton of them because of my schedule being tight, but we're trying. Jimmy at the line is trying to set up like a big name apologist to come and debate me. Something that can bring a lot of eyeballs. Or set up like a roundtable debate where it's like me versus 10 believers. So we'll see if we can make that happen. I think it'd be a lot of fun, but I think the goal is to get some well-known apologists to get across the table from me rather than like debating, people on TikTok and YouTube. We'll see how that goes. I don't know who will end up agreeing to such a thing, but Jimmy's in charge of that, so we'll see what happens. 15 Blows, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, hey DZ, missed a few lives. No worries, you're here now, but I'm glad I can catch this one. Here's my tithes, and also been wondering lately, where are all the church mothers to everyone trying to defend the sexist Paul? Well, that's a good question. And so when it comes to Paul, when it comes to Paul, my general belief is that the misogynistic verses aren't actually from Paul. I don't think he wrote Timothy's. that verse in Corinthians 14, I don't think he wrote that. We got evidence he didn't write that. Paul does interface with female deacons in the church, and so like it seems like he's okay with women in some level of authority, just not like usurping the authority of a man, you might say. But again, those verses might not be as Pauline as people think. But there's a couple, there's a couple women that he mentions, Priscilla, which is a deacon and a wife of Aquila, and then also Junia was mentioned. She was popular, and then also a couple prophetesses, like there's the prophetess Anna, although she's mentioned in Luke, not necessarily by Paul. Nevertheless, like the New Testament does a little bit to prop up women within the faith. Within like popular society, women weren't necessarily viewed as high, but in religion, in a religious setting, women actually were quite often viewed as some sort of conduit for the divine. That's why we've got like the prophetess at Pythia, and Delphi, and that's also why like the Sibylline oracles were typically penned or uttered by women. So it was very common to have women of status within the religion, but not so much like, say, in everyday life. Lancelot, Cockblocker of Galahad, again, still amazing name, if you've seen the movie. It says, I'm noticing that too many theists aren't seeking truth. They just want to cook you. Well, yeah, that is the case. Like, because I'm evil. I'm the dirty, rotten atheist, right? I couldn't be less interested in cooking someone. It's not a competition. I just want people to learn truth. Rock hard for Doug. Well, that's actually how I ended up doing debates. When I first started streaming, my job, I wasn't trying to cook anybody. Like, that wasn't my goal. I was trying to have discussions. And I don't know, believers kept coming up, wanting to debate and wanting to quote unquote cook me. And so it was fun. People enjoyed it. So I just kept doing it. And here we are, you know, almost 3 years later. I think I started in like September of 2023 is when I started. So it's been a little bit. Slug Racer, my friend, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, as a kid, I was taught the story of Jesus and the Canaanite woman. The Syrophoenician woman was a wholesome lesson on faith. What is the context and how do you interpret it? So it kind of is, it kind of isn't. So, it's a little xenophobic, and it is a little bit of a commentary on faith. So this happens a couple times in the New Testament where somebody outside of the cultural purview, somebody who's not really part of your cultural heritage, where Jesus reaches out to them and allows them to become a member of the group. And so this is why like the Syrophoenician woman is typically brought up, because he's an outsider. She's from a people group that don't worship Yahweh, as far as we can tell. And Jesus, even though he calls her a dog initially, does accept her because of her faith. And so I think that's what people are trying to get from it. And the original story was probably written to say, hey, look at this dirty, heathen, pagan woman. Even she can be saved as long as she has faith. But inherent in that is you're saying that this is a dirty, rotten, evil pagan woman, right? Which is why you can call her a dog, and most people didn't bat an eye. So yes, it is a story of faith, but it's also just it's a really horrific story. Like, it shouldn't have been there. Andy, my friend, thank you for the 666 super chat. Hail Nero says, sub 100-hour literature for recommendations for books that compare biblical stories with older ancient Near mythological culture. There's a couple. I've got 3 of them on the shelf behind me, and I think 2 of them I would recommend as my favorites. 1 second. Now, to be sure, there are more. In fact, one of the earliest books written on this topic was like in the 1800s by Delitzsch. He was a German scholar. He wrote a book called the Bible and Babel, if I remember correctly. Let's see, the Bible and Babel by Delitzsch, impossible name to spell. Yeah, he wrote Babel and Bible. And then the subtitle are a series of influential lectures delivered by German Assyriologist Friedrich Delitzsch. And this was, just at the turn of the century, so 1902. So almost 1800s. So it must have been later in his career. Nevertheless, that's fine if you want to just dip your toes in it. Here's a couple that I would highly recommend. You might want to start out with something very simple. I like this one. This is called Old Testament Parallels, Laws and Stories from the Ancient Near East. Victor Matthews and Don Benjamin do a great job on this. Another one is called Mesopotamia and the Bible. I think this is a really good volume. Mark Chavalis and K. Lawson Younger, the junior, are super, super well respected in this field. So this book is going to be very, very well received academically, but Victor Matthews as well is very well received in the academic community. An older volume, which you can get cheap, that's a little more expanded, but it doesn't show the one-to-one parallel necessarily. It just shows literature from the ancient Near East that is comparative to the Bible, with maybe some minor footnotes, but not necessarily laying out the biblical parallel. It's called An Introduction to the Literature of the Old Testament. I'm sorry, not that one. Nope, I grabbed the wrong one. The one that you actually want is called, it's by the same author, by Samuel Driver. I grabbed the wrong one. But the one that you want by Samuel Driver is called Cuneiform Parallels to the Old Testament. That's the one you want. So that one's actually old enough. You can get it on archive.org. You can get a PDF of it for free, but there are used copies on the internet you can get pretty cheap. So those are some really good options for studying the ancient Near East as it compares to the Bible and how the literature may have informed the biblical authors. Boogit, thank you for the super chat, says there's a Noah Ark shooter game in Captain Bible Point at Click Adventure Game from both from 1994. Could be funny, silly content to appease the gamer crowd. I've never heard of these. Let me jot these down on my. I have a list of notes of things to remember that I have to check periodically. Also, Dean Williams, if you're watching, I did mail you the shirt from the fundraiser. So you've got that coming up. It should be at your place today, actually. But let me grab these. Let's see, Captain Bible Point, and also let's see, Click Adventure Game. Okay, Click Adventure Game. Let's see. I'll say both from. I don't know. Wait, no, Archangel. Oh, I think you mean the Captain Bible Point is the name of the game, and the other is Noah's Ark. And they're by Click Adventure Games, is I think what you're suggesting. I'll check them out, Boogit. Thank you for that. And Arwarja, thank you for the additional super chat, friend. Says Paul would be debating Sean McDowell. Not Paul the Apostle, Paul Rinsler. Will be debating Sean McDowell on the 27th. Shall I ask Sean if he's interested in debating you, or should I leave it to Jimmy? Actually, you can ask him directly if he's interested in debating me. He may or may not have even know about me. But yeah, if you are in contact with him, just ask him if he's interested and let me know. I'd be more than happy. And it doesn't even have to be a debate. We can have some open discussion on different topics if he wants to do like a kind of a dialogue, non-threatening type of situation. Resistance, thank you for the 10 Aussie chat, says buff, common video game terminology for a positive effect. Oh, I would not have known that. Usually statistical, e.g. plus 5% health. Okay, so a buff is like a one-up, like you've one-upped something, like you've gained new health, you've gained a weapon, you've improved. Okay. Though could also have unique effects, either permanent or for a specific duration or condition. Interesting. So a buff is like in remember in Mario when you like you get the you get the power to run through anything you want to, or like in Sonic, you get the same thing. If you hit the right reward, you become invisible. Okay, so a buff is just like hitting a superpower for a little while. Cool. Thanks for the info. Dan Sensibility, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I had a friend once who said their favorite Bible verse was Jesus wept, even though he knew he was about to hit the respawn button on Lazarus. Lazy Bible reading, rock hard for Doug. This is a fair point, actually. You know what? And now that you bring it up, I've got on my list of Bible verses for Does God Know Everything? I've got a couple verses, let's see, that demonstrate that Jesus didn't know everything, or even that God didn't know everything. But in John 11, when Jesus weeps over Lazarus, this would actually be silly. And remember, he weeps when he gets the information, right? It says, let's go to verse 33. I think this passage would demonstrate that Jesus wasn't all-knowing. Like if Jesus only wept when he received the information about his friend dying, then it just seems to be that he didn't have the information. Right? It says, when Jesus saw her weeping, and the Jews who came with her weeping, he was greatly disturbed in spirit and deeply moved. He said, Where have you laid him? And they said to him, Lord, come and see. And Jesus began to weep. So the Jews said, see how we loved him, so on and so forth. And then it says, Jesus, again, greatly disturbed, came to the tomb, so on and so forth, take away the stone. Okay. So, like, the way the story is laid out is, like, Jesus doesn't know where he's at. He has to figure out where he's at, and he has to learn, right? Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Mary came to where Jesus was and saw him and knelt at his feet and said to him, Lord, if you had been there, my brother would not have died. When Jesus saw her weeping. So, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that Lazarus is dead. Why would he weep just then? So this is actually a really good point. I'm going to add this to, let's see, to the Trinity tab on the cheat sheet, because the Trinity tab, I've got an argument for whether or not Jesus knows everything, and he clearly doesn't know everything. So give me 1 second to add this up about Jesus being all-knowing, and we'll get it rocking and rolling. The copy link, the paste, oops, wrong button, paste link. And then I'm going to add this Bible verse to it. This is actually a really good pickup. I do love it when the audience is reading the Bible carefully, and it becomes evident, like just from basic Bible reading, that Jesus couldn't have known everything. All right, so John 11:31 through 45 is the addition. So we're going to do this. Oop, wrong button. Try this again. There we go. Go to the end of the string. All right, John 11. Oop, wrong button. Wrong button again. We're gonna get the 1 eventually. John 11, 31 through. Wrong button again. This keyboard's crazy. It's cut me up here today. All right, there we go. And now let me update the link. And bada bing, bada boom. Oh fuck! Why are you doing this to me, Google Sheets? Why are you fucking with me? All right. I gotta do this again. I was in the middle of editing this line, and Google Sheets was like, no, you're fucking done now. I'm gonna close this. Why? I didn't tell you to close it. All right, try this again. John 11:31 through 45. Boom, now we're good. Hey, thanks for that. I appreciate that. That was a really good pickup. We'll do another call. So what we're looking for, Christians, is for someone to read the Bible with me. I've got a whole thing full of Bible verses that I will pick at random. And I just want to pick some Bible verses and have a Christian walk through them and give me some explanation. Listen, I don't have the Holy Spirit. I've been told on multiple occasions that I can't read the Bible. I can't even understand the Bible. Even if I was able to read it, I couldn't understand it because I don't have the Holy Spirit. So what I need is for a Holy Spirit-filled Christian to come on out here and read the Bible with me. That's what I need. I need someone to come out and show me what these verses actually mean. And, of course, you can win a prize by doing so. Danger Aware says, I sent you mail. Check all folders, please. Thanks. Our 3D printable desktop game is called Respect My Personal Space. Well, thank you, Danger Aware. I appreciate that. I'll have to check my email and see what I've got from you. But I appreciate you getting in contact with me, friend. And also Daniel, thank you for the super chat, says, thanks for adding God of Confusion to the cheat sheet. Well, I got you, Daniel. In fact, now that we're doing some super chats, give me a second, and I'll make sure and readdress that, and we'll get it taken care of. Gretchen, my friend, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, Johan, you should change the name of your channel to Explain Pop Culture to Justin Zone. You crack me up. For fuck's sakes, Lamau. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. My life has not led me in a direction where I'm like coming in contact with video games or anime, or like, you gotta remember, like, I spent my life around like engineers and stuff like that, and while there might be some engineers that are into anime, most of them are pretty nerdy like me. They're not. They're more or less into, like, you know, I would say like World of Warcraft stuff. Most of the engineers that I knew that were in the gaming were like into the just like the World of Warcraft, like let's go join a raid somewhere. But you know, again, a lot of them don't play games once they get older. You got to remember, when I got out of my 20s, like the amount of my coworkers that were playing video games still was pretty low. So I just, you know, and nobody in my family plays games. I've got like one nephew maybe that plays games. It's just not something that, we're all boring. We hate fun. I don't know what to tell you, friend. But thank you, Gretchen. I appreciate that. And Booget, thank you for the additional super chat with clarification. It says Captain Bible in Dome of Darkness by Bridgestone Media. Oh, I would not at all gotten that title by what you told me. Okay, so let's try this again. So it's going to be Captain Bible in Dome. I don't know it. In Dome of Darkness. And this is going to be by Bridgestone Multimedia. Okay. Multimedia. Got it. And then the other one that you're referring to is, Super 3D Noah's Ark. All right, let me grab that. Super 3D Noah's Ark by Wisdom Tree. No fucking way, by Wisdom Tree. Okay. By Wisdom Tree. I'll look into them for sure. I wonder if I can get them. It says both games are on MS-DOS, if that tells you anything. Okay. All right, we can do that. I have the ability to run an MS-DOS emulator. It shouldn't really be too much of a problem to get it taken care of. And it looks like Spiky Steve has already given me a link to the game here. I'm going to pin that in the Discord real quick. Let's see. Where's the pin? Every time I go to pin a message, I have to search for like an hour. There we go. Pin message. Got it. Pin. Thank you for that, Steve. Yeah, I'll definitely look into it. It should be a lot of fun. I did get the I Am Jesus Christ video game loaded up here. I wonder if I can play it. Like, if I can play it during live stream and not kill my processor. So if I open up right now my PC monitor, I've got some overhead still. My graphics utilization's at like 75%. And I think most of it's actually being used up by my my Windows emulator. I wonder what happens if I click play on the game. There we go. I'm curious if I need to add this to my soundboard for you guys to hear it. It's loading right now. When it does something, did you guys hear that Windows chime just a second ago? If not, then you're not going to hear it. I have to add it directly to my soundboard, which is not a problem. Let's see, how do I do that? On my soundboard, I should be able to add. It should show me Parallels Desktop. Yep. Got that, and I should be able to hear sounds from it. It says it's launching, running install script. So it should launch here in a minute. Hopefully it doesn't like fuck up my screens when it launches like I had one time earlier. Bryce Aroni, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend, says you can't read the Bible without the Holy Spirit. Interesting. How'd they learn about the Holy Spirit in the first place? Also, does the Holy Spirit teach all things, or is all scripture useful for teaching? Seems redundant. So this is actually a point that I've brought up a lot, because when people tell me this, I have the same question. If the Bible is the method that we learn about this God, but we can't understand it without already believing in this God, then it's an irrelevant, it's a dog chasing its tail. It's a circular system now. If you need the thing to believe, and you can't believe unless you understand a thing, but you need to already believe to understand a thing, then you're never going to get to the point where you actually understand the thing. So you would need some sort of divine intervention at that point to figure that shit out. But the funny thing is, Christians believe that they have the Holy Spirit, so they know what it means. Well, that can't fucking be the truth, because every Christian I've talked to, none of them can agree on the meaning of any of these passages. They can't tell you what any of this shit means. So it doesn't stand to reason to me that the Holy Spirit is doing anything for anybody, if in fact we open this book and believers can't agree on what any of it is. But nevertheless, give me 1 second to check our stream health. I want to make sure our vertical stream's running. I don't know what's happening right now, but our stream health right now is crazy. Not our stream health. Our stream viewership for this 45 minutes in is super fucking low, probably because maybe we're doing an off topic tonight and nobody wants to actually come up. We'll see how long this lasts. If I can't get an actual guest up in here for what we're doing, I might have to switch things up. We'll see. Be kind of boring if no opposition actually requests up. We'll just have to, we'll see what we can do. But nevertheless, let me read one more super chat and we'll see if we can get some opposition up in here. Space Lord says, contradiction. Jesus ascends right after the resurrection in Luke 40. In Luke, but 40 days later in Acts. How'd Luke screw that up? So this is actually a very common, a very common contradiction. Let me add this to, when did Jesus ascend? 40 days? Question mark. I'll work on this as well during the live stream and see if we can get that added, because that is a common one. But nevertheless, we might have we might have an opposition in the guest box, but also I'm looking at my virtual machine running Windows with this video game, I Am Jesus Christ. It says the application has hung and will now close. We apologize for the inconvenience. So first fucking go, right out of the gate, the I Am Jesus video game on Steam running on Windows doesn't fucking work. Good work, guys. You really knocked it out of the park. All right, let's grab our first guest and see if we can get anything interesting going. Welcome in, Constus.
Hey, what's up?
Not too much. Constus, are you at
Good to
least
meet you.
18? Good to meet you as well. Are you at least 18?
I've never heard of your channel before. I was arguing with someone in the comments of one of some video, and he told me about you. So
okay,
he said join, and I said okay.
Fair enough. Well, today is kind of a unique one-off night. I'm not doing like a traditional prove God is real debate tonight. I've kind of got kind of a specialty situation happening. So I'll explain to you kind of what we're doing. So I've got a cage, a bingo cage, full of balls with random Bible verses written on them. And I'm going to be pulling them at random and asking Christians if they can explain them, which I think is a lot of fun. I haven't done this in probably 2 years. But I think it yields pretty interesting results. So for example, let me spin the cage here and pop out a Bible verse, and we can see how it works. All right, so first ball down is Deuteronomy 23:2. So then I'll go to Deuteronomy 23, and we can talk about what's actually happening here. So I'm going to put it on the screen. You'll be able to see it. You should be able to see a preview of my screen. And it says, those born of an illicit union shall not come into the assembly of the Lord, even to the 10th generation. None of their descendants shall come into the assembly of the Lord. Why is this happening? And why would God not want people into the assembly of the Lord for crimes they've never committed?
Well, that's for the Jews. That's for the Israelites, for those people of that time.
No, I'm aware of that part. I'm just asking, why would God punish some of these people, not allowing them into the assembly for something their parents did?
I mean, it was just the way it went. They had like different kinds of laws. They had the ceremonial laws. They had the, I guess, ethical laws and the food laws. Um,
Well, well, they definitely had lots of laws, but would not
yeah,
the wouldn't whether it had laws or not, wouldn't it be like, isn't it weird that somebody would be punished for something they didn't do?
yeah. I mean, to me, it's weird, but
But
I grew up in a different culture.
fair enough. But does like so in Deuteronomy 32 and elsewhere, it says that God is just in all of his ways, but it's not just to punish people for crimes they didn't commit, right?
In your opinion, in our
Oh,
opinion.
is it in your opinion?
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, I grew up in a separate culture from that.
Sure. So, objectively speaking, like in reality, if we say that justice has like a definition, would the definition include occasions where people who didn't commit any crimes are punished?
Honestly, I'm not an expert on the Levitical law. I know, like the basics, but I mean, I was kind of hoping to talk about like Genesis and, I don't know, stuff like that, like the creation and the flood,
I
but I can
mean,
attempt to answer.
yeah, I mean, I'm open to that as well. If you wanted to, like, are you suggesting you have like an argument for why the Genesis story is true?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's
I
not
can make
part
it make
of
sense.
it's not part of the topic for tonight, but I'm definitely willing to
Yeah,
entertain it.
sure.
What about Genesis would lead us to believe that it's true?
So I guess I kind of learned or figured out a way to, I guess, reconcile the creation story with reality. So like you've got the atheists who believe in like the 13 billion year galaxy, the 4 billion year Earth, um, and then you have the young Earth creationists, which I used to be until recently, actually, like last year. I learned that actually I heard like a sermon. Um, this preacher or pastor or whatever said like um, the the creation story is supposed to be viewed from the point of view of the surface of the earth, because like you know how like we think about earth, we think of the ball, um we think of like outer space, and like when God created the stars, it doesn't make sense, like what was it, like day 4 he created the stars. But if you're viewing it from the surface of the earth, um it turns out to be a terraforming. So like when God says let there be light, it's not the big bang, it's let there be light shining on the earth. So the
From
sunlight's
from
already
where?
there. Huh?
Light shining from where?
The sun.
So but the sun was created on like day 4.
Well, that's why that's kind of like the difference in the terraforming view. I think it's called the gap theory officially, but like Genesis 1:1 says, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. So like to me that's like a historical statement. It's not a chronological part of the story. It's like, the backstory, and then there should be a Genesis 1.5 that says yada yada yada. Okay. And then 1.2 says, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. So the earth was in a destruction, destroyed state. And it said the Spirit of God was hovering over the surface. Okay. So like if you're viewing it from the surface, and on day 1 it's
It says
let
the
there be
surface of the
light.
deep,
Yes, the surface of the earth.
the deep.
So it was all chaotic and particulate matter everywhere. Um, and so when God created the firmament to
The
separate the
dome.
waters from, well, That's what the retards call it. The firmament.
Constance, you can't use that word on the
Oh,
internet.
my bad. So
Also,
that's what the flat earthers call it.
also, I agree that flat earthers are not very smart, but you can't
Yeah.
do that. It's not appropriate
My
language
bad.
anymore. That being
Sure.
said, the Bible itself has a good reason to believe that the word firmament in the King James, which comes from firmamentum in the Latin, refers to a hard dome structure, which is why the newer translations like the NRSV and the NABRE just say dome.
I never heard that. I've always understood it to be the sky.
Well, I don't know why we would think that it's sky. It's part of the sky for sure. In fact, in Genesis, it says that the item is in the sky and that it's part of the sky, and you can even call it sky. But it's the outer layer of the sky, and it's hard, according to Job 37. But my point here is in Genesis, it's using the dome to separate waters on the outside of the dome from waters on the inside of the dome. It says, "Let there be light in the dome." The Hebrew word rakia just means like a hard, hammered out surface. You see the same verb being used of like making shields and bowls and things like that. And it says, "Let the lights of the dome of the sky," I mean the firmament of the sky, to separate day from night. So we've got these sun, moons, and stars and things like that they thought were fixed near or even inside of the dome, and they went around like this. That's why if you read the book of Enoch, he draws a picture, basically a mental picture of how the sun rotates around the earth, even though it's on the inside of the dome. And the idea is that where the dome meets the earth, there's windows, and it goes out the window below the earth, and then back in the window and back over the face of the dome. I'm not sure I know a good reason to believe that the firmament is just referring to the atmosphere. Is there a reason I would think that?
Well, again, if you're like looking at it from the surface of the earth, you're seeing a dome, right? You're seeing like a
Mhm.
round sky around
Mhm.
you, right? And so I think it was a metaphorical statement, not a scientific description.
What do you mean by metaphor? Because they describe the firmament in the Bible, Job 37, I think verse 14 or 15. Let me grab it. It's Job 37:18. God says, or actually, God's not speaking here, but it says, "Can you, like him meaning God, can you, like him, spread out the skies hard as a molten mirror?"
Yeah, I mean, it sounds metaphorical to me,
Metaphor
much
for what?
like of the sky.
But why would the sky be hard?
So like when you're looking at the sky, you're not seeing the depth of the stars, you're seeing a flat sky, right? Because
Uh-huh.
our eyes aren't able to discern the depth.
Mm-hmm.
So we're seeing a flat surface, right?
Right, but
So,
I'm asking, why would the sky be described as being hard?
well, they didn't know. I mean, like I said, like it's a big flat surface, effectively to our eyes.
Well, yeah,
So they were
that's
describing it metaphorically.
right, but unfortunately, the way metaphors work is you have to know what the metaphor means. Like you can't just say that it's a metaphor because you
Well,
don't like it.
there's also a statement in the Bible that says the four corners of the earth, right?
Actually,
It's obviously a metaphor.
I
And
don't
like
think it
when
says
Jesus said,
corners.
yeah,
So
it does.
the word kanaf in Hebrew can mean a corner of something, but it just means the furthest extent. So it's
Yeah.
referred to all kinds of things. It can refer to the ends of bird wings. It can refer to all kinds of stuff. So they didn't believe that the world was square. In fact, the ancients believed that it was a round disc, which is what Isaiah 40:22 says. But they did believe that there were four coordinates, and that if you followed them, you'd get to the end of them, the furthest extent of the four coordinates.
Well, again, I think it's metaphorical,
For
and
what?
the to my understanding, the the firmament has always been understood to be the sky between the, I guess, the ground, the surface and the clouds.
What do you mean by always? Because the early Jewish rabbis, in fact, almost all of the Jewish rabbis prior to the medieval period, said that it was a hard, solid surface, and that God's throne is just on the other side of that surface. There's a pocket where the Spirit of God causes the waters to hover over top of him, and he lives in a space between those waters and the hard dome, which is why in Ezekiel chapter 1 and chapter 10, Ezekiel sees God at the top of the dome.
Well, I don't believe that they actually believed that it was a hard dome.
I can show you the rabbis' writings if you want to see them.
Sure.
Sure. So in Bereshit Rabbah, they talk about the thickness of the dome. It says the thickness of the earth. This is book 4. Says the thickness of the earth is equivalent to the thickness of the firmament, as it is stated. It is he who sits over the circle of the earth. Isaiah 40:22. The circle, chag in Hebrew, just means a disc, and it says, "Of the heavens he makes his way." Job 22:14. The words chug provides a verbal analogy. And then let's see, Rabbi Aha says that the other rabbi, he's in dialogue with Hanina, says it's like a sheet of metal. So they're saying the firmament is like a sheet of metal. It has a thickness. And then it says Rabbi Yehoshua bar Rabbi Nehemiah says that it's approximately 2 or 3 finger breadths thick.
Where was that? Nehemiah?
This is in Bereshit Rabbah, book 4. I can put it on the screen for you from the Sefaria website. 1 second. So it's going to be Genesis. That Bereshit is the first word of Genesis. That's what they called it. So if you look it up on the internet, it'll be Rabbah Genesis. We're going to go to book 4, and I think we want verse 13 or so. 13 or 14. Let's see. And let's see. What word did they use in this translation? Oh, yeah, it shows up a bunch in chapter 4. All right, let me grab you the exact. In fact, he even talks about how it's burnished here in the writings of the rabbi. It says they flattened via riku, which is a variant of rakia, the sheets of gold in Exodus 39. So he's saying they're just. I don't know why it popped up the commentary. They're saying based on how the word is used, the word rakia. It refers to something like a flattened sheet and they point out in Exodus 39, it refers to a flattened sheet of gold. This Rabbi Hanina says, fire emerged from on high to pass over the surface of the firmament. When Rabbi Yohanan would reach this verse, with his wind, the heavens enhanced, Job 26:13, he would say, Rabbi Hanina taught me well. Rabbi Yudin ben Rabbi Shimon said, the fire emerged from on high and burnished the surface of the firmament, because they thought it was made of bronze or brass, which is what you would do a cast molten mirror out of. It would have been a bronze mirror, which is why Job says that the sky is hard like a mirror. And then in terms of the thickness, let me grab the exact verse here. Let's see. It says the thickness of the earth. So we're going to be in verse 6 here, and it says the thickness of the earth is equivalent to the thickness of the firmament. So this is the passage that I was reading just a minute ago. I got a bunch of quotes from the rabbis too. Like they understood this to mean what most people of the ancient world understood it to mean. Welcome in everybody from the Ian raid, by the way.
Those verses are taken
and the B
out
raid.
of,
Sorry, go ahead.
they're taken out of context, and I'm not saying like the informational context. I'm saying
What's
like
the context?
Well, I don't know what the writing style of the book is.
What? No, you said they're taken out of context. I'm asking you what the context is.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, how do you know it's taken out of context if you don't know the context?
I would consult the writing style of the book. itself.
Which book?
The books that they were taken from.
You mean the
But
Talmud?
yeah,
Yeah, I
the
am.
you're talking about like Nehemiah and
No, that's the name of the
Isaiah.
That's the name of the rabbi.
Oh,
These
gotcha.
these are
But whatever
rabbinic
books
names.
that he took those from in the Bible,
He
you know,
did.
there's different writing styles in the Bible.
I'm aware of
So
this.
like,
Yeah.
like they used metaphors. I mean, it wasn't it was invented. Metaphors were invented back then, as far
Why
back
would we
as,
think that the rakia is a metaphor?
because it's obviously it's describing it in a poetic way.
How? Well, how is
To
it
my
poetic to call
opinion,
it hard?
like I said, like when you're looking at the sky, you're not able to discern the depth of the stars, right?
Would God be able
You're
to?
just seeing a flat surface.
Would God be able to?
Would God be able to what?
Would God be able to know that it wasn't a hard surface?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, well, that's the problem. This is revelation from God, not revelation from men.
But these are men writing the Bible. These are men writing these books.
Oh, so this is not from God then. That's why it's full of information that's wrong?
Well, the thing about inspired writing is that the men who wrote them are inspired by the Holy Spirit, and they write down what they observe, or whatever. Like when someone gets a prophecy, it's like a dream, and then it's up to them to write it down and describe it. Okay, it's not God giving them the exact words. So it's not only
Does the Bible
their
say that
understanding
Moses
that
got
dictates.
this in a dream?
Huh?
Does the Bible say that Moses got this in a dream? Because I think in your worldview, you think Moses wrote Genesis, right?
Yeah.
Did it say that he got it in a dream? Because if you read the book of Exodus, God speaks directly to Moses and commands him to write. So I would imagine that he got it in the same fashion.
Yeah. So I thought we were talking about the verses that you were mentioning.
Yeah, that's
But
what
we're
I'm
talking about
saying.
Genesis again?
We've been talking about Genesis the entire time.
So we're talking about Genesis now. Okay, we're talking about the creation story again?
We've been talking about it the entire time. That's why
No, we were
I'm
talking about
dialoguing with you about the rakia, the firmament, as to what that means.
Yeah, the firmament is the sky between the clouds and the water. That's it.
Why would I think that? The text, the Hebrew language doesn't demonstrate that.
It doesn't say that. That's just what maybe some translations say it like that, but I really don't think that.
Why do the scholars
that's what
say
the
that?
original text says.
Why are scholars saying that it was a dome? I'm confused.
Well, show me.
Well, I just show you the rabbinic scholars, like, so those are the Jewish scholars, and we can even do I would say Christian scholars
Yeah, and
too.
like I said, like those are metaphors, obviously. Well, to me, it's obvious that those are metaphors, poetically written metaphors.
The thing with metaphors is you have to know what they actually mean. You can't just call it a metaphor if you don't like what it says. And so here, in fact, is a drawing from a Christian commentary.
That they were embellishing poetically.
So this is from John Walton. He teaches at, I think, Hebrew Union, if I remember correctly. He's a Christian. He says, based on Genesis, this is what the author of Genesis was depicting. This is biblical cosmology. There's a dome, and there's God's temple and God's holy throne room and his holy garden at the top of the dome, and that the earth is flat and underneath the dome. I'm not making this up. This is just what Christian scholars and Jewish scholars accept.
Well, I don't care what they say.
Well,
what I'm saying is that
I think you should.
What I'm saying is that they, in my opinion, misunderstood what Genesis was saying.
Well, then tell me what it means.
What I'm saying is my understanding of it is that it's a terraforming. Okay. That's why the stars were created on the fourth day. They were created. They were just visible.
Do you know what terraforming means?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I think the problem you're going to have here is terraforming basically is just atmosphering a planet. But that doesn't seem to be the case inside of Genesis.
I'm saying it is.
Sure, show me the verse where I would believe that, because I'm looking at this and I'm interpreting it just like all the scholars have always interpreted it, as just a straightforward account of creation. God creates
Well, I'm saying if you
creates the
view it
heavens.
from a different perspective, if you view it from the ground, you'll see that what it's describing is a reorganization of the elements.
Well, listen, I don't disagree that there is a cosmological view, even from the Hebrews, where God's not creating ex nihilo. He's actually creating from existing elements, and this would coincide with other ancient Near Eastern creation stories. I'm not sure that matters, though. I'm not debating whether or not it was ex nihilo or not. What I'm trying to figure out is what is the nature of this dome?
I told you already. It's a metaphor
For what?
For in those verses that you picked out of that rabbi's text, those were using metaphors poetically embellished. Okay, it
The
doesn't say in
thickness?
Genesis that it was a solid dome. It does not.
It does. It calls it a rakia, and the Jewish rabbis explain to you why they consider it to be a dome, because the word rakia, when you concretize it, it's a noun. It means to hammer something out. When you concretize it, you make it a concrete noun, then it becomes something that is hard and hammered out, which is why they discussed what it was made of. That's why it says in Job that it was hard like a cast metal mirror, and they believed that it was made of some sort of bronze, just like mirrors were back then.
No, not literally.
What do you mean?
Every
Not
time I've
literally.
read the creation story, I've
why
never
would
seen
they?
anything about a firm dome.
Why would they just you? Well, you haven't read the right translation. So if you read the King James or the New King James, you would see the firmament. The firmament is a hard surface, and that's why.
No, it's not.
Even
It's not.
yes, it is. Do you want me to show you
No.
in the King James dictionary?
Go ahead.
Okay. So the reason why they
And-
used the word firmament was because it was carryover of the Latin Vulgate, and the Latin Vulgate said firmamentum, and the word firmamentum means a hard surface.
Well, what
But-
does the original text say?
The original text in Hebrew says rakia, and rakia refers to a hard, hammered out surface.
Well, maybe it's a synonym, but I doubt that they were actually saying that the sky was a hard surface.
It's exactly what it says, and the rest of
I
the
really
ancient
don't
Near Eastern
think that they
authors
actually meant
believe the same thing. That's what they say.
No, they did not believe that.
They did believe it. I just read you the rabbis discussing how thick the dome was. He said it's like 4 finger breadths wide, like this big.
Yeah, poetically embellished again.
What's that even mean? How do you embellish the sky
It's a
by saying
metaphor.
it's metaphor for what?
Metaphor for the sky, for what you see in the sky. Like I
The
said,
sky's only 4 fingers wide?
I don't know what that meant. I don't know what they're saying. Who said that? The rabbi?
The Jewish rabbis, the people who know Hebrew that are discussing the meaning of these Hebrew words.
Where's
said,
that from? Is
it's
it from the Torah?
It's from the Talmud. The Talmud
doesn't count.
I don't know what you mean by
joke,
count.
bro.
The Talmud is not a
The
joke.
Talmud is a joke.
The Talmud are Jewish speakers discussing the meaning of words written in their native language. So they're discussing the meaning of this word in Bereshit Rabbah, and the meaning of this word. I'm sorry.
Should we? The Catholic
okay, so
Church
we
says
we shouldn't believe Jews about how the Hebrew language works.
Like I said, I'm comparing it to Catholicism. It's extra biblical.
Did the Catholics write this?
No, I'm saying I'm using a metaphor.
Which people group wrote this text?
The Jews.
Okay, the Jews wrote the text of Genesis, correct?
Yes.
Sure.
Israelites.
And what's their native language?
It was Moses.
And what's their native language?
Hebrew.
Sure. And do you think native Hebrew speakers might have something to add to the conversation of what Hebrew words mean?
Yeah.
Sure. And what do these native Hebrew speakers say about the word rakia?
You're talking about from the Talmud.
I'm talking about Jewish rabbis.
From
history.
I don't care what they have to say.
So we don't care what Jewish Hebrew speaking people have to say about the Hebrew language.
If it's outside of the Bible, I don't care.
Okay, so then you don't think lexicons matter either. If I show you in the Hebrew lexicon what the word means, you're going to say that doesn't matter either?
No.
So
If it's the
dictionaries
original text,
so
if it's the
dictionaries don't
original
even
text
matter?
from the Torah and Pentateuch.
Again, the original text, you have to know what words mean to know what the text says. If you don't know Hebrew, you have
But
to ask
you're
yourself,
saying that
what does this
you're
word
getting your
mean in
definition from an
Hebrew?
extra biblical source.
No, I'm not. Everything outside of the Bible that gives us definitions for a language are extra biblical. That's all you have. So, and I don't need extra biblical evidence to tell you what rakia means, because you can look at how it's used in the Bible, and it's used to describe a hard surface.
Yeah, like again, we're going around in circles. I already told you what my belief of that interpretation is.
I know what you believe. I'm asking you to defend the position that you're taking. Why would we
I did?
believe? No, you didn't defend it. You just said it's a metaphor, but you can't explain what it's a metaphor for. So if you literally just look at the Hebrew lexicon, this is a basic one, this is a free version. It says, the vault of heaven or the firmament regarded by the Hebrews as solid and supporting waters above it. And then it lists the verses that talk about being a solid surface supporting the waters above it, which is why everybody in the ancient world were in discussion about what does this thing look like? What's it made of? What's the situation? What's happening here? And if you read their writings, in fact, they've been collected by a scholar named Paul Seeley. He was at Gordon Cronwell Theological Seminary. He wrote a paper called The Waters Above and the Waters Below a long time ago, detailing how all of these ancient cultures believed that there was a dome over a flat disk earth that separated waters above it, which is why it was blue on the other side. And the Bible describes it as the color of sapphire because they think it could be perhaps see-through, which is why it looks like there's water on the other side of it, or they've got alternative interpretations about why it's blue. But most of the biblical authors would describe it as being blue like sapphire.
Well, the sky is blue.
I know, and the reason why they compare it to a sapphire is because a sapphire is a crystalline thing that you can form a hard dome with. In fact, the ancient Egyptians discussed whether or not this thing was made of potentially sapphire, crystal, or another type of glass, because if there's something on the other side of it, you could see through it if it was made of some kind of a glass or crystal.
I don't care what they had to say.
I think you should, because the Bible
No,
was
I
not
don't,
written
because
in a
we're talking
vacuum.
about the Bible.
The
We're talking
Bible,
about the Bible,
the
right?
Bible was written in a culture. It wasn't. It didn't fall down from the heavens. It was written by Jewish
Correct.
people, by Hebrews,
Mm-hmm.
who believed
For
things.
Jewish people,
And when
or
we look,
for
and when we look at what the Hebrew people wrote in this book, it just happens to agree with their neighbors. Everybody in the ancient Near East believed that the Earth was just a flat disk with a dome over top of it.
I don't think so. I don't think
What?
so.
Give me one ancient text that
You're making that
disagrees.
assumption based on these, like I said, poetic embellishments.
Give me one ancient text that disagrees, because I can give you a dozen that agree with me.
Well, look at Genesis. It doesn't say anything. Like I said, it doesn't say anything about it being solid.
I don't know why you're just
Well,
saying the word Genesis. The word is used outside of Genesis in the Bible.
we're talking about Genesis.
I agree. And does the word show up outside of Genesis?
I don't know.
Yeah, it does.
You're telling me it's from Job.
I'm telling you that it shows up outside of the book of Genesis. So what we can do is we can go into the Bible and see every time that it's mentioned. It's not mentioned that much, only about 15 or 16 times. And we can look, hey, how is this word used and what do we learn about it? We learned that it has a face. It says that in the Bible. We learned that that it's hard because it's come from the word rakia, which is how ancient people believed it was formed. And we learn from Job that that in fact it is hard, like a cast metal mirror. So if we're just saying, hey, let the Bible interpret the Bible, well, then it's a hard surface.
To your understanding, based on extra biblical sources.
No, based on the sources in the Bible that I just listed for you.
I never saw in all my study of the creation story, I've never seen from the direct source that it's a firm dome.
That's because you can't read Hebrew. If you were reading Hebrew, you would understand what all of the ancients and even the modern interpreters understand, which is that it's referring to a hard surface, which is why
I can't read Hebrew, but I've listened to people who
you
have interpreted it.
You certainly haven't. So if you listened to someone who actually knew Hebrew, you would understand why this is not a debatable point in modern scholarship. Even conservative Christian scholars agree with me. So the sky is spread out and it's hard like a molten mirror, said Job. That's what it means. Now, if you don't think that the sky is hard, then you need to tell me what that means. What does it mean to say that the sky is hard?
I think Job is I want to say it's like a tall tale.
Is Job is it a real book of the Bible?
Yeah.
Okay, so
to my current understanding, I think Job was a legend.
I'm not saying it's a real story. I'm asking if the information in Job is trustworthy. When it talks about the earth, when it talks about the planet, is that information trustworthy?
Have you read the book of Job?
I've read the entire Bible.
Okay, so that you would know that Job has kind of like a tall tale vibe to it.
I'm not saying it's a true story. I'm asking
I'm saying like the way it was written.
When
I'm not saying
Job,
factually. I'm saying
when the
way
book
it was
of Job
written.
makes statements about the earth, are those statements true?
Like I said, it's the writing style.
I'm not asking about writing styles.
You have to look at it in the context.
I know how writing styles work. I'm asking, when the book of Job makes statements about the planet or about creation, are those statements true?
Well, the writing style, man. I don't know what else to say.
I don't know what writing style is doing for you. Let's do
I
think
a
you're
poem.
Just
like trying not to understand. It's got
the Bible is old. The Bible is gold. The Bible says that that Justin will scold. What does that mean? It's poetic. What does it mean?
That what?
I just gave you a poem. What does it mean?
Can you repeat what you said?
I said the Bible is old. The Bible is gold. Justin will scold. Whether or not that's poetic, can you understand that I'm making statements?
What's the question?
I made 3 statements and all of them rhymed.
Yeah.
Could you not evaluate whether or not those statements are true? Whether or not there was rhyming involved?
I'm trying to answer your question honestly here. I need to understand what you're actually asking.
I'm asking you, I just made 3 rhyming statements. The genre of my speech was poetic. Are you capable of determining if the statements in my poetic rhyme are true?
Yeah, I could.
Great.
The way it's written is...
So whether or not it's poetic is irrelevant to whether or not the statements made in it are true, which is my question. Are the statements in the book of Job true when it talks about the earth? I'm not asking you if Job is a real person.
No, it's not describing the bronze, whatever, the firmament as a hard surface. It's not.
Then what's it describing?
It's being, like I said, it's being embellished in a poetic way, in a tall tale
What does
vibe.
that mean? What's it mean to be embellished?
Well,
what do you think the word embellished is? I know how writing styles work. I'm asking what the word embellishment is doing for you. If I said that I'm a hard dude, I'm hard as diamond. Well, yes, I'm embellishing my hardness, but you know what I'm talking about. I'm saying that basically I'm tough, right? But the sky is not tough. The sky is not hard. So what's it mean? What's it mean when it says that the sky is hard? Well, I'm asking you to tell me why they were using it and what it means, and you can't do it yet.
I already did. I already told you. Because the sky looks flat when you're looking at it. Because you can't discern.
So that's not an embellishment.
Why are you not able to understand that it's
It sounds like you don't know what the word embellishment means.
Poetic description.
I do understand. I don't think you do. So an embellishment is when you take something and you mention it and you make it greater or more grandiose than it really is.
That's right. They're describing it in a embellished way.
You could describe something hard. I can say, hey, listen, this case that houses my earbuds, it's hard. It's hard as stone. That's an embellishment. It's not hard as stone. It's just hard.
Yeah,
correct. But that still means that this is hard. So calling it hard as
Correct.
stone is irrelevant because it means it's still hard, which means
But
if
you're
Job is saying
misinterpreting.
that the sky is hard like a cast metal mirror, it means that the sky is still hard.
No, it doesn't. You're
Then
misinterpreting
what
No,
does
why are you
it
interrupting me?
mean?
I'm trying to tell you, and you're interrupting. You're misinterpreting the purpose of the metaphor.
Again,
It's not
you haven't
describing
given
it
me
as
the
a
purpose of it
physically hard
yet.
thing.
What is it saying?
It's describing the visual of it.
Then it's false. Because this isn't a visual from Job, it's a word about the planet, about the universe.
So where are you talking? Are you talking about Genesis again?
I'm talking about the Bible. The Bible describes the earth on multiple
The Bible
occasions.
is not just one book,
And
it's
it doesn't.
66.
It's more than 66, and that's a dumb talking point. So again, the Bible describes the planet, and the way that it describes it agrees with everybody else from the ancient world. It doesn't agree with what we believe about the planet today.
It described it to the people of the ancient world from the people of the ancient world, but it did not. It got misinterpreted by people further down the line.
By you. By people who didn't put the time of
Maybe.
study in to learn how the ancient culture thought and what these words mean.
Yeah, maybe I'm misinterpreting it, and I think that the guy who drew the dome or whatever is misinterpreting it massively.
John Walton? You think
Yeah, whatever his
John
name was.
fucking H. Walton is wrong?
Hey, you can say that word, but I can't say the R word.
You understand that it's a fucking slur, right?
Yeah, no shit.
You know the difference between a cuss word and a slur?
Hey man, I watched too much Aspen Gold. I'm sorry.
I don't know what that means. All I'm saying is you're old enough to know the difference between a curse word and a slur.
Oh man, you just can we not like pick apart every little thing?
You're the one that brought it up again. John Walton has a PhD.
I was joking.
From Hebrew Union College and the Jewish Institute of Religion. Where did he go wrong? Where should he have went to school?
He misunderstood it, just like the flat earthers and
where
the
can I
younger
find
creationists
where
and
can
the
I find
evolutionists. They all misunderstood it.
Where can I find a scholar who agrees with you?
I don't care. I'm
Well,
reading
I
the
do.
Bible. I'm not.
Well, so are they. I don't know if you know this. The scholars are reading the Bible too.
Yeah, the Bible says the stars were created on day 4. I'm saying it was
Which would be
meant,
wrong.
It was showing the stars. Okay,
No,
if you're viewing it, it all depends on the point
doesn't
of view.
say
If
they
you're
were
viewing it from the
visible.
surface.
It says, God said, let there be lights in the dome of the sky
I'm
to
telling you, it's
separate
written in a
the day
different
from
way.
the
It's not
night,
written
and
in our
let
modern
them be for
language.
signs and for reasons and for days and years, and let them be lights in the dome of the sky to give lights upon the earth. And it was so. Do you know what it was so means?
Yeah,
What's it mean?
it means he made it so.
Oh, and when
He made
did he
it
make
as
it?
it was described.
And when did he make it so?
What was it, day 4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So on day 4, he made it so. And the thing that he made so is he let lights be created. Let
And
there
I'm explaining
exist.
to you that
Let
it's
there
meant to
be.
be seen from the surface of the earth. So if
Why-
you're seeing
Why would I
that
think
from the
that?
surface of the earth, you're going to see the stars being created.
Why would I think that?
Because I just explained it to you the way you're supposed to be thinking about it.
No. That's how you think I should think about it. I'm asking you, why would I accept that explanation? Give me a motivating
Because it
reason
makes
why
sense.
I would believe. No,
It
it
makes
doesn't make
sense.
sense.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't make sense. It makes sense to you because you're not informed. It doesn't make sense to
It
me
makes
at all.
scientific sense.
It doesn't make scientific sense.
It does.
It does not. Because if you simply read the text at the end of each day, it says, and God saw that it was good, and there was evening and there was morning, the 4th day. He's doing all of these actions in various days, and all of these actions are creating things. He's bringing things into existence. It doesn't say
Yeah,
he's
but you're
revealing
taking it
these
way
things.
too literally.
He
I'm
doesn't
telling
say
you, you're
he's
supposed to
revealing
view it
these
from the
things.
surface.
Well, that's not in the text. You can't find that anywhere. He doesn't say this is the view from the earth. It just says that this is what happened.
Yeah,
So
the
there's-
Spirit of
so
God
there's
was
no-
hovering over the surface.
It was brooding over the face of the deep. I agree, but that's not answering my contention. My contention is There's nothing inside of Genesis that would lead one to believe that we should be viewing this from the standpoint of a human being watching the creation event.
Well, yeah, except for they didn't know what the Earth was shaped like back then.
I know. That's why the Bible depicts it as a flat disc. I agree.
That's right. That's because they didn't go to space yet.
There you go. So the Bible can't tell you what shape the Earth is. The Bible gets it wrong.
It doesn't get it wrong.
Yeah, it does.
It
says it.
No,
it says
it's
it's
from
a
their
flat,
viewpoint. It's from the people's viewpoint. It's written by the people for the
which is
people
why
to
it's
understand.
wrong. Okay, so then when it says about the Earth, this is what the Earth is like, it's not true. So Isaiah,
if you're gonna take it massively literally like you are, then yeah, it's not true.
Yeah, exactly. When you take the Bible for its word, it's simply not true. You have to go in
but you have to
and
understand
change it
writing
and say,
styles of the ancient world.
Yeah, Constance, I do, you don't. Between the two of us, I'm the only one that's read original literature from the ancient world. Name one ancient piece of literature you read.
I don't read ancient literature.
So how in the world would you know what's happening in the ancient world and in their literature?
I don't care that's not even part of this argument.
You brought it up. You said you have to understand how ancient literature was read like, or
I think you're taking it way
how the
too
ancient
literally.
world was
You're
like,
judging
and
it by
I'm
the
telling
standards
you,
of our current world.
No, I'm not. I'm judging it by the
Yes,
standard
you are.
of ancient Near Eastern literature. I've already said that. So when Isaiah says, you probably already said too much. When Isaiah says, "It is he who sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them like a tent to live in," why would I read this and think that the circle of the earth is a sphere?
I don't know what else to say. I already explained it.
I don't think you've explained anything. You just uttered like talking points that you heard from somewhere that you don't fully understand.
What did I say?
You're just saying you have to take it in context and understand how ancient Near Eastern writing is, and I do, and you don't.
No, but what did I say about it? About it being a circle? What did I say about the firmament? What? Explain to me what I said about the firmament.
You didn't say anything about the firmament other than not on.
I didn't say anything.
You said I believe that it's just an expanse, and then you couldn't back up why you believe that.
I already did. I did. I literally did.
You didn't. You just claimed it to be so. And then I gave you evidence against your interpretation. I gave you evidence from the Hebrew language. I gave you evidence from the Hebrew scholars. I gave you evidence from Christian scholars. I can give you evidence from the ancient Near East. Do you want to hear what the Egyptians said about it?
You can give me their opinion, just like I'm giving you my opinion, my understanding of it. They have different understandings. I'm saying I have a different understanding that to me makes scientific sense.
I'm sure it does to you. Hey, how come the plants, or rather the animals, are created in different order on the second creation account in Genesis 2? Because Adam was created after the animals in Genesis 1, but in Genesis 2, he's created before the animals. What's going on there?
So one of them is chronological, and the other one is, I guess, talking about it in order of importance.
Interesting. Why would I think that?
Because that was based on what I understand, what I heard is that it was a writing style back in the ancient world.
So which one's chronological?
The first one.
I got you. So the second one's not chronological.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I don't think you're gonna like this one.
Yeah,
so
let's read it.
Go to Genesis 2. Says, the Lord said, "It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helper as his partner." So out of the ground, the Lord God formed every animal of the field, every bird of the air, and brought them to the man. So whether you think the entire chapter is chronological or not, it's clearly saying that man existed prior to the animals.
No, the writer's giving a backstory. Okay, so you're not.
Oh, interesting.
It's giving no. Listen. It's talking about the creation of Adam, but it's supporting it with, I guess, a reason, for lack of a better term, supporting statements.
Right, but my question is, in verse 15, is this not the creation of man? It says the Lord God took the placement of man, the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to keep it. Did that happen before or after the animals?
After.
Oh, interesting, because it doesn't show that. It says, the Lord commanded the man, you may eat freely of every tree of the garden, but after the tree of knowledge, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it you shall die. Then the Lord God said, it is not good for the man to be alone. Do you know what the word then is doing here?
Yes, it's the word then is giving a chronological
Oh, you said wasn't
statement.
chronological.
Yes. Yeah, the word then is in that micro statement. Yes.
Oh, interesting. So then it is
That local
chronological.
statement.
So after he warns
Well, you're
Adam
talking about
not
like one
to eat from the
sentence.
tree, then God says it is not good that man should be alone. Why would he say that man is alone if they
Because
haven't
he
been
was.
created yet?
That's not the chronological part. That's
But
not the chronological
you just said it was
chapter.
chronological.
The first one is.
Verse 18.
The first creation story was chronological.
Uh-huh.
This one is talking about, I guess, speaking about it in order of importance.
Sure.
Or to better illustrate the story of Adam.
Yeah, maybe this is my fault. Maybe I'm just not being clear about what's happening in the passage. So I'm gonna get a notepad out and we're gonna
Sure.
track here. So we're gonna say verse. Well, actually, we might say something along the lines of. Let me put this down. Might say something along the lines of the events in verse 17 precede the events in verse 18. Yes or no?
Depends on which writing style it is.
But I'm just asking yes or no. Is this statement true or false?
I don't know. Are we talking about the actual verses?
Yeah, I wrote them. The question.
I mean, normally you would think that 17 would come before 18.
Yeah, I said the events that are described in verse 17, they do or don't precede the events described in verse 18?
One would automatically think that if they didn't know the context or writing style.
I'm not asking you what one would think. I'm asking you for you to tell me, did the events in verse 17 precede the events in verse 18?
Are we talking about this actual local statement? I would assume yes.
Okay, so when it says, but of the tree of knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it you shall die, God said that statement to Adam prior to the statement in verse 18, right?
I don't know what the statement of verse 18 says.
The statement of verse 18 is, it is not good that man should be alone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he says, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helper as his partner. So out of the ground, the Lord God formed every animal of the field. So chronologically speaking, from the text, it's showing that verse 18 is happening after verse 17.
Well, you would think that, but
Yeah, you would, because that's what it says.
Based on my understanding, it's saying when it says so, the animals were created from the ground. It's, I guess. Oh man, I just had the thought. It's describing like the method of creation, I guess, would be similar to Adam's.
I don't know what you're trying to say here. The word "so" has nothing to do with a method of creation. In fact, the word "so" is not really even in the Hebrew text. It's a clarifier in the English.
I guess that is.
So the Hebrew text literally says, and then. So this entire narrative is chronological. In fact, it's using a construction called a vav consecutive, which happens when you're giving chronological stories. When you're telling a story in a chronological order, use this really cool grammatical tool. They don't have it in modern Hebrew. It's called a vav consecutive. And you can basically interpret it every time as saying, and then, and then, and then, and then, which is why this text is a chronological story.
Would you be willing to put the word therefore in it to just for shits and giggles?
No, we have a word in Hebrew for therefore, and it's not that. You can say key. You can even say like key, like a share. There's a couple ways you can say it, but you wouldn't use it with the va consecutive.
Okay. Well, I didn't see it as a chronological order.
Well, it is.
In your opinion, to your understanding.
In literally everyone's understanding. Like
Not literally.
Like you're on an island out here. You're going against the Hebrew text. You're going against the rabbis. You're going against Christian scholars. This is a pretty rough place for someone to be in.
I don't care what they say. Like, I'm reading the Bible by itself. I don't care what Catholics say. I don't care what the Talmud says. I don't care what these scholars say. Some of them draw a dome over. Some of them think the Earth is flat. I don't care what they say. I'm reading the Bible.
I don't think you are, because in that same paragraph, the woman is created after the animals. So
you're talking about chapter 2?
I'm still in chapter 2. It says, out of the ground, the Lord God formed every animal of the field, every bird of the air, and brought them to the man to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called every living creature, that was its name. The man gave names to the cattle and to the birds of the air and to every animal of the field. But for the man, there was not found a helper as his partner. So the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept and lost his rib, and so on and so forth. So Eve is made after the animals, but not Adam.
It's not chronological. I don't read it as chronological.
Well, I think your reading comprehension might be flawed, because the whole paragraph is saying that God wants a mate for Adam. So he creates animals to be a mate for Adam. That doesn't work. So what he does after that is either, nope, I'll take one of his ribs and create a suitable mate for him. I'll create a woman. So this paragraph is telling a chronological story. That story is that Adam looked for a mate among the animals, and when none was found, he had his wife Eve made.
Yeah, but that's not chronological.
It is.
These statements are making supportive descriptions. It's not chronological.
So when was Eve made?
Day 6.
Before or after the animals?
After.
Okay. When was Adam made?
Day 6.
Well, you'd be wrong, because in verse 18, it says, the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helper as his partner. So out of the ground, the Lord God formed every animal and then brought that animal to Adam.
Yeah, again, it's not chronological. It's not a chronological writing style.
It is a chronological writing style in Hebrew and in English.
Yeah. There's something that's lost in translation with the.
How would you know that? You don't know Hebrew.
The cadence of the writing.
How would you know that? Show me in the Hebrew script. I'll pull it up. Hold on. I'll just do Genesis 1 in the Hebrew. I want you to tell me where in the Hebrew script I can find this lost in translation part. Which verse do you need me to get to? Are we in verse? We'll go chapter 2, actually. Give me a second.
You're at 17 and 18?
There we go. Yeah, show me the cadence here that's lost. Remember, you got to read the Hebrew, not the English. That's where the cadence is.
Oh, you're saying I have to read the Hebrew?
You're saying the cadence is lost in translation, so give me the cadence. Are you saying
I have to read the highlighted text?
Well, you're the one saying that the cadence was lost in translation.
Yeah, because we're reading it by today's understanding.
Sure, yeah. So read it in Hebrew for me and tell me what the cadence is.
I can't read Hebrew.
Oh, it sounds like you don't know anything about Hebrew cadence then.
Can you?
Yeah.
Probably. Yep. I don't doubt that.
Yeah, that's why I agree with the scholars.
Can you read it?
Yeah. Vayomer Yahweh Elohim Lo Tov Hayot Hayodam La Bedo Eshe Lo Azer Kanagado. So the first word is actually the verse number. Vayomer is a vav consecutive on a third masculine singular verb meaning to speak. So Amar is the verb to speak. The third word is Yahweh. That's the name of God. It doesn't say Lord. It says Yahweh. So it would say, and he spoke, and then the subject comes after the verb in Hebrew. So it would say, and Yahweh spoke Elohim. So it'd be Yahweh God spoke. Lo, Tov. Lo is a negative. Tov means good. So it'd be not good. Well, what's not good? Hayot. Hayot means to be alive or even to be, right? So it is not good for him to be. That's just all it's saying. And then Ha-Adam means the man. Ha is a definite article. This here is a definite article. Actually, I can't do, there we go. This is a definite article. It just means the. And Adam is the name of the man. It also means ground or earth. And it just means it's not good for the man to be alone. And this is a third masculine singular pronoun for alone. So listen, this is not like, it's not difficult, right? Like anyone who's gone to school, which obviously you didn't, and went to learn the ancient Near East and the languages.
I did go to school.
You did not go to school for this.
Me on the internet.
You didn't go to school for this. So,
well, not for that, no.
People who have gone to school for this, like subject matter, know that the stuff that you're saying is like crazy. Like you're just out in left field here, right? So like I realize this makes sense to you, but nobody with an actual education is going to buy this nonsense.
Well, I heard this from a Hebrew scholar on
Doubtful.
YouTube somewhere.
What's his name?
I don't know.
How do you know he's a Hebrew
what
scholar?
I collected over the years.
How do you know he's a Hebrew scholar?
I don't know. I don't. I can't tell you that.
Well, you called him a Hebrew scholar, not
but
me.
I was
like, listen,
told that. I mean, I
don't know who told you, but
I heard that it was a, like an order of importance writing style.
It's not an order of importance writing style. It's a chronological event based on the narrative sequence supplied by the Vav consecutive in the grammar.
That doesn't make sense.
It does make sense.
It doesn't speak that to me.
It does make sense. The problem is that your mind has already determined that the Bible is not allowed to have a contradiction. So I'm just going to make the contradiction go away by saying that it says something that it doesn't actually say.
Disagree.
That's exactly what you've done. Yeah. You can't give me a single like grammatical or linguistic reason to read the text that you're reading it. The only reason why you're going to read it this way is because you think that the Bible can't, like the two creation stories have to agree with each other. But like you can't honestly believe that the Bible doesn't contain contradictions, right?
I do believe that.
Oh, buddy. How many times were all of the animals killed in Exodus?
What do you mean?
During the plagues?
All of the animals?
Yeah, how many times were they killed?
Once, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't know much about the Exodus story.
Count with me, right? Exodus 9:6. It says, on the day that the Lord did so, all of the Egyptians' livestock died, but none of the Israelite livestock died. This should be, was it the plague of the boils? Let me see. Which one was this? No, it's got to be later than boils. All right. The Lord set a timing, saying, tomorrow I will do this. Yeah, I know. What's the antecedent? What was this thing? Which plague was this? Okay, let me just fucking reverse to verse 1. Okay. Livestock disease. Gotcha. So this wasn't other livestock death. Anyways, so the livestock are going to die in chapter 9. It says, the Lord said, set a timing. Tomorrow the Lord will do this thing to the land. And on the next day, the Lord did so. All of the Egyptians' livestock died, but none of the Israelite livestock died. So in chapter 9, verse 6, all of the livestock of the Egyptians should be dead, right?
Yes.
Gotcha. Now, if we fast forward later, we actually get more punishments. So we get the hail in the same chapter. It says, stretch out your hand toward heaven so that hail may fall on the whole land of Egypt, on humans and on animals and all the plants of the field of the land of Egypt. So he did, right? What's it say? So he stretched out his hand and his staff towards heaven, and the Lord sent thunder and hail, and fire came down on the earth. The Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt, and there was hail with fire flashing continually in the midst of it, such heavy hail as such has never been fallen in the land of Egypt since it became a nation. The hail struck down everything that was in the open field throughout the land of Egypt, both human and animal. How were there animals in the field? All of the livestock already died.
Did they have dogs?
No, No, dogs were unclean to the Egyptians, so they wouldn't allow dogs
But
even
they didn't
near
have
their.
dogs as pets?
No,
How do you know?
because they wrote about it. They told us that dogs were unclean. It's one of the animals that's considered unclean. You
No,
can't
that they
even.
have dogs as pets
No.
in that day.
No, in fact, they didn't even like the livestock that the that the people of the Levantine region were raising. That's why the Hebrews were considered dirty and unclean to them. That's why when it says we must go out and sacrifice away from the Egyptians, because the animals that we sacrifice will get us stoned, because obviously they're unclean. So the Egyptians didn't make a habit of keeping unclean animals around.
You're misunderstanding that.
Are you
Well,
asking? Are you asking if they had pets?
Yeah, did they have pets?
I'm sure they had some animals as pets. Dogs
There you go.
were not common among them.
Let's just say, okay, they had cats. Let's just say they had cats, right?
Mhm.
And they were
They did like cats, but cats were prized above dogs for sure.
okay. So is cats livestock?
No, cats is not livestock. What are they doing in the
That's
field?
right. There can be cats out in the field. There can be animals everywhere that aren't livestock.
Just so you know, the
So
more
those are two different groups.
just so you know, the more work you do on this, the sillier it's going to look.
No, I see livestock and then I see animal. Those are two different things to
We
me.
haven't even hit all the verses yet. How deep do you want to dig on this one?
Whatever, man. However far you want to go, but I'm saying livestock and animals are two
Okay,
different
so
things.
how much of the animals are dead now?
Let's just say 10% for livestock, and then the rest of the 90% for animals,
Wait,
or whatever ratio
why are the
you
livestock
want.
alive? All the livestock are dead.
It doesn't mention the livestock.
In the prior verse, it says all the
In the
livestock.
second part, it
Says,
doesn't mention
I'm
livestock.
aware. I'm asking you for a total. It says on the next day, the Lord did so. All of the Egyptians' livestock died. So, what percentage of the livestock are dead?
All of them.
Gotcha. So, in verse 25, we have the livestock entirely dead, and we also have some portion of random animals dead.
Yeah, human and animals.
Sure. Let's keep reading.
What's so hard to? Why are you acting like it's so hard to understand?
It's not hard to understand. I know that you're going to get cooked. You don't know it yet. All right. In the 11th chapter, it says, "Every firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sits on the throne to the firstborn of the female slave who sits behind the handmill, and all the firstborn of the livestock." How are the firstborn of the livestock going to die again if they're already dead?
Oh shit! I don't know, man. I don't know. You got me.
Yeah, there's even more actually. In verse 12:12, he says, "I will pass through the land of Egypt that night, and I will strike down every firstborn in the land of Egypt, from human to animal, and on all the gods of Egypt I will execute justice." Actually, it's a duplicate. We didn't need that one. There's actually another one in verse 12 that I didn't have time to plug in. But anyways, the livestock die at least twice.
Yeah, I mean, based on what I saw the livestock being mentioned twice.
Right, and all of them died twice.
Well, all of them died first, and then I don't know the firstborn of the livestock. I can't explain it. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. So this would just be a contradiction then, huh?
Based on our understanding, yeah.
I mean,
based on our current understanding.
Based on the definition.
My understanding.
Based on the definition of a contradiction, you mean?
Yeah, based on our understanding of what it said in this session, yes, it's a contradiction.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it would be a contradiction. I'll do one more because I think these contradictions are a little bit fun. To be fair, I don't think they. To be fair, when I was a Christian, I didn't think contradictions like meant that Jesus wasn't the Messiah. But nevertheless, I do think they're kind of fun. So let me ask you a question. Let's see. Only begotten Son. Yeah, let me ask you a question. How many days prior to Jesus's death was he oiled or anointed?
I don't know. Are you talking about the Last Supper?
Kind of. Prior to that, there's a woman who comes and anoints his feet with nard. Remember the story?
I don't know.
The disciples are mad. They're like, hey, this nard was expensive. It should have been sold so that we can take care of the poor, right? So 6 days before the Passover.
Are you talking about the woman who was crying and washed his feet with her hair?
Yeah. But let me read it. The 6 days before the Passover, Jesus came to Bethany, the home of Lazarus, whom he had raised from the dead. And there he gave a dinner for him. Martha served. Lazarus was one of those reclining with him. Mary took a pound of costly perfume made of pure nard, anointed Jesus' feet, and wiped them with her hair. The house was filled with fragrance of the perfume. But Judas Iscariot, one of his disciples, the one whom he was about to betray him, said, why was this perfume not sold for 300 denarii and the money given to the poor? He said,
yeah, that's the thing that Judas would say.
I'm sure he would, yeah. He said, this is not because he cared about the poor, but because he was a thief. He kept the common purse and used to steal what was put into it. Jesus said, leave her alone. She brought it so that she might keep it for the day of my burial. You always have the poor with you, but you will not always have me. Gotcha. So what we then learn is in Mark, which is the original story of this, it says 2 days before the Passover and the festival of unleavened bread, the chief priests and the scribes were looking for a way to arrest Jesus by stealth and kill him, for they said, not during the festival, or there may be rioting among the people. While he was at Bethany, at the house of Simon the leper, he sat at the table, and a woman came with an alabaster jar of costly ointment of nard, and she broke open the jar and poured the ointment on his head. But some of them who said to one another in anger, why has the ointment been wasted in this way? For ointment could have been sold for more than 300 denarii and the money given to the poor. And they scolded her. But Jesus says, let her alone. Why do you trouble her? She has performed a good service for me. For you always have the poor with you, and you can show kindness to them whenever you wish, but you shall not always have me. So same situation. They're mad. You can sell it for 300 denarii. Jesus says, no. This is a good service that the woman's doing for me. You know, you're always going to have the poor with you. This is the same event, but one says it's 6 days prior to the Passover, and one says it's 2 days prior to the Passover.
What was the first one from? Matthew?
One's in Mark, Mark 14 and John 12.
Okay. Yeah, they just had the details different.
Gotcha. So this is just
based on their accounting of the story.
Gotcha. So that would be a contradiction too.
Well, I wouldn't say so.
Well, I mean, are 2 and 6 the same number?
No.
Oh, so if I said I'm going to be gone for 6 days, and then I actually said no, I'm going to be gone for 2 days, can both of those statements be true?
No.
Gotcha. So the contradiction.
Well, one of them's wrong, one of them's right, or maybe they're both wrong.
That's the definition of a contradiction. Yeah, 2 competing statements that can both be right.
It's not here, you're getting different points of views, okay?
So what?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John each compiled the story based on eyewitness testimony.
Well, that's not true.
And so why is it not true?
Matthew doesn't say anything about eyewitnesses. Luke does. Luke says he got information from eyewitnesses, but we don't find that in the Gospel of Mark. In fact, we don't even know who wrote these Gospels. But Mark, if Mark wrote it, was a cousin of Barnabas, according to Colossians 4.
Well, different points of view, different sources, you're going to get different details.
Yeah, I know. And sometimes the details contradict.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a contradiction.
We can call it that, yeah.
Okay.
But
Cool.
I wouldn't say that's a contradiction of the story. It's just a differently remembered detail. I'm sure you're familiar with Lee Strobel's book, The Case for God.
Yeah, he's a goof. The Case for Christ, you mean?
Or Case for Christ, or whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea what that means.
Why do I bring that up?
You bring it up because you're about to misrepresent what I'm talking about.
No. Why do you think I brought that up?
Because he has a really cool example, as do other Christians that they loved. It says if multiple people witness a car crash, you're going to have different details. And sometimes the different details are going to be telling about the same story, but one person might get a detail where another person might. So one person might say it was a red car, one person might just say that it was a car. These are, in fact, different accounts with different details. The question isn't whether or not they're differing details. The question is whether or not there are details that contradict each other. Because if one of them says that he was in a blue car and another one says that he was in a red car, that means somebody has to be wrong.
Yep.
So what that means is that one of the gospel authors was wrong.
Correct.
Gotcha. Fair enough. Okay. I think we've been at it for a while. Probably. How long have we been chatting? About half hour, 45 minutes. Is there anything else you wanted? I know we kind of got off track. Anything else you want to talk about before I move on to? I think Cameron's next in line.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm satisfied.
Well, thanks for chatting with me. I know you were kind of
Yep.
in the hot seat, but I appreciate you coming by and chatting.
Hey, thanks for having me, and I hope you have a great night.
All right. Cheers.
Yep.
Well, that was fun. All right. Moved to contradictions. All right, this will be fun notes. I'll be that clip. I think that clip's gonna play pretty well. I think that's gonna be a fun clip when it comes out. HP Lovecats, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says the guest wearing a Burzum shirt is a wild contradiction if he's a Christian. It's a black metal band with a what? What? Holy shit. Hold on. Yeah, that's the shirt that he was wearing. Holy shit. In fact, the leader of the band doesn't look all that different from the guest that I'm looking at right now. Okay. Who's the lead singer? Give me a second. Jesus. Okay. He was incarcerated? Okay. The guy's name is Varg Vikernes, recognized as promoting these belief systems, and at one point was even incarcerated. That's fucking wild. Coming onto a live screen. Holy shit, I gotta add this to my notes. Literally showed up in a band. Fuck, I can't even type now. A band tee from a neo-Nazi. That's fucking crazy work. Holy shit. Thanks, Lovecats. I didn't know that. Chris, thank you for the super chat, my friends. As caller, can we switch from horrible shit in the Bible to coherent, made-up shit in the Bible? Praise Doug, who's not into any of that shit. Indeed, that is the case. It is interesting that immediately when we started talking about Deuteronomy, he wanted to change the topic, which I understand. It was a tough one. And Design, thank you for the super chat, says, Justin, whenever the words and actions trigger cognitive dissonance, clearly they're non-referencing metaphors. Trump really saw these folks coming, and sure as fuck did he do that. It's crazy. If you say that something is a metaphor, you have to still know what it means. You can't just claim it's a metaphor. You have to say, okay, it's a metaphor, and here's what it really means. That's what it stands for. He couldn't do it. El Travioso, thank you for the $10 super. It says, tax day, I owe $5,000. Well, sorry to hear that, friend. But I've told the IRS my return has dual processing. I only owe $5. Not sure if it's going to work, though. They're looking at my return with the wrong lens. Indeed. Tell them you paid your taxes spiritually. And as long as they're Christians, they should accept that. House 70, my friend, thank you for the super. It says, Justin, you don't get it. Constus's feels are more important than whatever these scholars had to say and interpret. Aggravating, and your shoulder partially covering the cat's nest is not helping. I'm sorry. I can move this way a little bit. That's on me. I apologize. I think Volta's with me sleeping right now, having a good time. I'll try to leave. I do once the other bed is full, I'll turn the kitty cam on. Misha, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, I don't understand how you have the patience to keep talking seriously to Constus when he basically says any extra biblical source is irrelevant, which includes dictionaries. Good Doug, what a maroon. And that is the case. Listen, if you don't know Hebrew and you think looking up the Hebrew word in a lexicon is cheating, boy, we got some problems. Genji, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, Justin, you're being trolled by a fanboy of a crypto Nazi. I don't know if I'm being trolled. If that was a troll, I think it was a pretty good one. But if he was a real person, well, pretty sad, actually, a real person would say those things. And the Greater Fool Band, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, it is written in a way that words don't mean words, man. Geez, this person is absolutely insufferable. And you know what? I knew they would invoke a little bit of ire from the audience, so I kept them on for a little bit because I knew it was going to be a good clip. But boy, did we see some pretzeling today. I wish I had a pretzel to eat during that conversation. And Diabolus Ursus, thank you for the super chat. It says, the sheer irony of calling young Earth creationists arslers when they have a stronger basis for their belief, and you yourself only dropped young Earth creation because you heard a Cope sermon. You don't care because you're too dumb to, and that is the case. And I knew it was going to be a wild conversation the minute he dropped the arsler. I knew it. Also, Cameron, hold on time. We get you in just a second, my friend. Penelope, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I feel kind of bad for Constance. So desperate to save face, frantically grasping at straws. He's heavily invested in the lie. Rock hard for dog. Yep. And that's what you do when you're invested in this cult. You grab hold of it. You hold on to it as tight as you can. And William says, what's the most tolerable denomination of Christianity? My nominee is Quakers. I love the Quakers and even the Unitarians. Although the Quakers and the Unitarians have a lot of crossover, if I was going to be honest. And Bryce Haroni, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, the point of the creation story is to describe the process, not the point of view. Why the hell would anyone need a book to tell them their own point of view? That's preposterous. This guy is a clown, and it absolutely fucking is. God doesn't need to give you divine revelation about your point of view. And Dylan says, hey, Justin, by the way, thank you, Dylan. In the book of Esther, does Esther ask Ahasuerus for the dead children of Haman to be hung? Pretty sick, if so. Esther 9:7 through 10 and Esther 9:13 through 14. A lot of this book made me want to barf. And yes, Esther is disgusting that God's plan to save his people is essentially to turn this little Jewish teenage girl essentially into a concubine. That's what she got turned into a concubine. And then God's like, she's going to be so fucking sexy that the king is going to grant her permission to be a concubine and then bring her up to be a wife. But in 7, it says, they killed Parshanadath, Dalphin, Aspatha, Horatha, Adalia, or listing all these names, the 10 sons of Haman, sons of Hamadatha, the enemy of the Jews, but they did not touch the plunder. And yes, that's exactly what happened. And that's what you got in the ancient Near East is you didn't just kill somebody, you killed their family. That's why in 2 Samuel 21, God is satisfied, his wrath is satisfied when 7 sons of Saul are killed for Saul's sons. Because he went against his word and started attacking some of the Gibeonites? Yeah, Gibeonites, I believe. Latinji says, looks like the caller is wearing a Burzum band t-shirt. A founder of that band went to prison for murder and burning down churches in Norway in the 1990s. That's even fucking crazier. Burning down churches? Holy shit! Well, at least we know what kind of person he was. Let's get Cameron in here and we'll continue the conversation. Welcome in, Cameron. Are you at least 18? Cameron? 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 Anything? Can you hear me, Cameron? Are you talking? Oh, he is talking. It's just background noise, though. He's not actually talking. I can hear his background noise. I can't hear him. All right, well, I guess we'll drop Cameron. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. Cameron, if you figure out what's going on with your connection, come on back and we'll get you in here. Let's grab Nam V53 and see if we can get something going. Welcome in, Nam. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in the Bible God?
Yes.
Awesome. And it might be helpful if you can talk a little bit closer to your phone if you're going to talk quietly, because it's a little difficult to detect your voice.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. Nam, I've got some Bible verses that I have written down, and I'm going to pull them at random from this bingo cage. And so I'm not directing specific dialogue at you. It's kind of at random, and we're just reading Bible verses together. And I want to hear how Christians interpret these Bible passages. So the one I've got right now is Deuteronomy 21:19. So let's go to Deuteronomy 21:19. I actually already know what's happening in Deuteronomy 21, but we'll pull it up. I'll put it on the screen, and you can tell me what you think about it.
Yay. Okay, let me see.
So we can start in verse 18, since that's the beginning of the paragraph. But it says, if someone has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey his father and mother, who does not heed them when they discipline him, then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of his town at the gate of that place. And they shall say to the elders of the town, our son, or this son of ours, is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of the town shall stone him to death. So they shall purge the evil from your midst, and all Israel will hear and be afraid. What's going on here?
So basically, back then, people were like still living at home until they were like 30. So if you were like this like punk guy who didn't listen, caused problems, you had the right to stone that person.
So why not just evict them from the house?
I don't know.
Do you think that we should be allowed to stone children today?
I'm pretty sure that's like 20
I think your
drunkard. So they
I
would
think
be
your
like older.
I think your finger was covering your mic. Can you say it again?
Sorry. Um, the thing is, like, sons back then lived until like they were like 28, 30. So, and it says he says he was a drunkard. So it would probably not be like a literal child, but like someone like still living at home, like 18 and up.
Sure, I'm not disagreeing with you there. I'm just asking, do you think we should be allowed to do that today?
We can't because it's not like real Christian country, but in a real Christian country, yes, we should.
Gotcha. So in a real Christian country, we would enact the laws that Moses laid out.
I think yeah.
Sure. So
But
you
we
would
never had a
you
true
would have
Christian
your own
country
son.
because
You would have your own son stoned then.
if I wanted.
Sure. Yeah. What about Deuteronomy 22 when it says that you can stone your wife or your new wife if she doesn't bleed on her wedding night? You would say that you would want to follow that one too?
Oh no, that has to be like that was just one way. The family could like pitch in and be like, no, we know she wasn't out and about, but the blood clot thing was just one way to prove it. But there's like
Well,
other ways too. So
as it turns out, in the ancient world, you can't testify to somebody not doing something. You can only testify to somebody doing something, which is the same as the way it is today. Like you can't say, "Well, they didn't do it because I know them and they wouldn't do it."
I don't think so. A lot of rabbis would say like even they would like agree with me on this. Like
Oh,
the
interesting. Can
family
you quote
could
one for
vouch
me?
for them. I'd have to go like online or Google AI and just like find a citation.
Well, I've got
Uh,
time.
okay. So you don't think Rabbi Tovia Singer agrees with me?
I have no idea what Rabbi Tovia Singer says on this. Also, don't care. I want to know
Well,
what
I'd
you
go with
think.
his interpretation.
I doubt.
I'll try to pull up some citations on it where he talks about it and the oral things they talk about the rabbis.
Yeah, give me this. Give me some citations.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to go the way he wanted to. I guess while he's doing that, I'll pull up Ketuvot from the Sefaria website. We can show them in Ketuvot, where the rabbis are going to say what we're saying. Also, I'm really curious why this guy's whispering. What a weird... He's like afraid someone's going to hear this conversation? Or is he going to like... Oh, he's fucking gone. Where'd he go? Okay. All right, then. I guess I'll come back later, I suppose. What you've got in Ketuvot, though, says, the Gemara asks further, granted, according to the opinion of Rabbi Eliezer ben Yaakov, this is as it is written, that the father replies, and these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity, Deuteronomy 22:17. He presents a cloth that proves she was a virgin in opposition to the husband's claim. However, according to the opinions of the rabbis, what is the meaning of, and these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity? The rabbis answer that the father means these are the proofs of the fitness of my daughter's virginity, i.e., he either brings witnesses to counter the testimony of the husband's witnesses, or provides some other proof that his daughter was a virgin at the time of the marriage, which there was none, which is why the rabbis can't name it. And the witnesses, if you read the rabbi, aren't witnesses to her virginity, it's witnesses to the sheet. So if you read, I'll give you that one real quick. If you read the account of the witnesses on how the sheet is to be handled, they say that the sheet was going to be placed inside of the marital chamber for the consummation, and then witnesses would be in charge of making sure that there was no funny business happening. Give me a second. There we go. Ketuvot 36a, verse 10. There are no witnesses that refer to witnessing every moment of a young woman's life. That's not a thing. But there are witnesses to the sheet, whether or not the sheet was mishandled. So it says, a grown woman does not have claim concerning virginity because of changes as her body matures. Her hymen is no longer completely intact. The Gemara asks, but didn't Rav say that the sages have a grown woman who have relations on her wedding night, that the entire first night during which she may have relations with her husband several times, any blood seen during that night is attributed to the blood of her hymen, which is ritually pure and not menstrual blood. Apparently, even grown women... Oh, this wasn't the one I was looking for. There's one that actually talks about the witnesses. Give me a second. I'm sorry. I thought that was the one that mentioned the witnesses of the sheet. That's what we want. All right, I think that's going to be in the Jerusalem Talmud.
Hey. Hello?
How is anyone hearing your voice?
Hi.
You're not even in the TikTok queue. How is anyone hearing your voice right now?
I don't know.
Swipe away from the app and then come back.
Why? I want to stay.
Well, because you're not fully connected.
Oh. I want to say Jesus died for our sins, and whoever believes in him.
And you can go fuck yourself.
He died for everyone, and you can go to heaven.
He died for nobody because he's a sky carcass.
No, he's in heaven right now.
He's a sky carcass. He's dead.
Heaven is like far away.
He's fulfilled 0 prophecies. He's a clown. He's a goof. He's a joke.
Why do you feel that way? I don't get it. I would not.
Because it's true.
Well, he came down. He didn't have to die for us, but he died for us.
He didn't have to die for anyone. That's why the New Testament doesn't make any sense.
No, he didn't have to, but that's why he's the hero who willingly died.
He's definitely not the hero. He wasted his life for a lie. The Hebrew Bible doesn't tell you anything about anyone needing to die for anyone's sins. It's preposterous. Jerusalem Talmud, Ketuvot 4 says, I came to her and did not find her virgin. Should we not worry that he found and made disappear? The husband brought witnesses that she committed adultery while in her father's house, because the husband's witnesses are concerned with whether or not she committed a crime. There are no witnesses for non-crimes. It says, "This is the proof of my daughter's virginity, that we should not worry that this is bird's blood." Oh, interesting. There's witnesses that are going to account to what type of blood it is. Is it bird's blood? The father brought witnesses to prove perjury by the husband witnesses. Yet Rabbi Yosei ben Rebbe Abun said, in this paragraph there are witnesses of perjury and witnesses of perjury of witnesses of perjury. The husband says these are witnesses that she has whored in her father's house. The father brought witnesses to prove perjury of the husband's witnesses. Rabbi Yossi ben Rebbe Abun said, the father brought witnesses to prove perjury of the husband's witnesses, and the husband brought witnesses to prove the perjury of the father's witnesses. Some Tanaim state, if this was true, that the father found witnesses to prove the perjury of so on and so forth. So the witnesses that are being brought by both sides aren't witnesses to the woman having never done anything. The witnesses are trying to prove that she did commit adultery, or either that the witnesses to the adultery lied. That's what's happening here.
Yeah. So, I think so Jesus had to conquer death, destroy the power of death. And
Jesus
when he rose
didn't
again,
have to do that.
He conquered the power of darkness.
He didn't do any such thing.
He didn't have to save us, he did. And
he didn't save us from anything. He is creating a problem, and so he's trying to solve the problem he created. So if you don't have to create hell, and you create hell anyways, you don't get credit for saving people from hell, since something never had to be there in the first place. That's why it's a dumb argument.
He has no hold over you anymore. Satan doesn't have hold over you if you believe in
Satan
Jesus.
Doesn't exist.
Oh, he
maybe
exists.
you're scared of Satan, but none of us
him.
are scared of Satan because he doesn't exist. He's fictional.
He wants you to think that. No, he wants you to think that.
Also, are there any mods on the TikTok stream right now?
He conquered the power of death.
He didn't do anything.
He conquered the power
Let's
of
just stop talking for 5
rising
seconds.
on our behalf.
He didn't do anything. He's a fucking clown.
Satan.
All right, hey Reverend Chad.
Satan got defeated.
Do me a favor and
Jesus.
see in the list.
Death.
Actually, I have mod powers on my phone too. Give me a second to
anyone who believes will
just
be saved.
open up the mod power.
Nobody's
Nobody's going to be saved because Satan doesn't exist and your God doesn't exist either. No one's concerned about your God doing anything. Your God's just a sky carcass who doesn't exist, and there's no such thing as souls.
Yes, it exists.
Those souls don't exist.
Many people went to heaven.
Oh, and look at that. He's gone. Wow. Wonder how that happened. Turns out all you need is a little bit of mod power. Okay. I have no idea why TikTok glitched out and it didn't show him actually as a guest, but wasn't that hard to get him to fuck off. All right. I don't even know what to say with that one. Let's see. And cannot touch Deuteronomy 22. So he said he was going to get sources on Deuteronomy 22 for me, and he could not get sources on Deuteronomy 22. And also, if you do the witnesses as well for the sheet, let me grab that. Let's see. Yeah, Ketuvot 12a10 is where it talks about the witnesses of adultery and the witnesses of the sheet itself. So here's how the witnesses observe the sheet. It says, in Judea, at first the groomsmen would sleep in the house in which the groom and bride slept, in order to examine the sheet on which the marriage was consummated immediately following intercourse. This was in order to ensure that the groom would not attempt to obscure the blood of the rupture of the hymen and claim that the bride was not a virgin, and in Galilee they would not do so. So it's saying in Galilee this practice didn't happen, but it did happen elsewhere. So yes, the witnesses had nothing to do with just claiming she's a virgin because you should trust me. Anyways, let's get Cody in here next, and then we'll get a nameless guest. We've got a guest in the guest box that decided they didn't need a name. Chris says, Justin, thoughts on Robert Alter and his translation and works on biblical interpretation. May Doug bless us all. I like Robert Alter. I've read some of his stuff in the past, but I just recently picked up his translation and commentary. I haven't read it yet. But everybody I know who is highly educated in the Hebrew Bible has nothing but good things to say about this particular set of interpretations and commentaries. So I suspect it's going to be really good. In fact, let me grab it. And I suspect on Genesis, when he refers to the rakia, I bet he has a note on it. Let's see, Genesis 1. There we go. All right, when God let there be light, and there was light in the dark, and all right, divided the water. Okay, they called it, let there be a vault in the midst of the waters, and let there be a divide from the water. And God made the vault, and it was divided, and the water beneath. All right, what's he say? Does he mention it? All right, the vault, he says, the Hebrew word rakia suggests a hammered out slab. Not necessarily arched, but the English architectural term, with its celestial associations created by poetic tradition, is otherwise appropriate. So he's saying it is appropriate to think of it as a hammered out hard surface. And that's how it's described. Weird. It's odd how the scholars just keep agreeing with the atheists. What are you going to do? Games Onesie says, when the Roman champion got dumped, everyone expected him to be upset, but nah, he was just Gladiator. Love you, buddy. Gladiator has to be a pun on the word glad, and I appreciate that. That's pretty good. Or glad later, perhaps, is a better way to pronounce that. Thank you for that. I'm going to grab 5 super chats, and we're going to get Cody right in here. And then, Cameron came back. Pat says, ugh, explain the Bible without the Holy Spirit. You know what? We're doing it tonight, actually. And Hank says, views are low because the Bible repels Philbros. You know what? You might be right. And it seems like that really is the case. It's a slow night tonight for some reason. Miss Meg says, Jesus couldn't keep the game running. God failed. Yes. Maybe he failed a lot of times, actually. Pat says, oh boy, God's bingo balls. This ought to be good. And I'm hoping that we get some takers. Pat says, God's pimp hand is strong on Christians tonight. Yes, they're getting the backhand most likely. And Constance needs a hit of holy rolling smoke beforehand. He does need something, actually. He does. He's going to need something to get through this. Oops, what just happened? El Travies says, veneration of Mary always baffled me when I was at Catholic school. Curious about Luke 11:27. Women from the crowd praised Mary. Jesus' reply sounds like he is putting the kibosh on the idea. I'm not sure of any situation where Jesus entertains the worship of Mary. But Luke 11 is not, I typed a W. Luke 11 is not one of those verses that has retained in my memory. Luke 11:27. So let me grab that real quick and see what it says here. It says, we'll pop this up. While he was saying this, a woman in the crowd raised her voice and said to him, blessed is the womb that bore you and the breast that nursed you. But he said, blessed rather are those who hear the word of God and obey it. Actually, that's a pretty good redirect. That's kind of what I would expect from him. Although, to be fair, it's more veneration than anything else, it seems. But this would not be good for the Catholic point of view. For the Catholics, they're like, well, venerated, we're not worshiping, we're venerating, but this is just veneration. And Jesus is like, no, we're not going to do that. All right, let's get Cody in here and we'll keep the conversation rolling. Cody, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in the Bible?
I am 18 and I do. How have you been, Justin?
Yeah, I can't complain. Cody, what we're doing.
Show going, doing good.
What's that?
I said I've been watching. I picked up a couple of your shows in the past few months. Seems you're doing pretty well.
I'm getting by all right. Thanks for watching. Cody, what we're doing tonight is I've got a bingo roller full of random Bible verses, and I'm pulling them out and letting Christians address them with me. And it's been fun so far. So I'm going to give it a roll here.
Something from the New Testament was good.
Well, some of them are New Testament, some of them are Old Testament. It's a randomized mix here. So I'm not controlling where they come from. This one comes from 2 Kings 2:23 through 24. So we'll grab 2 Kings 2 and we'll put this on the board and we'll see what you think about it. It's a pretty famous passage, actually. But you're a Christian, right?
Yes, disciple of Christ.
Sure. Are the events told in the Old Testament true?
I don't know, and it really doesn't matter because it's a dead religion and it's a dead covenant.
It kind of does matter. Are the things in the Old Testament true or false? Because if they're false, then there's no reason to believe that Jesus is the Messiah.
Well, Jesus is the Messiah, but not according to the way they see it. But they're not really looking at the way it's written as well. So
Oh, they certainly are.
again,
Yeah, we disagree there. Okay, so
it's not something that's reliable.
if the Old Testament's true, if the Old Testament's true, we should just be able to read it, and you should be able to tell me what it means.
It's your show.
Yeah, and indeed it is. Okay, so the passage is really interesting. It says, he went up there. This is Elisha. He went up from there to Bethel, and while he was going up on the way, some small boys came out of the city and jeered at him, saying, "Go away, bald head, go away, bald head." When he turned around and saw them, he cursed them in the name of the Lord. Then 2 she-bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the boys. From there, he went on to Mount Carmel and then returned to Samaria. What's happening here?
No idea.
You don't know.
As I already told you.
Do you know how words work?
Never heard of it before.
You don't know how words work.
I don't know what's happening in context. I don't know who Isaiah is. I don't know what's going on. It's irrelevant to what's happening now. You want to ask questions. What's the title of your show tonight? Explain the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, either you're prepared to do that or you're not.
So the Bible doesn't consist of the Old Testament. You're mistaken.
It actually does.
Right now is
The Bible does contain the Old Testament. That's why every single Bible on the market contains the Old and the New Testament. Unless you're Jewish, then the Bible is literally just the Old Testament. This is pathetic.
How did it survive past the quotations of Christ then?
How did what survive past quotations of Christ?
You're claiming the Hebrew Bible is still in effect. How did it survive?
I didn't say that.
Past the quotations of Christ.
I didn't just say that.
He said it was going to be over in our generation.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that, and I didn't say that. So you've now misquoted me and Jesus.
I can go back to our show. You can go back to you keep notes on everything, right?
I actually do keep notes, and on the notes for your call was so stupid. You were so ignorant on 121, which is when we talked. I wrote, I don't even know how to describe this guy. So I refrained.
You know, it's funny because I called in later to get back to you on some things about things that you said James Tabor never said, and you wouldn't take my call.
I have no idea what you mean by take your call. You're on right now. So are you going to address the passage that's on the screen? Were you going to address the passage on the screen, or do you just come to whine?
No, I come to answer your questions, but you want to control.
Oh, great. All right, go ahead and answer my question then. My question I thought was pretty simple, which is what's happening in this passage. Okay, so you can't tell me then? Okay, so you can't actually tell me then. Okay, so you don't know what's happening here. Do you know who Elisha was? Here comes the crash out. Here comes the fruits of Jesus Christ. They're coming right now. Here it comes. He's gonna bless me. I'll take my blessing.
You don't know anything.
Give me a good blessing. What does Colossians tell you in terms of like how to conduct yourself?
Don't change the subject, Justin.
Have you not read like the book of Colossians? I think Colossians 3, if I remember correctly, has some maybe some suggestions. It says in verse 12, "Therefore, as God's chosen ones," you're one of God's chosen ones, obviously, "holy and beloved, clothe yourselves with compassion, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience. Bear with one another. And if anyone has a complaint against another, forgive each other, just as the Lord has forgiven you. So also you must forgive. Above all, clothe yourselves with love, which binds everything together in perfect harmony, and let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts, to which indeed you were called in one body to be thankful.
You claim you agree with,
and then he says,
don't agree with what you're saying.
Oh, so I mean, so you don't believe that the book of Colossians is giving believers instructions on their behavior?
And you have to talk over me.
I don't know if you know this, but you were talking over me the whole time. In fact, I'll rephrase that. You weren't talking over me. You were mumbling in the background of me talking, because when I get people up here that can't actually carry a conversation, I just turn their microphone down lower so that people can't hear you like attempting to talk over me. They just hear you mumbling in the background of me talking.
You're censoring things so you won't be found out for the liar that you are.
So I'm not a liar. I asked you to give me the interpretation from 2 Kings, and you said you couldn't. And then you told me that the New Testament is the only Bible testament that exists, which I don't even know what that means. What does it mean for it to be the only Bible that exists?
According to Christ, the Old Testament is over.
Show me that. Show me that. Show me that quote from Jesus.
Sure. If you go to the Olivet Apocalypse,
Matthew 24.
Says, all these things will happen. There's 3 of them. Any which one you want. They're all written the same way. You speak Greek too, right?
I can read Greek. Speaking it is a little more difficult, but I would say my Hebrew is better than my Greek because I studied the Hebrew Bible and not as much with the New Testament. I didn't really care so much for New Testament Greek. I mean, I can interpret. I understand the grammar. Like I still know how the grammar works. I just don't have the vocabulary anymore.
I get it. You got to keep it up or you lose it, right?
That's how languages work. Yeah. So what do you want me to read?
We're in the Olivet Apocalypse. We're in the Olivet Apocalypse.
What do you want me to read?
I think it's around maybe what? 29, something like that.
I don't think you're gonna like that one.
Pass away, my words will not pass away. You're in Matthew, right?
I'm in Matthew 24. 29 talks about the passing of heaven and earth, which enters the beginning of one of Jesus's most famous lies.
Okay, and right before that, he says, "This generation will not pass away until all these things take place. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass."
Yep, which is interesting. Which is interesting because none of that happened.
Well, that's the whole point of this. Either you believe what he's saying or you don't. You even agree
Obviously,
with me,
I don't.
99% of Christians. 99% of Christians don't even know what Jesus said.
I mean, I don't think you know what he said. That's for sure.
Well, I do, because it's right
so
there.
Show me where he says that the Old Testament and the law is going away.
Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away.
Yeah, heaven and earth has nothing to do with the Old Testament.
What does it say in Greek?
Doesn't say the Old Testament, that's for sure. Doesn't say the Hebrew Bible, that's for sure.
What is heaven and earth?
Heaven and earth is the sky above your head and the ground under your feet. That's heaven and earth.
Yeah. And what is the cosmos?
The cosmos is everything that is included in heaven and earth. And it depends on who you're asking, because the ancient Greeks had some understanding that there might be something beyond the earth, but that wasn't what the Jews believed, and it wasn't necessarily a popular opinion either at that time period. They still believed in a round earth where the cosmos was essentially local. It wasn't until long after the time of Jesus that they were even considering like the universe as we would think of it today.
Okay. So Jesus never said the cosmos is going to pass. He said heaven and earth is going to.
Yeah, I know. Heaven and earth is the sky above your head and the earth below your feet. I'm still waiting for the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah, the Jewish. In other words, it is the Jewish world is going to pass away.
Oh, he didn't say that at all.
The age to come.
He didn't say anything about the Jewish world passing away. That's actually a direct contradiction of what he says elsewhere. He says in Matthew 5, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So Jesus is teaching is that the law is going to be in effect until heaven comes down, or the New Jerusalem essentially comes down from heaven, Revelation 21, and is established on the earth when there's no more suffering, no more sorrow, no more pain. And you probably necessarily don't need all of these laws anymore, although a good reading of the Hebrew Bible would disagree with that. It would say that you are still going to have the Levitical priests giving sacrifices and offerings forever.
Well, who has
So-
the authority here, Jesus
so
or the Old
sh-
Testament?
The Old Testament. So should you follow the law or not? Because Jesus said you should follow the law.
No, he was talking to first century Jews. He was not
I-
talking to me or you or anyone else.
So should Jews follow the law?
No, because there's no law to follow. Obviously, they do.
Well, there is a law to follow. It's the law of Moses, and he tells the Jews, his current audience, that therefore whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So should they follow it or not?
No, because why did Jesus die?
Jesus didn't say he died to get rid of the law. In fact, he says the opposite.
Jesus died so the covenant, the Mosaic covenant, they could get out of.
Not according to
join
Jesus.
the new covenant.
Only according to Paul.
Yes, according to-
Not according to Jesus. Only according to Paul.
No, Jesus said it. That's why he did it.
Then
It was
show me
God's
where
will.
Jesus said it.
I just did. Heaven
You
and earth
didn't.
will pass away, but my words will not pass away.
Heaven and
Also,
earth is not the law of Moses.
In Revelation 3:12, it says.
I'm asking you, I'm asking you Jesus' words.
Down out of heaven.
Where does Jesus say that the law is going to go away with?
Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. That's like 5 times I've told you that.
I'm not asking you
That's a
about
direct-
Jesus' words. I'm asking you about the law of Moses. Where did Jesus say that the laws of Moses are going away? Because he says elsewhere he instructs people to follow them on multiple occasions even.
Yes, the Jews. They
I-
were tied.
I
to the
don't know. Maybe you're
covenant.
confused. I asked you about the Jews. I said, should the Jews follow the law? Yes or no?
At the time it was being said.
He'll
the
never,
old covenant still
he'll never
existed.
answer
Jesus told them that they needed to follow the old covenant system, no
Mm-hmm.
matter what, even
Mhm.
better than the Pharisees did.
Sure did, yeah.
Okay. There's another group of people called the New Covenant people that would be following something else. Jesus
Did-
died to get.
Did
the
Jesus say
old
that, or did somebody say that
just
about
to
Jesus?
dissolve.
See, the
Jesus
problem that
said-
you're having is you keep putting somebody else's words on Jesus without actually quoting Jesus. Jesus says that the scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. Therefore, do whatever they teach you and follow it, but do not do as they do, for they do not practice what they teach. So he says, hey, yep, these people do sit in Moses' seat. You should follow what they teach. Just make sure you follow it for real, not for fake. So Jesus wanted them to follow it. Now, he says, again, these are 2 different commands where Jesus explicitly says to follow the law. And then in Matthew 28, what's he tell his disciples when he sends them out to make disciples of all the nations?
Go out and make a disciples.
What else?
See, what you're not getting here, Justin, is he's.
I'm not asking you what you think I'm not getting. I'm asking you what else does he instruct them to do?
Well, it's hard to talk to someone that doesn't know what they're talking about.
I am talking to someone who doesn't know what they're talking about, which is why you want to answer my question. Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything that I've commanded you, and remember that I'm with you always to the end of the age. Well, he commanded those disciples to follow the law. And so he's telling, now you need to command the nations, those that you are discipling, to follow the law as well, because he says, all that I commanded you. So you're never going to get away from this. Jesus not once says that he came to abolish the law. This is something that developed after he already died.
He's not talking to his apostles. When he tells
I'm sorry, who's he talking
he's
to?
telling his apostles. He's talking to a general audience. Isn't that a part of the Beatitudes in chapter 5 of Matthew?
I'm in Matthew 28.
Okay, and now we're in Matthew 28. Now he's talking, after he's died and been resurrected, to his apostles. Go out and make disciples.
Yeah, and
there's
do what
only 2
else?
or 3 commandments, and there's only 3 commandments.
And to
that
do what
Jesus
else?
gave. Love God, love your neighbor, and love each other as he has loved you.
No, he
That's
gave
it. That's all
dozens
the
and
law
dozens of
prophets.
commands.
No, To the Jews. It's a
You'd be
different
wrong.
group of
To
people.
his
I don't know why you
disciples.
keep
I don't know. I think you're confused. Disciples are Jew. His disciples are Jewish. Did you not know his
I'm not
disciples are Jewish?
confused. No, they're not. Have you ever read John?
I have read John. Yes, I think the Gospel of John was written by somebody pretending to be a Jew who clearly wasn't a Jew. So try to focus. Were Jesus' disciples Jewish or not?
Do you remember how John portrays the Jews?
Were his disciples Jewish? Yes or no?
No, they left Judaism just like Jesus did.
They're not Jewish because they left Judaism. I didn't ask you if they were Christian. I said, were they from the Jewish religion?
They were born into the Jewish religion.
There you go. So his disciples were Jews, and Jesus specifically was being followed by Jews. And those Jews, he said to follow the law. And then later, after he died and resurrected, said, hey, remember how I told you to do stuff? Go tell the nations to do all that shit too.
So if I was born a Catholic, I would always have to be a Catholic. I wouldn't be able to leave if I didn't want to.
I didn't ask you anything about being a Catholic. I'm asking you about following the law. Sounds like you're just confused here.
Those people left Judaism for the new covenant, for Jesus.
They did not.
John writes,
not even according to Paul. They not only didn't leave Judaism for Jesus, they were grafted in according to Paul. They were grafted into the original vine. You haven't read any of this book.
He was grafted into the branch of Israel.
And are the Israelites Jewish? They're all Hebrews.
Some of them were, like John's parents. John the Baptist's parents were good and righteous, so I would imagine they were in. But I don't think Caiaphas was.
Caiaphas was. I didn't ask you about Christians. Like you're so confused right now. I'm asking you about people that are Jewish.
I'm correct.
Like this is why our last conversation went so poorly, because you're so concussed you can't even track the conversation, which is like half my audience right now is just commenting, what the actual fuck is he talking about? No one knows what you're talking about because you're not capable of tracking a single thought.
I've told you the same thing over and over. Now I'm telling you Christianity doesn't exist. I'm having to continue to correct you because
you've continued to make a fool of yourself at every turn.
John was not a Christian. He left and became a disciple of Christ in the new covenant.
Was he a Jew? Anymore. I'm asking you, was he a Jew? The problem that you have here is that all of his followers were Jews, or all of his disciples were Jews, which is why he told them to follow the commandments. If you think that his disciples ceased being Jews, then what you would believe then is that none of what Jesus told them, he actually meant for them. So when he instructs his disciples to follow the law, he didn't mean it. He only meant that for his non-disciples. What a crazy thing to believe.
You just don't know what you're talking about, and it's hard to correct.
I certainly do. It's amazing that somebody can be so ill-informed and so confident of their correctness.
Justin, we have this thing called artificial intelligence, and in 2 seconds we can get this answer. Why don't you go to anyone you want anonymously?
Artificial intelligence is not intelligent. What question do you want me to prove you wrong on?
The question you just answered me about chapter 28.
What about it?
Ask it, did Jesus tell his disciples to follow the Jewish law in chapter 28? Go ahead.
Sure, yeah. Did Jesus tell his disciples to follow all of his commands? That's what it says. You want me to ask the right question? Did Jesus tell his disciples in Matthew 28 to follow all of his commands or some of his commands? That's the question you want to ask.
Ask it any way you like.
Matthew 28, 18 through 20, Jesus gives his disciples a commission to spread his teachings and make disciples of all nations. The text reads, we don't need to read the text. We already read it. The phrase, obey everything I've commanded you, Matthew 28, 20, is a reference to the entire body of Jesus' teachings, including the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 5 through 7. Holy fuck, it agrees with me.
I think you're
wow.
just adding that because
what about that? I'll just show it to you on the screen. This is wild. This is the amount of cognitive dissonance that you have to be in right now in order to do this nonsense. is pretty crazy. I can see why the last time we talked, the notes that I wrote down for you is like, what the fuck is happening with this guy who's out of his goddamn mind? I pulled it up on the big screen. Let me pull it up on the other screen as well. This is an LLM. I'm sure it is. I can zoom in. Let me get it added to the vertical screen real quick. All right, it should be added on the vertical screen, but I'm going to edit it so that it's actually readable. There we go. And then let me zoom in on the text. Here's the text. Here's what it literally says. The phrase, obey everything I have commanded you in Matthew 28:20 is a reference to the entire body of Jesus' teachings, including the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 5 through 7. It's right there in the model. And you're never going to guess how this particular AI model was built. It's one of my favorite things about it, by the way.
What's that?
I took my entire digital library, except for the library that I have on Logos Bible software. I took my entire digital library and I created an LLM model on it. I've got thousands and thousands of scholarly books that are feeding this LLM. And that's the resources that it's pulling from. This isn't actually pulling from the internet. This is literally pulling from my academic resources written by actual Christian scholars.
So it's incredibly biased.
It's incredibly biased towards Christian scholars.
Why don't you go anonymously on the web?
Why would I want what the internet is saying when I can tell you what scholars are saying?
Scholars are morons.
Ah, yeah, you're the one. You got it figured out. All the scholars, they're the ones that are morons. Yes, the people that got actual PhDs and did actual work and contributed like actual knowledge to the field. Those people are morons. You've got it all figured out, Cody. I bet you do. All right, let's see what ChatGPT says. It says the teaching. It says in Matthew 28:20, the wording is explicit, teaching them to observe all that I have commanded you. The Greek phrase panta. Let me zoom in here. Panta oses enetelemein breaks down all things, everything, whatever is a thing, everything whatsoever. So grammatically and contextually, it's not some or selected commands, it's comprehensive. Want me to show you that return as well?
I got it right here. No, Jesus does not explicitly tell his disciples to follow the Torah in Matthew 28, which is technically correct.
Well, technically not correct, because the question that you asked it is not the appropriate question. The question that you need to ask it is, did Jesus tell his disciples in Matthew 28 to follow all of his commands or some of his commands? That's the question at hand. If he meant to say all of his commands, that would include even the commands that are given in the Olivet Discourse. It would include all the commands given in the Sermon on the Mount. It would be all of his commands, because the word all is an encompassing word.
Okay, so I want to put to follow all of his commands. You agree with that?
Yep.
Just give me some bullshit answer. Yes or no?
Yeah, you're gonna give me a bullshit answer I don't want. And I only like it when I give it an exact, badly worded question to make it give me the answer I want it to.
No, it just gives me a bunch of information I want.
This is why I repeat over and over and over again. These AI models are not smart. They don't know how to think. They don't even know. They respond to the input of your question is what they're doing. They're not thinking. The fact that you're outsourcing your thinking to AI models that you don't even know how to use is embarrassing.
No, I'm asking you questions based on factual information.
You haven't referenced any factual information yet. In fact, I asked it. I even asked it the explicit question. I went back into it. Your favorite model, I'm sure. And I asked it, did Jesus tell his disciples to follow, I'm sorry, in Matthew 28, to follow all of his commands, including the laws in Matthew 5? And what they said, if you just read Matthew on its own, all that I command you in Matthew 28:20 naturally includes everything Jesus taught earlier, including Matthew 5-7. And you're never going to guess who disagrees. Paul disagrees, not Jesus. Jesus never said not to follow these laws.
Say that again.
Paul in the book of Acts, and I would say even maybe part of the Gospel of Mark, like Mark 7, these are the people saying that you don't need to follow these laws. Jesus never did. Jesus never said that you shouldn't follow these laws.
Well, according to this, it's being technical, just saying not explicitly.
Well, and there's the problem with trying to outsource your thinking to AI models. All right, Cody, listen, you're like really interesting and fun to cook, but I don't know if the audience is actually entertained by this. Do you have do you want to talk about another Bible verse, or are you just going to say, I can't read words? Because it's funny, I asked you about 2 Kings, and then when I pulled up 2 Kings, all of a sudden you didn't know how words worked. But when I pulled up the New Testament, now all of a sudden you know how words work. I'm really confused. Do you know how words work or not?
I don't know anything about 2 Kings, and it's unfair to
ask you about words. Do you know how words work?
You know, you're talking about Lazarus before. You want to talk about that again?
No, I'm going to hang up on you since you're a dishonest interlocutor. You can come back, I don't know, in another month or two to cry if that makes you feel good about yourself. But I'm going to move on and keep the live stream moving and maybe get someone that will engage with what's happening. Gates of Delirium, my friend, thank you for the super tip. Says caller turned his dumb shower thoughts into a theory and then can't handle it when it's challenged and doesn't make sense. What a jokester. Actually, that applies to our first guest talking about Genesis and also this last guest talking out of his goddamn mind. And Game Guy says, I don't think that's what ancient people believed. I also refuse to accept writings from ancient people explaining what they believed. I know. Listen, that clown pretending to know what ancients believed, having not read a single ancient text, it's comical to me. It's funny that people will get up with a straight face and say this stuff. Miss Megs, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says the Old Testament the Old Testament not being used is an asinine argument. Just when they say it, they quote the 10 Commandments, the flood, Genesis, and loving your neighbor. You know what? I should have asked him about the 10 Commandments, what he thought about that, because I guarantee he would have doubled down on the 10 Commandments. Golden, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says also, Justin, when I was a Christian, I taught myself Hebrew and even gave lectures at my church. If you need a second person up there, with M, I'll volunteer. Oh, interesting, Golden. I'd be curious to know what your level of Hebrew education was. Like if you learned the grammar. Dalton's pretty good at it, actually. Dalton's better. I don't know if he knows the grammar, but he's better at actually reading the language. He's got a wide vocabulary. Chet knows the vocabulary and the grammar very well. Chet would cook me every day of the week. Kane, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says about your earlier caller discussing the firmament. How were early readers of the Bible supposed to know that they were reading was a metaphor and not a fact? Isn't it just a lie at that point? Yes. There's no mechanism in that story that would let somebody know that it's a metaphor. And if it's a metaphor, how do they know what it's a metaphor for? Like, it's a nonsensical point. And early interpreters of the Bible told us what they thought about it. They thought the same thing I just told you. All right, last super chat. Then we're going to get Luke in here, and then we'll do Justine and Cameron. Misha, thank you for the super chat. Says your take on LLMs with Cody. I'm in IT and was as a department, I think you mean a department, find it useful to say that LLMs are basically advanced autocomplete agents and definitely not able to think in any way. I agree. Listen, as an engineer who's worked with AI before, both machines and computers with AI, AI is not smart. It's not fucking even good at what it's doing. It's a glorified search engine. If you have a collection of text or something, and you're like, hey, find me this. Or you've got the internet and you say, hey, find me this. It can like roughly find you some of that shit. You know what I mean? But like it can't think for you. You can't outsource your thinking to it. Adam says, Marcionites say the darndest things. Oh, was that motherfucker a Marcionite? That would explain it. But he didn't, he didn't say if he was. Golden Wit says, I'd like to talk to you about some Bible verses, but I'm Norse pagan, not a Christian, and don't want to waste your debate time. Thank you, Golden, for not wasting my time. Yes, this is specifically for Bible believers tonight. We'll be doing a Q&A soon on the 19th, I believe, that Sunday. And last super chat for now from our friend Tim. Good to see you. Tim says, thus saith God, I'ma give the monkeys consciousness. To him Satan spoke, boss, you sure? Thus the Lord said, nah, son, this is my house. Out. I mean, that might be the director's cut of how the creation worked. If you're the type of person that's like, yes, the Bible and science actually do agree. When you get those people that are like, yeah, actually the Bible and science do agree, they don't disagree. That's where I'm like, really now? Really now? Let's talk about that. All right, we're going to get Luke in here and then Justine Taylor. Hold on, Justine Taylor. I know you've been in the queue for a minute, but we're going to get you in here. So just stay in line, my friend. Luke, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in the Bible?
I'm 21 and I'm a Bible believing Christian. Yeah.
Awesome. So what we're doing tonight is I've got a jar or a cage rather. It's a bingo cage full of balls with Bible verses written on them. And I'm just rolling it out, and whatever Bible verse comes up is the Bible verse that we're going to talk about. And I'm hoping Christians can engage in some of these verses and maybe even provide some explanations.
I'm looking forward to it. I've seen a lot of pretty horrible defenses by Christians on here. And I was like, man, I don't usually debate this much. I don't actually ever debate really, but I thought I could give a better argument. So hit me.
Well, I'll tell you what, when it comes to that last guest, I can't imagine
that
you
was
would do
insane.
worse.
That was insane.
He's a maniac. I've talked to him once before. He's just out of his mind. So I'm in Isaiah 9 verses 19 and 20, and I'll pull it up and slap it up on the board. All right, it says, through the wrath of the Lord of hosts, the land was burned, and the people became fuel for the fire. No one spared another. They gorged on the right, but were still very hungry, or were still hungry, and they devoured on the left, but were not satisfied. They devoured the flesh of their own kindred. This was referring to the siege of the Assyrians. Do you know much about the siege of the Assyrians?
Yeah, I mean the Israelites kind of move in and clean house. Let me see here. So Isaiah 9, so verses 19 through 21. Okay. And so your question is, how is this coherent with the gospel?
Well, I mean, that is a fair question. I guess my question is, why is God like punishing these people so that they're eating the flesh of their own family members?
Great. Not at all a leading question there. So I think what you have to do is read it in the context. So Isaiah 9 is not celebrating this, the cannibalism, the cruelty, clearly. This is Isaiah 9, this is what you call a judgment oracle. This is prophesying what's going on, God's judgment upon these people. And so that's not a moral endorsement of what's going on. That's saying that when the people leave their God, this is the depravity which they descend to. So this is a broader condemnation upon those who leave God and saying this is what happens.
Right, but God is causing it to happen, correct?
That's a really deep philosophical question about how God actually moves and how the Hebrew talks about God as mover. So in one sense, is God the original mover? Absolutely, yes, he is. But does he descend into our mortal world and use us like puppets? This is the whole predestination, free will thing. No, he's much greater than that.
I mean, you're suggesting God doesn't, because he says when he does the same thing to the Babylonians in Isaiah 13, he says that he is the one that's stirring up the Medes to come do this.
In the same way, I think I would say Let me see, Isaiah 13, Burden of Babylon.
It's 13, 16, and
Isaiah
17.
7, Amos. But also commanded my mighty ones from mine anger, even them that rejoice in my highness. Destructive day of the Lord. Howl ye, for the day of the Lord is at hand. What translation do you have, by the way?
I'm in the NRSV updated edition.
Oh, that's super gay. Okay.
Super. I'm sorry. Super what?
Super gay.
You can't say that here. We respect gay people here. In fact,
Oh,
that's
no, I respect gay people too. I respect the homosexuals. I got a
sounds
lot
like you
of
don't.
homosexual friends, but the really flamboyant, like I make them a whole personality thing is really obnoxious.
It sounds like
I
you
know
might
I know
not.
you're a millennial. I know you're a millennial, and you guys are all like, "Oh, we love it." But so when we say that
sounds like
God,
you're actually not respecting people.
shiver me timbers. So when it says that God raises them up or stirs them up or judges them, judges the
Did you want to
wicked.
try again?
What are we saying?
Maybe offer an apology for what you just said.
What did I say? What did I say? Oh my gosh!
Just refer
Let's
to
stick
the
to
Bible
argument, buddy.
translation by
Let's stick to the argument.
denigrating a whole group of people.
Why did I denigrate? How is it denigrating them?
How is it a negative thing to call something gay?
It's modern. It's modern.
What's modern?
Calling it NRSV.
What's it mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean?
What's it mean?
Fake.
That's what that means? Sure.
Yeah, it means like not productive, like not producing any fertile, like any offspring.
How is it
Does that make
fake?
sense?
How is the NRSV fake?
The translation
Yeah.
itself.
How's
It's a
it fake?
bad translation. It's a very modern translation. I like the
So,
KJV. I was making a joke.
Do you know Greek or Hebrew?
Do I know what?
Greek or Hebrew?
I studied Greek, yeah.
How would you possibly know if this is a good or bad translation of the Hebrew if you don't know Hebrew?
Because I looked into how the translations are put together. And I think ESV is clearly the best.
ESV is clearly not.
KJV is beautiful. So.
KJV is trash. We can work on that next. Sarah, welcome in, by the way.
Hey, I thought we were going to debate the Bible here.
Yeah, I think we are. So my point is verified in Isaiah 10, where God claims he's doing it, right? So therefore, thus saith the Lord of hosts, O my people who live in Zion, do not be afraid of the Assyrians when they beat you with the rod and lift up their staff against you as the Egyptians did, right? For in a little while, my indignation will come to an end and my anger will be directed to their destruction. It says the Lord of hosts will wield a whip against them. So he's saying, listen, I'm doing this. I'm wielding the Assyrians as a force against you, which is what he says in also in Isaiah 7, verse 17. He says, I'm bringing the Assyrians.
What's your claim? What's your point?
My point is pretty clear. It's weird to me that when the Israelites rebelled, God's like choice method of punishment was like fucking carnage, like random carnage. He says that he's bringing the Assyrians as his rod of punishment, and he knows what they're going to do. He knows they're going to come in, they're going to rape women, they're going to murder children. In fact, of the same armies.
Why is that evil? Why is that evil from your worldview?
I'm sorry, you don't think that raping women and killing babies like smash? So
Hosea, no, is that 13, what I said? That was dishonest. What I asked was, why is that evil from your worldview?
I'm more than happy to explain it to you. So Hosea 13 also says of the same army, Samaria shall bear her guilt because she has rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword. Their little ones will be dashed to pieces, and their pregnant women will be ripped open. You think that's like a good thing?
Again, what I want to get down to is
you can't answer
question that you're implying. No. Actually, I can't say whether a thing is good or bad if we don't agree on what good and bad means. Does that make sense?
Well,
I can't say one word and you have a different meaning of the word.
I can give you the definition from the dictionary if the word's like tripping you up.
Okay, I don't care what Merriam-Webster. What I want to know is what do you believe is good and evil? Like, how can
Good
you say this is good or
is
this is
something
bad?
that is to be desired or approved of. That's it. It's a subjective word. There's no such thing as
who?
there's no such thing.
And
Well,
for whom?
that's what it means to be subjective. It's according to the individual. Everybody, when they're making a decision on whether or not something is good or bad, is using their own subjective thinking faculties, which is why I asked you, do you think that this is good?
I think that it is God's judgment that is holy.
But is it good?
I think God is good. Yeah. And
But
it
but
is
is
loving.
but
Yes.
is this action good? Is the action of sending an army to rip women open that are pregnant and have their babies' heads smashed against rocks? That's good.
That is justice. Yeah.
That's justice. What did the babies do?
So we're talking about covenants here.
Oh
Right?
boy.
Old Testament covenants.
Are you going to answer my question?
No, are you going to answer my question?
You didn't ask one. I asked you. I
mean, according
I'm sorry.
to the Israelites,
is
right?
the definition not good enough?
Here,
do I need a different dictionary?
Let's go with this. Modern day Israel, the Jews over there, would say that what they're doing is good.
Do you think it's good?
And they would say, do I think it's genocide? It's evil.
Oh, so genocide's evil?
What?
What they're doing is evil. Yeah.
Why is genocide evil?
Because it's destroying human life.
So it wasn't evil when God did it, but it's evil when the Israelites do it now?
Well, God is the creator, so he actually has the ability to create life and to destroy life.
I'm sure that is, but you're not answering the question. Yeah, that's true. So do women.
Women don't create life.
Yeah, they do.
It takes two. It takes two to tango.
I'm sure.
Good luck creating life without women, honey.
Yeah, right.
Oh, and good luck creating life without men.
Actually, it's not that
problem.
Hard. And that's also an absolutely idiotic argument. The whole like bone marrow with semen that does not work. But anyways,
it doesn't work.
No, it does not. No.
Their thoughts?
What? I'm sorry. What are you arguing?
You just said that.
No,
that
you said you can take bone
create
marrow.
Children without men. Yeah, there's a whole.
Women grow the child, right? So you have to have a woman to actually grow the life.
I completely agree. Yeah. Well, actually, we have test tube babies, so actually, women are not. But whatever.
I'm sorry. Do you think we grow the baby in a test tube?
We're getting there. We're getting there with some of this IVF stuff. It's crazy.
That's not how IVF works.
IVF, you're putting the embryo into a woman. You can't grow it without the woman.
Have you read Brave New World?
Have you read fact instead of fiction?
My feelings don't care about your facts. Okay, so let's get back into the actual debate. We're just going in circles here.
Yeah.
We're going in circles here.
Brave New World, a book written in 1932, is going to tell us about medicine in the modern age. Can't wait to hear about it. Oh boy! But of course he's a right winger. I'm not surprised. Nevertheless, let's.
I am not a right winger.
Yeah, you're literally repeating right wing talking points. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Right-wing talking points. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
That's so bad. That's so radical.
I'm sorry. Where do you get that from?
What?
Where was that popularized?
Brave New World.
No, facts don't care about your feelings.
Middle school. Oh, Ben Shapiro.
There you go.
And the Israeli.
You got it.
Yeah.
Ben Shapiro, you nailed it. All right,
I am not a fan, brother. Trust me, I'm not a fan.
So what I'm trying to figure out is why is it good when God has babies viciously murdered and pregnant women ripped open, but it's bad if like they do it today? Because theoretically, like the promise for the Israelites to take over the land hasn't expired. They're still God's chosen people.
That's not true at all.
Sure it is.
Horrible reading.
Have you not read Jeremiah? I didn't say anything about Romans.
Oh no, we're talking. Oh, this was what the old guy got. The other guy got just destroyed on, right? He's not understanding the new and the old covenant and what Christ does to fulfill the old covenant, right?
He didn't fulfill anything.
That's what he says.
He
You
didn't.
wanted to
Well,
ask what were
he
the words
didn't.
that
You
Christ
can
says?
say it all
Christ says,
you want, but he didn't.
I
And
fulfilled the
yeah,
old
and that's
covenant.
why he's a liar. Also, he didn't say that.
Don't blaspheme my Lord. Isaiah 53.
He is a liar, and I'll do it. Isaiah 53 isn't Jesus' words. Jesus says in Matthew 5 that he came to fulfill the law and the prophets. He didn't say the old covenant.
The law and the do you even know what the old covenant is?
Sure do. Between the two of us, only one of us is actually educated in the Bible. So yeah, I do.
The law. Let's go. What is the law? Tell me what the law is.
The law is the 614 laws given to Moses.
Why'd you say it like that?
Because it's true.
To Moses. So the law in the Old Testament, when we look at it, what Christ refers to is the 10 Commandments.
He doesn't.
Deuteronomy, Leviticus. No, he actually quotes. He talks about if you look at a woman
those are
with
the
lust,
laws of Moses.
you actually
he quotes plentifully from the various books of the law. In fact, a Jew in the first century, when you say the law, it specifically means the first 5 books of the Bible, even though the book of Genesis really doesn't contains a whole lot of laws. So we know when Jesus says the law that he doesn't mean the 10 Commandments.
We're talking about what is fulfilled.
Fulfilled, it doesn't mean it goes away, and he also didn't fulfill anything.
So explain that. What does not go away, and what was not fulfilled?
Nothing was fulfilled. He didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, not even one. And by changing the laws, as he does in the Sermon on the Mount, he actually breaks the law. Deuteronomy 4 says to not add anything to this law or take anything away from it.
I think what he's actually doing there is pointing out just how much the Pharisees had added to the law. And he's saying, no, you actually missed the point of the law, which was the heart.
I
agree. The point of the law is to condemn. And so
that's not the point of the law.
Yes, it is actually.
No, it's not. That's what Paul says. That's not what God said.
It is the law of death. It is the law of death.
That's Romans not what 8. The Hebrew Bible says. The Hebrew Bible says that the law brings life. Have you ever bothered reading the Old Testament?
The Psalms.
Psalm, well, not just the Psalms. The Hebrew.
All of Psalm 119, right? It's meditating on
Psalm 19. I didn't say 119. And it says the law of the Lord is perfect, reviving the soul. The decrees of the Lord are sure, making wise the simple. This is good for you. The law of the Lord is perfect, and it revives the soul. It's not a law of death. It doesn't bring death.
So there's different types of law that he's talking about.
Who's talking about?
So there's one, a civic law. There's a ceremonial law.
Who's saying it?
David.
David? Why would David be saying civil law here? He didn't say civil law.
He's not. He's obviously not saying that.
He says law. There's no division of the laws in the Hebrew Bible. It doesn't say here are some civil laws, here are some ritual laws. It doesn't say that.
What he's saying is that God's instruction, right? He's not just saying Leviticus. He's saying the Torah. He's saying God's instruction is good.
Perfect.
God's instruction is holy
and it revives the soul.
True.
Yeah, you're right. It's life-giving. It's not a curse.
When Paul says that the law brings death, he's not saying that God's law is evil. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but he's also wrong.
He's saying that when fallen sinners are confronted with the law, they are condemned because they break it. Not that the law is sinful, or that it's wrong, but rather that sinful man is the problem. So this is not a contradiction between a law of life and the law of death.
It is.
The law itself is good. It's not. Okay.
Paul says the law brings death. The Hebrew Bible says it brings life. Again, it either brings death or either brings life.
And so it does bring life, and it does bring
there we
judgment.
go. There we go.
It does both. So how does Christ bring life? He brings it through perfect obedience to the law.
He didn't do that.
No, but we're saying within the Hebrew,
he didn't bring anything.
Context. Okay, I know you believe that. I don't care what you believe. What I want to say is, I want to ask is, from the biblical perspective, because I don't really care what's your name, Justin? This Deconstruction Zone Ninja says about what you think the law does or doesn't say. What I want to know is, what does the text say? And the biblical canon clearly shows that from the very beginning to the very end, the law brings death, judgment,
Oh, it doesn't
because
say that.
we all fall short of it.
Nope, didn't say
But
that.
also, it does say that.
Quote
Paul
me
says
one
that.
verse of the Old Testament that says that. The problem that you're having here, Luke, is you
have
keep
you
quoting
looked at the minor prophets, which you just said. We were
I've
just in
read
Isaiah
all
and
of the
Jeremiah.
Bible, every one of them, every prophet, every book. I've read it.
The law brings death when the Israelites do not keep it holy and rightly, when they fall away from God.
They don't have to be perfect.
When they are in open rebellion against God.
Death was already brought in. Death was already brought in by Adam. There's nothing you can do about that. Romans 5 even says that.
Let's go to Romans 5, because I don't think any of your listeners really know. Honestly, frankly, neither do the Christians.
I can guarantee my listeners know this Bible.
Romans 5, justified by the blood of Christ.
Yeah, verse 12. Sin came in through the world through one man, and death came through sin. So death came in already with Adam. Everyone sins.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to do something God doesn't like, and according to Paul, this is why people die. And that's a fine interpretation, but that has nothing to do with the law. The law isn't the thing that's causing this to happen. People's, according to Paul, and according to really the rest of the Bible, it's a combination of man's free will and God's sovereignty causing people to either not follow the law or to follow the law. But we know that people could. Zechariah and Elizabeth, Luke chapter 1, says that they were perfect according to all the laws and commandments of God. Moses says he's righteous. He didn't even have the law.
So I don't think you understand what righteousness means. Clearly.
I sure do.
You just said that you equivocated righteousness and perfection of keeping of the law on the human side.
I did not do that. I did the opposite of that.
You just said that the law actually can be perfectly kept because Moses was called righteous.
What I'm saying, I said he was perfect. I didn't say righteous. He was perfect. It says Tom in Hebrew. That means perfect.
He is seen as perfect, or David as a man after God's own heart. Yes.
Yeah. And David was also.
And why is Abraham justified?
And David
why
was
is Abraham justified?
Well, according to the Hebrew Bible, yes, it was through his behavior. No, yeah, according to the Hebrew Bible, it was according to his behavior.
Justified, is faith a behavior?
Yeah, yes, it is. Yeah, and thanks for actually asking. Yeah, having faith is a behavior, not a belief system. He's justified through his faith in following Yahweh by leaving the land and the family that he knew for a land that he didn't know. That's what it means to have faith. It's obedience. So he was justified through his obedience, despite the fact that he didn't have the law of Moses. That's what Genesis is implying.
I completely disagree, and thousands of years of Christians would disagree with that reading as well.
I don't really care about what Christians are saying. I'm telling you what the Hebrew Bible says. I'm demonstrating to you that the New Testament.
Why do you keep calling it the Hebrew Bible?
Because I don't call it by the wrong name. It's called the Hebrew Bible. You call it the Old Testament because you're a Christian. If you're not a Christian, it's not the Old Testament. Talk to a Jew. Ask them what they call it.
They don't call it the Bible.
They call it the Bible. Yes, they do. They call it the they'll call it the Bible, and they'll call it the Tanakh.
Tanakh. I hear. I've never heard it.
If they're English speakers, they just refer to it as the Bible. In fact, I was talking to one of my Jewish friends just recently, and she said, "I always know when I'm talking to a Christian versus a non-Christian because Christians will call it the Old Testament."
Thanks for that.
Yeah. Psalm 24.
So what you've done.
Psalm 24.
No. I'm not going to let you.
You don't want to. You don't want to read the Bible. Oh, you're not going to let me do what I want on my own live stream. Oh, it's interesting. I didn't know you were in charge here. Oh my gosh.
Because what you've been doing is making a mockery of a bunch of idiotic Christians.
Oh no, I didn't know that you were in charge. All right, Luke.
So you're blending external blamelessness.
Go ahead and take charge, Daddy. Let's have it. What do you need to tell me?
So what you're doing is blending external righteousness or blamelessness with the covenantal righteousness and sinless perfection. As
sure, where's that in the Hebrew Bible? I didn't say that.
No, we're talking about the Bible here.
I think you're confused.
The Old and the New Testament.
Yeah, and I'm showing you that the Old Testament and New Testament disagree.
We're flipping to Romans and we're flipping to Isaiah
to show you contradictions. Yeah.
No. What I want to know is what does the Christian Bible say? Not
I
does
I
does
I know what the
the
New
Hebrew
Testament
Bible
says.
say?
Yeah, and the Christian Bible includes the Hebrew Bible. I don't know if you knew that. In fact, like 2/3 of the Christian Bible is the Hebrew Bible. Maybe you weren't aware of that yet.
I am aware.
Oh no, have you actually read
saying
it?
straight up. I have, yeah.
Yeah. Does it say anything about being
Not
condemned to
never as
hell?
much, never as much as I should.
Does it say
Never as
anything
much
about
as I
being
should.
condemned to hell if you're not perfect?
Yeah.
Oh, where's that? I'd love to see it.
Where does it say?
Yeah, show me.
Right
In fact, I'll pay you $100 if you can find me a passage in the Hebrew Bible where it suggests that you'll go to hell if you've committed a single sin or you're imperfect. I'd love to see it.
You want to see a passage in the Old Testament that says you will what? Go to hell or receive judgment? What are you asking for?
I'll go to hell. Yeah.
Go to hell if you're not perfect, if you don't keep the law perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
So that's called death. Death enters the world.
I didn't ask about death. I
Adam
said
and Eve.
hell.
Well, eternal death.
I didn't ask you about eternal death. I asked you about hell.
The word would be what? Sheol. Where does Sheol show up?
Sheol shows up quite a bit in the
Is
Hebrew
it?
Bible.
It does. It does. So what are you asking for?
I'm asking
'Cause
you.
I
I
just
think he
gave you
asked you
I gave you
twice
multiple
already.
Yeah.
I gave you multiple examples of where it shows up.
You didn't.
Death,
No, you
not
didn't.
eternal
once.
death,
Not even close.
Sheol. Those don't. So you're saying Sheol and eternal death don't count?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that you were suggesting that righteousness is somehow connected to being blameless in the Hebrew Bible, and I'm disagreeing. It's not.
I think where the misunderstanding on your end, Luke, is that you are trying to explain what Christians currently believe about how people go to heaven and hell. What Justin is asking is, if you are just looking at the Old Testament, can you answer this question? So he's not asking you, how do Christians currently interpret the Old Testament using the New Testament? He's asking you, if you are just looking at the Old Testament, can you answer this question? Because the idea
Can I
that you have
answer
to
where
be
it is?
flawless, the idea that you have to be perfect, and if you don't meet the standard of perfection, you go to hell, is a very Christian idea. It's a very New Testament idea. It is not an Old Testament idea. So Justin is asking you to demonstrate that this idea exists in the Old Testament, not the New Testament.
Yeah, I think we can demonstrate a couple different places.
I'd love to see it.
I would probably say that the first comes down to how God deals with the neighboring nations of Israel when they're brought into the Holy Land,
Mhm.
and the judgment that's visited upon them and how the judgment's described.
Can
That
you
would be
name a verse?
the first thing that comes to mind. You've probably got me on sword drills, so let's go. If we just go to Joshua,
What about it?
let's go to Joshua 10. So they bring in the Ark of the Covenant in,
one more.
and they're just
Joshua. Okay. I don't know how Joshua 10 is going to help you, but go for it.
Well, we're just talking about the Israelites moving in and taking out the neighboring tribes.
The ones that God caused to come out the war. You know that, right? Are you a Calvinist?
Yes, I am.
I could tell you're using the ESV. Almost all of them are. Okay. So I'm not going to put
no. This is KJV.
Oh, of course you are. Okay.
Dude,
well,
you just said of course you are before, and now you're saying of course you are now.
Because you already said earlier that you're using the KJV. I said of course you are because you already said it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So when Israel comes in and they're wiping out all their enemies, and we see this judgment of God passing upon them. So that's the first judgment, right? Is this judgment here on earth?
We know our judgments.
But okay, great. But then when we look at Ezekiel, flip to Ezekiel, talks about the soul dying, Ezekiel 18.
Oh no.
Let's see here.
I think you're gonna like Ezekiel for this one.
We could go Ezekiel. Here we go. Were you, by the way, so you were Christian originally?
Yep.
Because you know your Bible well. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Based. Submit to Rome.
You know he has like a graduate degree in this, right?
That's great. That's great.
He
He's.
doesn't.
I feel like I'm one of those libs that goes into debates with Charlie Kirk, and then he just like would like destroy them or whatever, or Steven Crowder, and then it's
I've
like,
never
yeah,
seen a
look,
lib
beating
get
up on a
destroyed
college
by
student.
Charlie Kirk yet.
I have seen Charlie Kirk get destroyed by a lib.
I've seen Hill get destroyed for sure. Yeah.
18:4. Behold. Yeah, here we go. So the sinning soul shall die. The word of the Lord came unto me again, saying, what mean ye that ye use this proverb concerning the land of Israel, saying, the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge? As I live, saith the Lord God, ye shall not have occasion any more to use this proverb in Israel. Behold, all souls are mine, as the soul of the Father. So also the soul of the Son is mine. The soul that sinneth, it shall die.
This is your problem. You're reading the KJV. The word nephesh in Hebrew has a pretty wide semantic range. It means life, life force, soul. This is not referring to a soul in the way that you think it is, which is why a good modern translation would get you straightened out. It says, know that all lives are mine. The life of the parent as well as the life of the child is mine. It is only the person who sins who shall die. Over and over again, human beings are referred to as souls in the Bible. In the King James Bible, because soul was synonymous with a living entity. Animals even have them.
Yeah. Aquinas talks a lot about that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's obviously a different type of soul. I mean, from whether it's secular Aristotle, Plato to Aquinas, no one's going to say that the souls in humans and animals have the same souls. Chapter 12 in Daniel, and I'm a little curious. Like, is there anything I could say that would convince you? And you're educating me on some of this, so I didn't actually know that.
Daniel 12 has the resurrection of the righteous. Yeah. What about it?
So Daniel 12, right? As many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. What do you mean? How do you read that? How do you read that word everlasting there?
Everlasting just means forever. Ad olam typically in Hebrew just means forever. Now, what we find though is the people who partake in the Daniel 12 resurrection of the righteous are those that are of Israel that had a balance sheet of more righteousness than unrighteousness, which is why in Genesis, when it says that Abraham's faith was credited to him as righteousness, what that means, that's a banking term, what that means is that his faith, his obedience, his action was credited to him as righteousness, meaning to bring his balance to a particular point, just like it does with the law of Moses. Your balance of righteousness based on following these laws. Before you had the law of Moses, there were other laws. In fact, if you read the literature from the exile period, they invented new behaviors that they would credit to you as righteousness. For example, one of those behaviors was prayer, because now that the temple was gone, praying to God became a form of righteousness. Also, giving alms to the poor became a means of righteousness. So even in the intertestamental literature, it talks about how giving alms to the poor will literally save your soul because it is a form of righteousness. So the idea in the Hebrew Bible is not that you have to be perfect or else you go to hellfire. The idea is that your righteousness, your behavior, needs to exceed your unrighteousness. This is why we find in Proverbs 24:12 says, if you say, look, if you say, look, we did not know this, does not he who weighs the heart perceive it? Does not he who keeps watch over your soul know it? And will he not repay according to their deeds? There's this idea in the Hebrew Bible. It's also mentioned in Proverbs 21 and 16 of this idea that God's going to weigh your heart. This is very similar to what we find in like the Egyptian mythology, where at the end of your life, your righteousness is going to be measured by weighing your heart. God's going to test your heart to know if your righteousness exceeded your unrighteousness. That's all.
I think what you're doing there is importing a later system of like a merit system into the text that is just not there. And
I just
let
read
me
it to you.
talk for a sec. I think hang on. I think one, we see with the entire Old Testament code, with the temple sacrifices, with all of that, an entirely different system, not about forensic standing before God, but about righteous conduct, but then also right sacrifice. And so both of those things, is saying both those are in the text, is not the same as saying that God judges, or that. And I would honestly, I'd love to hear a Old Testament or Orthodox Jew talk about this, but I don't think they believed that in here. And also, I mean, David does not talk like this at all in the Psalms. That God checks like a column about whether or not, you have a little bit bigger good column than a bad column. That is your interpretation. That's not what the text shows throughout the arc of the what is it, the Hebrew Bible, not Old
Show
Testament.
me
Hebrew, sorry,
one verse
sorry
in the Hebrew
for brown
Bible
eyes.
where it says that you're going to go to hell if you're not perfect. Because
Well, I just
David,
talked about the everlasting contempt here.
Mhm.
But we've moved again. What you've been doing a lot, it's a little frustrating, is to keep moving the goalposts. You keep jumping from one argument, and then
the
what you
question
just talked
is,
about
how do you
then.
get there?
No,
So
what you
Luke,
just
to be
talked about
clear here,
was
like Luke, when you are you just gave your own interpretation of what you personally think the text is doing. And Justin gave you verses and cited you locations how Justin came to this conclusion. He's also happy to cite scholars as well. So my question for you is, Luke, when you are telling us this is what David meant, or this is what God means, where are you getting your interpretation, and what is your authority to say that your interpretation of the text is correct?
man, you sound like all my Catholic friends who are like, "Oh, you're a Protestant. You don't know where's your authority."
Can you just answer the
Um,
question?
so I think Psalm 143. I'm sorry.
So where are you getting the authority to interpret the Bible? How do you know personally that you're right and Justin is wrong?
That's what we're trying to figure out, isn't it?
No,
Mhm.
Isn't that what we're trying to figure
you
out
this
right
whole
now?
time have said things like God is doing this, David meant that. I'm asking you, what is your method of study? How do you know that the conclusions you personally are coming to are actually what David meant or what God was thinking?
I mean, reason and education.
What do
Can
you
you
mean by
show me
Like,
any
education?
verses?
So, like, are you being educated by a theologian, by a scholar?
Yeah, by a great deal many theologians and scholars throughout my life who are way smarter than me. Yeah.
So personally, like have you taken classes from them?
Yeah.
Or okay.
Yes.
And so the conclusions that you're bringing to us today, these were derived from studying with scholars?
And like a lot of books. Yeah.
Can you name one? I'd be curious.
Yeah. Do you guys? You probably would freak out. Children of the Covenant. Another one would be Wayne Grudem, Systematic Theology.
Oh boy.
Another one would be John Calvin's The Institutes.
Well,
Another
John
one would
Calvin
be.
was a real scholar. Wayne Grudem was not, but I'll give Wayne Grudem
I think
respect.
yeah. Wayne Gruden's
Systematic
lightweight,
theology
but
was an impressive work.
Thomas Aquinas, the Summa, Augustine, the City of God and Confessions, is it Athanasius on the Trinity? I forget who.
So nobody
I don't
modern.
know. Lewis. Yeah, I read a lot of Lewis.
He wasn't not a scholar either.
Well, you said like modern. I'm trying to think of.
He wasn't a
people who are considered
theologian
modern.
technically either.
Oh, okay.
My point being, to bridge this gap here, just Justin has studied. He has an advanced degree in this. He can speak and read Hebrew, and there is a possibility that his knowledge of biblical text and scholarship is greater than yours. And so it is
True. Absolutely
possible. But
true.
wait, hold on, let me
That's
finish.
why I'm on
It
this.
is
That's why I'm on
possible
this. I
that
agree.
he knows more than you do about some of this. And so potentially, rather than trying to assume that Justin is wrong and try to figure out how you can poke holes in Justin's argument, perhaps the academic side that he's coming from is correct.
I think that the obligation of anybody in this kind of conversation is to attempt to poke holes in the other argument. This is not like an educational seminar. I think both Justin and I both know that that's not what he's doing here. What he's doing is getting a bunch of clips of really dumb Christians coming on who can't like put together a coherent sentence
That
and
is
then
true.
make them look really bad.
Yep, that's exactly what's
You
happening.
I think you're probably right. You know a lot more than me in this, and you've probably read a lot more, have a lot more experience. I also think there's a lot of Christians who probably read a lot more than you, have a lot more experience. Unless you think that you are omniscient, which if you are, I will bow down and begin following you. Psalm 143. You asked where I forget what it was. Where does the Bible say specifically that you will go to eternal hell if you do not if you're not perfect? Is that what your question
Yeah.
was?
hmm
I think we're getting pretty bogged down in semantics, as I gave a couple of different examples of
But
eternal contempt, the soul dying forever, God's judgment being
but
everlasting.
none of those answer the question of how you get there.
Because the literal word is everlasting.
Now, I'm not asking what happens when you get there. I'm asking how do people get there?
Okay. Well, you go to Genesis, or I was on Psalm 143.
All right, got it
He
up.
says, let's see here. He says, he's talking about righteousness. I stretch forth my hands unto thee, my soul thirsteth after thee as a thirsty land. Hear me speedily, my spirit faileth. Hide not thy faith from me, lest I be like unto them that go down into the pit. Cause me to hear thy loving kindness in the morning, for in thee do I trust. Cause me to know the way of wherein I should walk, for I lift up my soul unto thee. Deliver me, O Lord, from mine enemies. Teach me to do thy will, for thou art my God. Thy spirit is good. Lead me in a land of uprightness. Here, what he's saying is very clearly, for thy righteous sake, bring my soul out of trouble. What David's clearly saying here is as much as he loves the law, he's not saying that he's kept it perfectly. Is
I
that
don't believe he
right?
did.
Can I say that?
I'm trying to figure out how you're determining this has anything to do with people going to heaven or hell.
Well, because you just asked, how does one go to heaven or to hell?
According to
And
the Hebrew
so,
Bible.
yeah. And I think it's pretty clear that in the Hebrew Bible, in the Old Testament, that the writers and the people of that time knew that they were in need of salvation from a perfect God,
But I'm
that
asking
salvation
where
was
the
in
verses
his
are.
hands. And so then when we see Abraham being justified by his faith, that's not just it's not just
It doesn't say
counted up
that.
as
Doesn't say that in the Hebrew Bible. It says it in the New Testament. In the Hebrew Bible, it says that his faith was credited to him as righteousness.
right.
Genesis 15 doesn't say anything about justification.
Genesis 15.
And again, you're still not quite, maybe you're not quite understanding what Justin is asking, but he's trying to get you to point out, where does it say, if you're not perfect, then you go to hell? Like, that's what you haven't demonstrated. If you're not perfect, then you go to hell. That's what Justin's asking for.
Okay. Well, I think I need you to define for me perfect, because whenever I find a text about like righteousness or
Without
uprightness,
sin. Like, right, your Christian claim is that if you sin even one time, you have failed God's standard and your destination is hell. Correct?
well, that's
Yes or
the
no?
it's
Uh,
yeah,
right?
totally.
Okay.
But we're born
So
in sin,
Justin is
right? So
asking you
according to
to do that in the Old Testament. Can you find a verse where it explicitly says, if you sin one time, your destination is hell?
I would say Genesis, absolutely, the fall.
It doesn't say hell in the fall. It doesn't mention hell. Like where it explicitly actually says, sin one time and you go to hell.
I don't. Here's what I would say. This sounds like when I talk to like a Baptist, and they're like, "I want to find the exact verse that says this exact point of doctrine," or like a Mormon and they debate the Trinity.
So it's not in
There's
there.
not
That's why you
there's
can't
not a
find
here.
one.
Of course, there's not a single verse that says the Father is the Son, the Father, or the God is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and they are triune. You're not going to find that verse anywhere. It won't happen. But what you'll find is the components all throughout the Old Testament that make up that claim.
Then find it for me.
Which is why it's so important that we understand where you're getting your information. Because when you are taking little pieces of verses from all these other places and you're saying it's so clear that it's right here, that is something that you are doing with the help of somebody else. And this is not so clear. You are actually following a particular line of thought, a particular school of thought. You're part of a particular denomination. And so for you to present your personal view as if it is crystal clear fact is disingenuous.
So all that you guys have done so far, now debating two
Did you
people,
understand what I just said?
Yeah, no, okay, I totally understand it. Yes. I don't want to come off as like a Mr. Know-it-all, but we are in a debate, and so I might as well hold fast to a position and put it head to head. Because again, the reason I joined is because I actually want to sharpen my ability to argue and debate and open my mind to see the different things that I haven't seen before, that I haven't been taught before. So I actually want to debate this in good faith. I don't want to just come on here like try and own the libs or something. I absolutely I'll say this up front. My position, I'm from the Reformed Anglican tradition. That's where I was raised with my family, conservative Christian home. I really don't like the Republican Party. I don't like the Democrat Party at all.
I don't know how any of this is relevant.
Oh no, because I can't even see your name. I'm sorry. What's your name?
My name's Leaving Faith, but my full name is Sarah. Like you can just call me Sarah.
Okay, Sarah.
It's fine.
But what Sarah was saying is where are you getting all these ideas from and these concepts from? And I'm saying up front, this is my background. So when I'm going to argue through this, I'm going to be arguing from a Christian perspective.
I don't think anyone's saying you shouldn't. What we're trying to ask you is, can you show us the passages from the Hebrew Bible that would validate the position you have? And we haven't so far. What you've done is you've given me a passage from Daniel, which obviously all of us know. We talk about Daniel every time we're live. That just demonstrates that there's going to be some punishment in the afterlife. The question is, how does one take part in the resurrection of the righteous and or the punishment of the damned?
Do you believe that God's law is binding? Is my first question for you.
According to the Hebrew Bible, of course.
Okay. Do you believe that then failure to keep God's law brings a curse?
Kind of. It depends on who you ask, because I wouldn't call it a curse. So one of the explanations within Judaism for why human beings die is either one of two things, depending on what you're going to read. Either it's because we live here on the earth and the earth is dirty and impure. The other answer is because we sin, but they're actually connected because sin is a type of impurity according to the Hebrew Bible. So the answer still comes back to we die because we are defiled and we are impure. And the gods live forever, as we learn in the other ancient Near Eastern literature, because they live in the sky where it's pure and there's no defilement and there's nothing up there. So moral impurity and physical impurity are roughly the same, and that's kind of the reason why human beings die. That's why Gilgamesh, when he's trying to figure out why, what he can do to not die, you already know the story. He goes to see Utnapishtim, but one of his other ideas is maybe I can ascend to heaven. He says, but who can ascend to heaven and live forever with the gods? He's like, nobody can do it. So there's this idea that if we could just escape this earth, we could live forever.
So, the question about, great. That's helpful. So you would say, as you said there, law is binding. The failure to keep the law brings a curse or some kind of bad thing.
Death.
Sin brings death. Sin brings death. And that God in the Hebrew Bible brings every deed into judgment. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then if that's the understanding, and as you mentioned, Daniel mentions that some will be raised to everlasting life and some will be raised to everlasting shame and content. Then there we have is a very clear framework, I think, within the Old Testament. You have law, you have guilt, you have judgment, and you have final destinies.
I'm aware, but we're not saying that
Okay,
you're not going to get
so
judged.
then-
What we're asking you to do is show a verse that demonstrates that if you've like only broken one law, that Paul says if you break one law, you're guilty of breaking them all. But can you show us in the Hebrew Bible where it says that you're going to be punished for eternity if you've just merely broken one law and you're imperfect?
One law, sure. Let's go. Oh, where is it? Deuteronomy. Let's see, Deuteronomy. Where is it?
I do love Deuteronomy, by the way. It's one of my favorites. It's the best book to demonstrate that Jesus was a fraud. But go ahead and find your verse.
Let's see here. Talks about cursed be, cursed be, cursed be. This would be. So he gives a list of all these different curses, ending with cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of this law to do them, and all the people shall say amen. How does your translation phrase that?
You didn't give me the verse, but it sounds like Deuteronomy 28 through 32.
Chapter 27, verse 26.
Okay. It says, "Cursed be anyone who does not uphold the words of the law by obeying or observing them. All the people shall say amen." But again, the question we're asking is, how does one find themselves in eternal conscious torment? Because the curses in Deuteronomy are laid out. He tells you what those curses are going to be, and he enumerates them. But nowhere does he say going to hell. One of the curses in Deuteronomy 28 is that you'll cannibalize your children.
But my claim right now isn't that you can find within the Old Testament eternal conscious torment. That's not my claim. That's a claim that you're giving me that you can't actually prove with just the Old Testament. Now, a Christian's going to look at what Jesus says and read the Old Testament in light of that. But I will give you that what we see in the Old Testament is curse and death and judgment and a final shame and exclusion from the blessing for the wicked. The answer there is obviously yes. We see it all throughout the Old Testament. I don't know why the
I
challenge
think
is
we
so
agree.
the challenge is
Hooray!
so but the challenge is so artificially narrow.
Hmm.
So you're asking about like preferred wording. So does the Old Testament the real question you should ask, the real question you should be asking is, this would be more accurate for any other Christians who want to come debate, is does the Old Testament teach that lawbreakers will stand to face curse and divine judgment, including a final disgrace? Yes, and absolutely.
That's not my question. My question is specifically about the New Testament claim that you brought up, that Jesus had to die for your sins or else you'll end up in hell. But that's how this whole thing started. And I was suggesting that no, that's not true. Nothing in the Old Testament says that somebody needs to die for your sins and you're going to go to hell just because you're imperfect. But according to the New Testament, if you're imperfect and Jesus dies for his sins, but you don't accept him, well, you go to hell. But that's just not what the Hebrew Bible says. It doesn't say that you're going to go to hell just because you're imperfect. That's how we got here.
No, that's not how we got here. That's not at all. What I came in and you asked me was, where can you find the start of all of this is, where can you find a verse in the Old Testament that says you will suffer eternal judgment? I think Isaiah, I'm sure you have a smart aleck answer
If you're
to this,
imperfect.
but Isaiah 66 verse 24, the worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched, and they shall be abhorring unto all flesh. So that seems to me to be pretty everlasting, as I read the earlier comment.
No one's asking about
the
that.
Everlasting condemnation.
The question at hand is how does somebody end up there? That's the question. No one's asking what's there when you get there. We're asking, how do you get there? According to the New Testament,
not keeping the law perfectly.
That's not in the Hebrew Bible. It doesn't say that.
Deuteronomy 27:26, what I just read, is if you do not keep the law, the curse for failure to keep the law is death.
Yes, I agree. Everyone's going to die. Uh-huh. That doesn't answer my question.
The entire point of this is it's pointing out a completely different theology between the Old Testament and the New Testament, right? What salvation is, who goes where after you die is very different. And trying to say that if you start in the New Testament and you read that all first, and then you go back and try to sort of fit the Old Testament in it, Justin is showing you that it actually is different. The Old Testament does not claim that you have to be flawless to avoid hell.
Well,
the New Testament does claim that. It's different.
But this is,
that's the whole point. That's it.
The Old Testament is clearly, okay, not clearly, I'm sorry. The Old Testament, from the Christian perspective, is and you know this, is the shadow or the type of covenant for the new.
How?
So what we see is Christ walked the apostles through on the road to Emmaus. He reveals everything in the scriptures. So as a Christian, I'm not sure why any of you guys would be like, me being a Christian, why you would be shocked that we would read it through that lens. That's the
no
lens.
One's shocked.
Well, we're not shocked.
You must read it. You must read it through a lens. Is what I'm saying.
I think you're confused about what's happening. No one's saying you shouldn't read it through a lens.
We're not shocked. Yes, we understand what you are doing. We get it. You think that Jesus is the whole thing, and you go and look back at the Old Testament through that lens. Yes, we agree that that's what you're doing. What Justin is pointing out to you is that this is a really powerful confirmation bias by putting that lens on. That you have decided that the New Testament is going to dictate to you what the Old Testament means, instead of starting with the Old Testament and seeing if what the New Testament says actually fulfills what the Old Testament says it should.
Okay, wait, I gotta.
Did you listen to what I said, or were you just focusing on making your next point?
I'm sorry. I do this to my mom. It's terrible. I'm like, yeah, I got you. Then I move on. It's okay. Yes, you're right. I am seeing this totally through this lens. Here's my thought on Abraham. We're talking about Abraham being justified. Yeah.
Okay, can
You said
you address what
Abraham is
I
just.
said though? No, you just kind
No,
of
no, no,
threw
no.
away
I
what I
agree.
said and kept on talking.
I'm sorry.
Wait,
I'm sorry. Let me go back.
so
You're
my
right.
point.
You're right. And I thank you guys for trying to educate me on the fact that I absolutely have confirmation bias when I read this, and I have my whole life. Totally.
So what genuinely, and I'm not saying this in a snarky way, I'm genuinely saying this. This will feel different if you start at the beginning and read the Old Testament first. Because if you come to the assumption that the Old Testament is true first, then try to read the New Testament through the Old Testament lens. So do it in reverse. It will be very edifying for you to do it in reverse. Because what you'll see then is, okay, are now the claims made in the New Testament, if I assume that the Old Testament is correct, does the New Testament actually line up with what was claimed in the Old Testament? And how do you have to do kind of that finagling to make the two
Mental
things fit
gymnastics.
together?
Sure.
How is that different? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's a totally fair point. And I think like it's kind of an impossible task to give somebody to read a thing and entirely remove their worldview and everything they've ever learned from that thing. I think it's kind of actually impossible. Maybe we have different epistemological views of man and how he learns and what he is. But I think it's actually impossible to entirely remove. Man, the facial expressions are out of this world. But it's kind of an impossible task to say like you need to go remove anything and everything you've ever understood the world to be and read this in what our evolution or atheistic lens,
No.
or
I
I'm
didn't
not sure
say
what.
anything about
Do you
atheists.
just
I didn't.
mean just
No. Just you believe in God and you believe the Bible is true, right? Keep that
Yeah.
assumption. I'm not telling you to throw away that assumption. All I'm telling you to do is start with the Old Testament and assume it's true. Okay,
Right.
so assume it is true, which you do, but read the Old Testament as it is first. Don't read it through the lens of the New Testament. Just read it for what it says, and then look at the New Testament through the eyes of the Old Testament. That's it. I'm not saying give up
Exactly.
God. That's it. That's all I'm asking you to do, which is a
Well, I
very
think
Christian
no.
thing to do.
I get what your the challenge is, but what I'm saying is that's like asking one to read the Odyssey not in light of the Iliad. You literally like it's like one comes from the other. You're
You
trying to
can do it.
deracinate
Are
it.
you currently in
Wait.
college?
I am, yeah.
Okay. Have you taken like a rhetoric class or I don't know. What's your major?
English.
Okay. So, yes, by the time you graduate, you should be able to do this where you can put on different hats when you are doing a critical analysis of a piece of literature. This is absolutely a thing you can do. Your
Yeah.
professors can all do this. You can
Well,
do it. I
have
believe
you-
in you.
And not to butt in, but
have you read any
but
scholarship
Sarah-
on?
I have. I've read the scholarship, but Sarah's correct. I did the same thing. I used to be a Christian, and then I read the Old Testament academically. I had to actually study it on its own without forcing the New Testament on top of it. And I came to the realization that the Jesus character and the New Testament theology is just like a giant contradiction of the Hebrew Bible. Nothing in the Hebrew Bible points to Jesus or the ending of the law or anyone needing to die for your sins. None of that's in there. It's all stuff that's superimposed on top of it.
Are you Jewish?
No, I'm an atheist.
Oh, okay. So okay, here's my one thought before I run. And this has actually been very interesting and great for me because I don't do this a lot. When Abraham his faith is counted to him as righteousness. And we see in that moment, the Mosaic laws have not been established. Moses has not yet come. There's no temple rituals. The temple doesn't exist yet. It was his belief in God that's counted to him as righteousness.
His obedience.
So then, no, his belief in God.
Didn't say belief.
Chapter 15.
Yep. 15:6, right?
And
15:6.
over and over again, Abraham actually questions God. Over and over again, he doesn't trust God. He eventually does, but multiple times in the Abraham narrative, he takes actions that demonstrate he doesn't really
Wrestles with
trust
God.
God.
Right. Wait, hang on. So I want to go to verse 6. Why is this a deed and not faith?
Because amin doesn't just mean you believe something. It means you're actually following it. You're actually putting your trust in it, like it's something that you're relying on. Just like the pistis in Greek doesn't just mean you believe something. You don't just believe it in your head. You're actually trusting that thing. You're actually following the thing. Like, I can believe that Sarah, leaving faith, exists, but it doesn't mean I trust her. Like, listen, she could be up here and saying stuff, and I say, yeah, I believe she exists. I don't trust her, though.
But what it's saying here, this is Abram. This is prior to the circumcision. This is prior to him being in the covenant. This is prior to his obedience. This is his belief. And he believed in the Lord. This is prior to all of those other things that supposedly make one righteous. And yet it is counted to him for righteousness. That's like that seems pretty clearly that
did you not read chapter 12?
Faith, chapter 12.
Yeah, when God calls him out of his land and he leaves.
So, but it doesn't say here that he's counted as righteous.
Yeah, that's my point.
He's already obeyed. You were trying to make the argument that this was before he had obeyed, but he already did.
Well,
he already obeyed.
Before he had entered into the covenant. So circumcision, like
you
baptism,
just moved the goalposts.
Yep.
So I should have said this before. I should have made it clear before. What I mean by obedience, active obedience, right? What he's doing is stepping actually into the covenant.
We're not asking about covenants. We're asking about obedience.
This is all about covenants. This
is God's
all
command.
about covenants.
We're asking about God's obedience.
Your argument was that simply believing is enough, and that is what is counted to him as righteousness. And what Justin is demonstrating is that no, he had already taken action. It was not simply belief. He had already obeyed God. So it was not
but
simply
it doesn't say,
holding
it doesn't
a
say,
belief.
It doesn't say, and he acted, and the Lord counted it to him as righteousness. It doesn't say that before. It says here, and he believed in the promise of God.
Yes, he had faith in the promise of God. He followed the promise of God. Having faith and having belief are different.
Here it says, and he believed in the Lord, who has just promised him offspring, and that is what is counted to him as righteousness.
No, there's a bunch of stuff counted in him as righteousness, but the point is,
but it doesn't say, and all the other things were counted to him as righteous. It says, and he believed in the Lord,
and he had faith in the Lord. Again, having faith and believing something are different. Having faith means you're actually trusting and leaning on somebody. Just believing that somebody told you something true is not the same thing. Sarah could tell me something true, and that still doesn't mean I have faith in her. If she told me something that's true, and then I believed and trusted that thing so much that I would follow that thing, now I've got faith in Sarah. Faith and belief are not synonymous. I realize that the Bible would probably make it sound like it is, because there's not a good way to translate it into English, but they're just simply not synonymous.
But what he's saying is, faith is believing in things unseen. He's being promised something that he can't see.
I know.
And his belief in that is what is counted to him as righteousness.
His faith to follow it, which is what he has been doing all this
Well,
time.
so his belief. No, not faith to follow it. It says what does chapter 15 say? After
Faith.
these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abraham in a vision, saying, "Fear not, I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward." And Abram said, "Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I
Mhm.
go childless, and the
Mhm.
steward of my house is Eleazar of Damascus?"
Mhm.
And he's told about this coming heir. And then it says, "And he believed in the Lord."
Yeah, he had faith. I agree.
And he counted it to him for righteousness.
You got it. Yes, he had faith. That's why faith is an act of righteousness.
Not an act of righteousness.
Yes,
Yes to what?
it is. Yeah. Having faith is a decision
Explain.
to trust something.
Having faith is a decision to trust something?
If I trust Sarah, that's different than me just believing her. If Sarah tells me something, I could believe she told me and still not trust her. She could tell me something completely true that I believe that one
Oh,
thing.
no.
But that doesn't mean that I trust Sarah. Having trust in somebody is different than believing them.
He has explained this to you. Literally the third time Justin has said this, and I guess you just ignored him every time.
The meaning.
No, he has said the same things 3 times, and you were too busy looking for another verse to listen to him. So the entire point that Justin has made is that faith and belief are not synonyms, and you keep continuing on as if they are synonyms. Do you understand?
What I'm trying to, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
So wait, say back what I said. Tell me what you heard me say.
That I keep using the word belief and faith synonymously, and what Justin's saying is they're not synonymous. That you can just believe a thing to be true, like I assent to any philosophical proposition, or that he believes that maybe Abram is saying that he believed that the Lord had said that thing to him, and that was why but that of course makes no sense. So clearly what he's saying here is when he, in my translation, believed or had faith in the Lord for what the Lord had said would be true, which is what I think the reading says here. And I think you would agree on that reading, that the thing which is counted to Abraham as righteousness is his faith that what God has said would come to pass.
Yes, that's exactly it. Yes, his faith in the Lord is something that's counted to him as righteousness, which is why James says that even the demons believe.
No, but don't use the New Testament. We're just talking the Old.
I'm giving you an illustration from your own book that demonstrates that there's a difference between faith and belief. I've tried to use the New
Testament a lot, and you haven't allowed me to use it at all.
I'm not using the New Testament to tell you what the Hebrew text says. I'm demonstrating to you that there's a difference between knowing and believing something and having faith in it. And it's not something that I invented. I didn't invent that.
No, of course. I know that. What I'm saying is when one believes a person, what they have said to be true when they cannot see, that is what we call faith.
Yeah, when you're trusting something, whether you can see it or not, that's faith, yes.
Right. So what I'm saying is Genesis 15 is not saying that Abraham has already believed enough and therefore God stamped him righteous. It's saying that Abraham had faith in God and that was counted to him as a righteousness.
Yep, that's what I said.
So again, the point here then is not that it was one more good deed added to the righteousness pile.
Yes, it
but
is.
But rather, no, that's not what it says. It was counted to him as righteousness.
Yeah, what do you think counting is?
He was counted as righteous.
It didn't say he was counted as righteous. It was accounted to him.
I'm going to pull up the Blue Letter Bible. Is that what you're using?
Yeah.
What do you use for the translation?
Anything you want to. Blue Letter Bible. There's an NASB 1995 on Bible Hub, I believe. I have like an actual academic interlinear if you want. I'm more than happy to pull it up.
I would actually love to see it.
Yeah, I'll pull it up. I'll do Blue Letter, or actually Bible Hub. Hold on. Bible Hub literally says to him, lo, that's a third masculine singular pronoun, to him. The lamed at the beginning of that means to. The second letter, the vav holam, means him, to him. It was credited to him.
What I'm confused on is if it's saying that it was a like piece of righteousness that was added to the righteousness pile, or this was he had faith in the Lord and God, he counted it, his faith, to him for righteousness, or if it was the righteousness itself was assigned upon Abram upon his faith.
Yeah, he says it accounted to him as righteousness. So his faith was accounted to Abraham as righteousness.
So in this sense, the okay, look at this. So, but wouldn't this just be saying that he's not counted as righteous based upon his own nature or performance, but
Nope.
that it was the faith that counted, that was the cloak upon which righteousness was placed upon him? Does that make sense?
Nope. It just says that his act of faith was credited to him as righteousness. That's all it says. So this is something that was given to him as righteousness. The same way in the Babylonian Talmud and the intertestamental literature, people had various behaviors and things that they did that were credited to them as righteousness, even though they couldn't follow the whole of the Mosaic law, which is why in the New Testament we find this idea of almsgivings. Remember in the New Testament it talks about righteous people who are giving alms? Do you know about this?
Yeah.
They're called righteous, and then an example of their righteousness is giving alms. Because during the Babylonian exile, one of the main methods of having righteousness credited to you was the giving of alms, because
So
it was
yeah,
this was something they could still do.
I gotta run. This has been interesting. What I'm curious is how much of your Hebrew Bible interpretation of this is influenced by the Babylonian Talmud.
It's not influenced by the Babylonian Talmud. I had these views even before I read the Talmuds.
Okay, so because my understanding from my friends who are who just reverted actually from Christianity to Judaism is the traditional Hebrew. Oh, you got some books.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Give me some book recommendations. That the traditional Hebrew understanding of the Torah is very different from the post-diaspora Babylonian Talmudic interpretation of the Torah.
Mm-hmm. So I would say that the Talmudic interpretation of the Torah is not identical to what I would call Second Temple Judaism. I think the Judaism of the Talmud is a little bit removed from Second Temple interpretations. And that's very clear if you read the Apocrypha. If you read the Jewish writings prior to the Talmud, you're going to find a lot of disagreements between that literature and the Talmudic literature. But they were wrestling with the fact that a lot of these texts didn't come true, and they couldn't just say that they were false. They had to uphold their religion, so they invented all kinds of fantastical interpretations. But the one thing I do appreciate the Talmud for is because these are native Hebrew speakers that know the language and the grammar very well. There's a lot of really good grammatical instruction in the writings of the rabbis explaining how words are used, why they're used that way, and where else they're used, and why we should use them in a particular way. And that's why I read the Talmud as much as I do. Not because I need their interpretation of the text necessarily. It's because I'm not a native Hebrew speaker. So we should be interested in what the native Jewish rabbis were saying about their own language.
Ad Fontes. I gotta run. This was actually really fun, as I'm sure you guys. I don't know. I actually enjoy this. This is great.
I think it's
So thank
fun.
you guys. Yeah, I mean, you just get paid for this, doing like just hours and hours of it, man.
I mean,
That's
it's my favorite thing to do. That's why I keep doing it, right?
awesome. Very cool. Well, God bless. I'll be praying for y'all, and have a great night.
Yep. Have a good one. All right. Well, that was a good time. I was looking at Klaus Westermann to see if he had a fun note on this particular passage. In his Genesis commentary, this is Genesis 12 through 36. It says, in order to explain verse 15:6, we must firstly inquire into this circle. The most important stage in the history of the idea of faith, he didn't say belief, of faith, is that it's formulated in specific terms by the prophet Isaiah. And then he goes on to explain this passage in light of having faith, not in light of having belief. And he says, let's see. And he accounted it to him as righteousness. The language and thought of a later period is even more striking in this close sentence. A theological reflection of this kind is possible neither in the patriarchal period or in the... Oh, he's talking about the time period of when this sentence might have been added to it. I don't know if that's helpful. I mean, it's fun, but I don't know if it's helpful. It says, on the word ha'amin, the detail, it says it's in the perfect form because the sentence does not continue the narrative, blah, 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 blah. So he doesn't actually give an interpretation of what he thinks it's mean. He's much more interested in giving you like the textual commentary on how it came to be. He doesn't actually give us an interpretation. Let's see if at the very end, if he gives us anything helpful. It says, Abraham's faith is also seen in this perspective. Faith in the promises was natural for Abraham. There was no need to stress this in the ancient narratives, but there came a time when great crisis of faith arose, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So he's just saying this is obviously all about Abraham's faith, his obedience. But he doesn't give a very good dialogue on like what he thinks is happening here from a standpoint of like righteousness and like Jewish theology, which is unfortunate. Usually he does that kind of thing. I wonder what Robert Alter says. Robert Alter, I assume, is going to have a note. The verse on 15:6 from Robert Alter, and actual Jewish Hebrew scholar, says, and he trusted. After his initial skepticism, Abraham is reassured by the imposing character of God's reiterated promise under the night sky, for which the first time stressed the concrete idea of Abraham's biological propagation, he who issues from your loins. And so he says, yes, he trusted. It wasn't a matter of just believing in something. But nevertheless, we'll worry about that later.
I mean, I think he was never going to listen to you because that would have challenged his belief that belief is what saves you, right? I mean, it was just, he was never going to listen.
Right, which is wild, because if you read New Testament literature, even according to the New Testament scholars, belief alone is not enough to save you. That's why James chapter 2 says even the demons believe and the shudder. Like, you can't just believe it, you have to have true faith, which is why I mentioned the word pistis in the New Testament. It doesn't just mean belief. Faith, according to the definition of pistis, means having trust and actually following the thing, not just believing it.
Right. But then you run into the problem that it contradicts earlier in the New Testament where it says that, what is it? Maybe Romans, where it's like, there's nothing, like it's not by anything we do or shoot. I
Romans
can't think
9.
of the verse.
Not by like, will or exertion, but by the mercy of God.
Yeah. So it can't be credited. What is it? Like nothing so no man can boast. Right. So
right.
It's like and so those two things are contradictory, because if you're being saved because simply God gave you mercy, then there's nothing you should have to do. But if you are being saved because you have been faithful and you have done certain things, like it can't be both. And
right.
Yeah,
I agree with you. All right, I'm going to grab just a couple super chats, and I'm going to get Ephraim and then Cameron into the guest box. We have time to get both of them in here tonight. Birdkeeper, thank you for the additional super chat, friend. Says also, while I'm reading these, if you're not following Leaving Faith, first of all, you're doing TikTok wrong. Make sure you're following Leaving Faith on YouTube and on TikTok. And remember, I've got a weekly Bible study, the Evangelical Bible Study. It's a podcast and it's recorded visually on Sarah's YouTube channel, Leaving Faith. So make sure you're going over there, following it so you can hear our Bible study. It's a lot of fun, I can promise you. And we're in the best part right now. We're doing the Charleston Heston 10 plagues and the Exodus and the whole thing. So I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah, you were talking about it earlier. I hopped on like a couple hours ago and you were, I forget what you were, but yeah, you were in Exodus. And I was like, oh, we just talked about this in our Bible study.
yeah, exactly. It was a good time. See, that's why you got to watch the Bible study, friends. Birdkeeper says, these guys must like this stuff. That guy was gay for Justin. It's okay, buddy. We are inclusive here. Come on out if you're confused on how you feel. Agreed. Rock hard for Doug. My wife isn't a Christian, but doesn't understand why I like a rock you so much. This Birdkeeper is perfectly okay. Also, I do have questions about whether or not you're a real Birdkeeper, or if that's just a screen name. But nevertheless, thank you for being here. And yes, friends, like, listen, Christians, you can just come out. Don't worry. It's going to be fine. You're in a safe place. You don't have to worry here. This is not your church. I'm not your pastor. And Skepticus, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, for what it's worth, I am currently editing a video that explains why LLMs are not intelligent and cannot be intelligent using the example of the Chinese room. This is actually be a really fun video. Let me know when you drop that, Skepticus. I'd like to see it because I've been saying for a long time, don't trust these LLMs. They're not intelligent. They're like glorified search engines. That's about it. Daddy Todd says, not producing offspring, says the incel. I didn't catch that, actually. I didn't catch that. And Cheese Mondo, good to see your friend, says, Luke's call went downhill fast. Anything LLM for the win. I use it in a similar way for work. Praise Doug. Thank you, Cheese. I initially started trying to do the Notebook LM by Google, but I couldn't add all my resources because they can only give you like 600 resources if you're paying a monthly fee. I was like, fuck it, I'll make my own LLM. So I used anything LLM to establish my own. I had a powerful enough computer to run it, to establish my own base of scholarly data. And now I can't share it because that would be illegal, but I do have an LLM that searches nearly my entire catalog of academic literature. If I can get the Logos academic literature added to it, it'll be even better, but we'll see. I'm working on that.
You are such a nerd.
I have a problem. Hey, wait a minute, fucking PhD in physiology over here calling me a nerd? Holy shit. That's some crazy stuff right there. Little Tono says, claiming moral superiority over atheists while simultaneously spewing misogyny, hate, and thinly veiled slurs is wild. Little does he know, he made me more gay. I'm a woman, straight for Justin, simply wet for Sharon, rock hard for Doug. Thank you, Little Toenail. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's wild. Somebody accused me of on AXP once that you're turning people gay. I said, good.
Great.
What's the problem with that?
Let's do it.
X Million says, Dear Prophet, what does the Bible imply may happen in heaven if I exercise my free will and create my own pearly gate, so to speak, by spilling my own seed right out there on the street of gold? Oh, fuck. Very rock hard for Doug. Well, listen, according to Revelation 21, you're not going to be able to, right? You're going to have your free will revoked. Once you get to heaven, God doesn't want you to have free will. Remember, He only wants free will here. When you get to heaven, he needs robots.
Wait, what does Revelation 21 say?
Says there's no more suffering, no more sorrow, no more sin.
Oh, got it. Okay.
If that's from free will, well, that just means they don't have free will up there. Or God's got a better mechanism for controlling it, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. It's sanctified free will.
Yes. Jessica says, these young red-pilled males make me sad, but watching Justin destroy them makes me happy. Rock hard for Doug. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, this guy was obviously a red pillar, but here's why I focus on the religion and less on the politics, is because once they leave this stupid fucking religion, they're a lot less likely to believe the same political bullshit that they believe right now. I deconstructed from right-wing politics prior to deconstruction from Christianity, but they go hand in hand. They're very closely linked to each other. And Birdkeeper with another super chat, thank you, says, why do Christians always bring politics in it? Atheism is not a politic. There's people who are atheists from all sorts of places, political views. Dumb argument, praise Doug. I agree, Birdkeeper, and I know right-wingers, I know people that vote for the right wing that are atheists. You don't have to be an atheist to, you don't have to be a lib to be an atheist. It just happens to be that a lot of atheists are libs for reasons that we've articulated before, but our reliance on science, our uninterest in Christian nationalism and Christofascism. There's a lot of good reasons for that. Last super chat from our friend Dr. Joe. Good to see your friend. Says Luke looks young and healthy, but he still might be in pain from the leaps he made over your and Sarah's questions. Indeed, Dr. Joe. Great to see your friend.
Yay, Dr. Joe. Well, listen, Justin, before I go, here's checkers for anyone who would like to see checkers. Yay. Thanks for having me up. It was fun.
Sarah, it's been fun having you. Don't be a stranger. Come back. My people love you because our people are the same.
Yeah, we have a lot of the same people. Absolutely. Yes, I will be back soon.
All right. Have a good night.
Bye.
W leaving faith. All right. Let's get Ephraim in here and we'll keep on rolling, friends. Welcome in, Ephraim. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in the Bible?
I am 19 and yes, I do believe in the Bible. It's very exciting that I'm here. I've seen you a few times, tried getting in the room and couldn't end up doing it. So thank you so much for having me here.
Well, welcome back. What we're doing here tonight is I've got a wheel of Bible verses and what I'm oh, sorry, my cat's down here making noise. What we're doing here tonight, I'm going to spin the wheel and I'm going to pull a Bible verse out of the wheel at random and we'll talk about it. How's that?
Works perfectly fine.
Okay. All right. Give me a second.
Yes.
All right. First Corinthians chapter 7, verse 13 through 16, or verse 13 through 15. Let's pull it up.
Okay. I'm sorry, you said 1 Corinthians?
Yeah, 1 Corinthians chapter 7.
Chapter 7. Okay.
We're going to grab verse 13. We'll start there.
Verse 13. Okay. Are you reading?
So, yeah, I'll grab it. It says, if any woman has a husband who is an unbeliever and he consents to live with her, she should not divorce the husband, for the unbelieving husband is made holy through his wife, and the unbelieving wife is made holy through the brother. Otherwise, your children would be unclean, but as it is, they are holy. So this is actually a really interesting passage because it's suggesting here that if you're married to a non-believer, that they'll get to go to heaven with you anyways, even though they don't believe.
Firstly, I have one of two things I have to say. One, I do recall Old Testament being attached to this, and while I would love to answer that directly, that I'm an unfamiliar, I'm not educated exactly on that verse. Would it be okay if I were to suggest one of a book that I recall better?
Sure, yeah, if you've got one that's more in your wheelhouse.
Okay. I'm fine with Romans, the Gospels, and James. If you just want to pick one.
Sure.
Sorry, no, that's a very broad range.
Yeah, it's interesting. So the Gospels, or in fact, okay. Let me grab a passage here.
I'm a fan of
From
Romans.
Romans is fun. To be fair, I'll give Romans some credit here. I'm going to go to Matthew chapter 2 and run down to verse 13 through 15. We could actually probably just do 14 and 15, but what it says is, after they had left, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream and said, "Get up and take the child and his mother and flee to Egypt and remain there until I tell you, for Herod is about to search for the child to destroy him." Then Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, "Out of Egypt I have called my son." Now, I think the question I've got here is, what was being fulfilled here?
I, once again, do not want to sound like a fool and give an uneducated answer. Sorry.
I mean, according to the text, what would you expect?
Seeing as we are on opposing sides here. I'll just go ahead. Let's go ahead with the book of James. So just pick anything from the book of James. Do forgive me, I see your face.
I guess I don't know what we're doing anymore.
So I'm not educated in the entirety of the Bible, but I would like to at least try to answer one question. If I can't answer this next question, I'll just leave it to the next person.
Fair enough. Okay. Give me 1 second. I think I know what I want to. Yeah. Okay. So we have an interesting spot in James when we go to chapter 5. It's a very famous passage, and I'm going to pull it up for you. We're going to read verse 15. Actually, 14, 15, and 16 are the verses that we need to read. So let me put it on the board. So it says, "Are any among you sick? They should call for the elders of the church and have them pray over them, anointing them with oil in the name of the Lord. And the prayer of the faith will save the sick, and the Lord will raise them up. And anyone who has committed sins will be forgiven. Therefore, confess your sins to one another and pray for one another so that you may be healed. The prayer of the righteous is powerful and effective." I'm led to believe this, in accordance with Mark 16 and other passages, that when you anoint the sick and pray for them, they should get healed, right?
Well, how do you mean?
Of their sickness.
What exactly would heal them? What
God?
Refine your question.
Is this passage not suggesting that God will heal people when you lay hands on them and pray for them?
What I'm going to ask is, just to reiterate, what you're asking is, with this passage, you have a firm belief that it would heal somebody if I were to pray over them.
Yeah.
Okay. And with this now my question is, with this question, what is your goal of understanding?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out if the Bible is suggesting that Christians should pray for each other and that they'll get healed. I don't know why they're not getting healed.
Okay. So you struggle with kind of the supernatural effect?
I'm just trying to figure out why this passage seems to be saying something that's untrue. That's all.
So you believe the passage is untrue?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind if I, because I was here for the previous gentleman do you mind if I just recall my understanding of what your beliefs are?
I'm an atheist. I don't believe that that Jesus died for your sins or that he was the Messiah or any of that stuff.
But you believe that, right? You
Believe what?
You believe that he didn't. So you do believe in something.
No, I have a lack of faith in Jesus being the Messiah, but I know, not a belief, I know that he didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies because I know what the prophecies are and he didn't do it.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, not to switch gears, but it sounds like a diversion from James.
It does. And I was just thinking about that because I don't want to give a red herring to you. So that's why I kind of paused there, because before we step in any other bounds, I'd like to, one thing at a time. I hate to be caught herring.
Here's the thing, Ephraim, I don't know if you've read much of the Bible, and I don't know if I challenge you on what the Bible says, I feel like you're probably just going to concede and fold because you haven't read it and you're being honest, and that's fair. So I don't want to like beat you over the head because you haven't read much of the Bible. I only beat Christians over the head with that when they're being pricks and you're not being a prick. So maybe let's try this. Let me ask you a basic question, and then we'll end the conversation on this question. Why should or would anyone believe that Jesus is anything other than just a dead guy from the 1st century?
Well, okay. What makes you not believe?
Because all human beings die. We have a record of his death, and I don't believe that he resurrected because resurrection accounts are like super abundant. And the New Testament gets so much data wrong that I have no reason to believe that these are written by competent individuals or that it's been like divinely revealed by God.
Okay. So you're an atheist. Do you believe in Darwinism?
Evolution?
Yes, evolution.
Yeah, sure do.
So within all of that, you don't believe that there's some act of supernatural, some sort of thought, some sort of act for everything to be?
Say that again?
So with the world, how just to understand your beliefs with the world, let me refine my question. With the world, how do you believe that we got here in all of that, if you could explain?
I mean, my understanding is that the world always existed. It wasn't like it came from nothing. It always existed. The same way you would say God always existed.
Yeah, so how did the world exist?
Always. Like the universe, you mean?
Yeah, how does that exist?
The same way God exists in your worldview.
Okay, so for me in my worldview, I have to kind of believe that God existed before time, correct?
That's what I'm saying is, however you think your God existed forever is the same way I believe that the universe existed forever.
Okay, so you do believe in something, and that is the universe.
I know the universe exists. That's not really a question.
Right. Okay, fine. We can go furthermore. Who created the universe?
Nobody. It always existed.
Okay, so just you believe in logic, correct?
I do.
Okay. Do you believe that a house can just pop up out of nowhere?
Houses are created, at least the houses you and I think of, but also uncreated houses exist too. They're called caves.
Yes, they are called that. That is a good one. That is a very good one. But speaking more so on the home aspect, right? Where I'm at, where you're at, you're in a home that was created. Likewise with a cave, it is the same kind of thing where.
Hey, Ephraim, I want to tell you what. Yes. You're too nice of a person for me to roast alive on this live stream. It's it's obvious that you're kind of new to the apologetics game, and that's okay.
Thank you.
Maybe have some private dialogues with atheists before you do a public dialogue. I don't want someone to embarrass you publicly. I think it's obvious that you're trying some new stuff for the first time. And I just, as like another human being to another, you can probably have these conversations in private with some atheists, just in case you do say some stuff that you want to take back later and not get clipped on the internet.
Yeah, thank you. If I could continue, do you mind if I like continue a little further? Because I didn't hash out my question exactly.
All right, go for it. Yep.
Okay, thanks so much. So just kind of refining it in a quicker term, because I know I was struggling there, is at the end of the day, that cave, right, that rock, something, you believe in science.
I do. I believe in the findings of science. So when science says that something happened, interestingly enough, they'll typically leave you the data that you can examine, and then I don't have to actually trust science. I can go look at the data myself and see, whether or not I believe it's real or not.
Gotcha. And you also said so you said you believe in science, you believe in logic, right? Do you believe that, if I could refine my question, do you believe that something can come from nothing?
I don't know if I've heard an argument that it could. I don't know if it can. My personal belief is that the answer to that question seems to be no, but I also don't believe that there was ever nothing.
Right. Okay. So if there was never nothing, right? Going back to the house aspect, somebody had to build a house, somebody had to build the roads, somebody had to build the cars. There's also natural aspects to these too, right? There's natural roads, that whatnot, so we could get into that. But at the end of the day, my point is somebody had to place that car there. Somebody had to build that car, manufacture that car. Somebody had to put the wood on a house to start creating a house. You kind of get where I'm going here?
Yeah, so what you're trying to do is the creation demands a creator argument, painting demands a painter, a house builder demands a builder. I think the problem with these things is we know that these are things that human beings make. Like, I know that houses require a builder because I've seen builders build houses. But if we're asking, do like water puddles require a water puddler? Nope. Do caves require a caver? No. There are things in the world that we would say are man-made, and we know that those things require like a human or a mind to do it. There are things in the world that are not man-made, and we wouldn't say that those things require a creator. We would say that those are naturally occurring.
Now I do just want to remind the both of us, your first question was about Christ. That's not natural. If I could expand, so I just saying I do recall what the first question was. Just if I could expand on that. You've read the Old Testament. I mean, I know you're very fluent, you're very knowledgeable, and I'm extraordinarily impressed with all of your knowledge. But you have read the Old Testament, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So I've actually just started to go through Genesis again the second time, but if we go and flip to Genesis, it does read somewhere that, somewhere, I believe it's chapter 1 or 2, where God says, and we will make him in our likeness. This is correct?
Yeah, in our image.
Okay. So, biblically, I'm sure you already know this, I believe, that everything you just described, the creativeness, is called something general revelation. You probably have heard of this. I think that is a way that God is seen, God is known. There's an aspect of God, for example, going back to the natural caves, ground, grass, etc. For all of these things to be, I mean, I almost feel like you would have to kind of do some mental gymnastics, get out of this logic to say that, well, there is no God. Objectively, we see that there is a creator. Objectively, logic tells us.
No,
Go
it
ahead.
doesn't. No, nothing about logic or the universe would tell us that there's a God.
So you believe that for a painting you need a painter, but you don't apply that same realm of knowledge to the universe?
Well, universe is not a
Or-
painting.
Going to Genesis, what about you and I, people?
What about us?
You don't believe that we're the thoughts we have, the eyes we have to see, the ears hear, mouth. I could go on, but you don't believe that's any act of a creator?
No, it's that an evolutionary development.
Evolutionary. Okay. How did we get? Do you believe like monkeys? We evolved from monkeys. A
No.
type of monkey. Okay.
We
most people-
evolved with a common ancestor from the ape family. Technically,
Okay.
the monkey family too. If you go back far enough, we would have had a common ancestor, which is why we have things like endogenous retroviruses. Why human beings and great apes share like 200 retroviruses that don't exist anywhere else in the animal kingdom, because our DNA was shared at one point.
I've actually never heard that before. Your knowledge astonishes me. I've never heard that before. That's great. To get those things, just hashing down kind of the main point. Once again, I still remember that question. To get to those things, you don't believe that they would have needed to intentionally be thought up to be created. I mean, do you believe that dinosaurs existed? Just throwing something out there.
Do you?
Okay. I do not. I'm a young earther, whatnot, but that's a talk, very long talk for another time. Oh boy. So, man, this is rough. So you believe that we all just came from nothing like that?
No, I don't think there was ever nothing.
Okay.
So I believe that human beings are biological evolutions. We've been evolving for like 4 billion years.
I think I'm missing something. Man, I gotta be honest. I have actually gone through this with a lot of people, but 4 billion years. What you're saying doesn't really add up to me. Maybe you
Like
could
what?
help me out. But you're
Where's the hang
saying
up?
that for things to exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
There has to be somebody who goes out and builds them, makes them.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, so for a car, so you weren't saying for a car to be on the road that.
No, I'm saying man-made items need designed and built by men.
Yes.
Beaver dams are built by beavers.
Yes.
The universe is not a building. It's not something that was built and constructed. The universe is a chaotic mess of cosmic stardust and chemicals.
So you believe that we can bring chaos, we can bring order into chaos that never existed?
We are living in a pocket of order right now. It'll eventually be chaos. Our planet, our entire solar system will eventually be like annihilated, destroyed.
Okay. Yeah, I have heard that one. I remember in elementary school somebody said that. I got so terrified.
It is a terrifying thought.
Yeah, no, it genuinely is. But so we have order right now. How do we have that order?
We have order because we have these cool things in physics where once chemicals cool down to a particular temperature, they can form mechanical bonds with each other. And once they form mechanical bonds with each other, then it turns out that they can actually start building structures. So just
Okay.
the way physics works allows this process to happen.
So what I'm getting is you think that something can be built out of nothing, but nothing didn't exist. Something existed,
Nope,
right?
I didn't say built out of
No?
nothing. Nope.
Well, I know
Oh,
you say that. I know you don't believe nothing existed. Like there wasn't nothing, there was something, right? I know you did
so
say that. I recall.
everything that is in our universe, everything that makes up our universe, all the fundamental realities of our universe have always existed. That's what I'm trying to say.
They've always existed. But they didn't exist out of nothing, because I know you
They
said something about.
Right, they didn't exist out of nothing. Yeah.
Okay. But you don't believe that something created it, because you don't believe the universe is a painting or the earth.
Yeah, I have no reason to believe that it was created in any form of the word like create.
Okay. If I could step into your realm, what are your studies on science?
I don't know what you mean by studies. I have a,
Or like
background
biology?
in electrical engineering, but that's not biology.
That's really cool. Man, your education. How old are you?
I'm old, bro. I'm 40 something.
Oh my gosh, you're very knowledgeable. But
You'll be knowledgeable too when you're 40. It happens with age, my man.
Well, I've met some 40-year-olds, and some of them aren't as knowledgeable. So,
Probably true.
yes. Have you ever studied biology at all?
I was
Can
only
you
lucky
compare?
enough to take one biology class when I was in school. I'm actually reading a textbook on evolution right now, but I would freely admit that I don't really know jack shit about like real biology. Like, if you ask me anything above like a 101 class question, I probably wouldn't be able to tell you.
Okay, because my only thing is, while I have not myself deeply looked into biology, I do believe that, going back to some sort of general revelation, I first off, kind of reverting back before I go on, I think it's hard to answer your question of how can a dead man rise if there's no belief. If you have a hardened heart, if you can't believe, there's no sense in me trying to explain how a dead man can rise, because that is biblically, you need to have biblical saving faith gifted from the Holy Spirit. If you don't have that, me explaining that to you is just, it's just going to sound like more gibberish. You're going to make more faces. So kind of I've noticed all of these questions that you ask, you kind of have to have faith. Now, if we talk just biblically, if I could
I think
refine this a little.
that's part of the problem, right? Is the Bible only makes sense if you already believe it.
Yes. So then we get into kind of erasing what I was going to go talk about. Do you need faith to believe in the Bible? Your answer would be yes.
No.
No? Okay, you do not need faith
No,
to believe.
you can, like, if the Bible was convincing, you wouldn't need faith to believe it. You would just read it and it would convince you.
Right. What
Okay.
makes the Bible convincing?
If it said things that aligned with reality. So, like, if it said that the Earth was actually a sphere with a gaseous atmosphere, which nobody knew at that time. If it said that, I'd be like, holy fuck, that's actually really cool. The Bible is a dope book with information that nobody knew. But unfortunately, it just kind of agrees with everybody else in the ancient Near East when it says the Earth is a flat disk with a dome over top of it.
But you think that, so just kind of throwing something out, throwing a ball out there. what you believe, you don't think that you don't think anything you believe in requires faith?
No, I didn't say that. There are some things I believe in that probably have some level of faith.
Okay.
I have faith that my significant other is going to treat me appropriately and fairly and not harm me. But when it comes to like science, I don't have faith in science. I believe in science because it has demonstrated itself to be true.
Yeah. Same thing kind of with me and, the religion I follow with, Christ. It's kind of same thing. I don't believe we're called to follow blind faith. I think we're called to follow like living faith. For example, in my lifetime.
Right, but faith is obviously not a reliable metric for determining what's true, because the Muslims have faith and you don't believe that what they believe is true, right? So the question I think we have to ask ourselves is, what is true and how do we know it? And the only thing we can do is we can look at the claims being made in a particular book, and then we can ask ourselves, are these claims true? Do these claims line up with reality? And unfortunately, the claims in the Bible don't line up with reality as we know it. It contradicts reality as we know it. So if the Bible is going to contradict reality, I just don't have a good reason to have any like level of faith in this book. I mean, it's a fun book to read, I'll give you that, but like I wouldn't believe in the validity of the book, But listen, Ephraim, you're really kind. I've got time for at least one or two more guests. I want to get them in before it gets late. I have to fly out to California tomorrow for the California meetup.
You have a safe flight.
So I can't stay up super late, but thanks for stopping by, my friend.
Well, thank you so much. Just a couple more things. Thanks so much for your time. And then I'm sure, yes, there's probably other young, eager men probably wanting to be in here. So
that's the case.
Good luck, everyone else. And, I'll be praying for you. I'd encourage you to look a little more into kind of other things and whatnot. I know some people, I've seen the last chat, and I am some people definitely need to be a little more educated before they speak. That's all I'm going to say. So,
sure. Or at least be honest, but thank you for being here, bud. Take care of yourself.
Yes. Likewise. God bless.
Poor kid. He's really in it. Hope he finds some nice people to talk to. Sand Sensibility, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I think the Venn diagram for Christian nationalists, manosphere dudes, and loneliness epidemic bros is a circle. You fucking nailed it, Sand Sensibilities. I want better for these guys. It all starts with Deconstruction, Rock Hard for Doug. I agree. I think one of the reasons why the manosphere is so obsessed with religion right now, like is the Abrahamic religions, is because it gets you that male dominance. It gets you this idea that women serve you, that you're special, you're unique. God cares about you. Women are made to serve you. If you're an incel and you're like in the manosphere, you can see how that would be super appealing to you. Or it would be super appealing to a young person. And that's what's happened, y'all. And Black Soul, thank you for the 20 euro chat. Says, as an atheist all my life, living in a country where religion is not that important to everyone, I never had to read the Bible. Thank you for explaining everything so clear. You're awesome. Well, thank you, Black Soul. I appreciate that. It's the one thing, getting to read the Bible and actually explain it and show you why the interpretation matters and where it comes from and how the scholars are wrestling with the various ideas. To me, it's exciting because, I wouldn't have gone to school if I didn't love the topic. So I love that I get to share it with you, and that there are people who can come and actually learn and kind of geek out with me. Retard Bomb Tech, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, I'm convinced if aliens ever did contact humans, Christians would start an intergalactic war. They would see aliens as demons not made in the image of God and try to burn them at the stake. Loving the show. Much respect. Retard Bomb Tech, I think you're right, actually. There are some honest Christians that would be like, well, we had a good fucking run. Sorry, Christianity, we're done now. You're going to have some of that. But most of these Christians aren't leaving their religion because we find aliens. Some of them will, though, for sure. But yeah, if the Christians had anything to do with it, the Christians that we have right now, they would be like, who are these motherfuckers? Or they're demons. They're the devil. We got to kill them. Carissa, good to see you. Thank you so much for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, Carissa. That is huge. It really helps the channel. And Verulian says, he's a suggestion caller. Don't tell Justin what he believes. Or here's a suggestion caller. Don't tell Justin what he believes. Ask of. Yes, indeed. Never argue what you think I believe. Always argue what I do believe by asking me. And Tired of Liars says, Ephraim, I've never heard that before. Exactly. You've been manipulated and kept ignorant intentionally. And it's not Ephraim's fault. He's a kind young man. But his leaders in his life have betrayed him. And Divine Dirtbag says, Justin is dropping Christians like Cain dropped Abel. Fuck. That's good. With a fucking rock, by the way. Dan Sensibility says, I think a lot of us were here once too, Ephraim. Keep asking questions. Question everything. Faith is giving up. Rockhard for like, yes. Faith is the easy way out. Ask the hard questions and accept the hard answers. And Swearwolf says, Ephraim should check out Gutsick Gibbon and Forrest Valkai for Young Earth and Biology. Yes. Couldn't suggest a better pair. And last one for now from PDX Geek. It says, Jesus had a twin, imposter Jesus. Jesus was in a coma. It was all just made up. Jesus was a time traveler with nanobots. All more likely. Agreed, PDX. There are so many explanations for the resurrection other than he resurrected that we can just start rattling them off. And Dustframe says, aha, it worked. Indeed, Dustframe. Indeed, it did, my friend. Hope you're doing well. All right, I said we get Cameron in here and then Benson. And Cameron's been waiting. I hope his equipment is working at this point. Welcome in, Camera. Are you at least 18? Cameron, are you at least 18?
Yes, sir. 18 and a Christian.
All right, fantastic. And obviously prepared since you knew I was going to ask you that question. You've been here for a while. So you do know you said you've been here for a while, so you do know what we're doing here, right?
Yeah, I'm actually a second-time caller. So last time we talked about parables.
Oh shit!
And
okay.
You took notes on me.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah.
I while I was waiting, I wrote a little something brief. If I could read it to you.
Is it related to what we're about to do?
It's just kind of a personal compliment.
Sure.
I said, if I may interject briefly before we begin, I just wanted to acknowledge the tremendous amount of respect I have for you. You have an absolutely brilliant mind, crystalline in your logic, and the most coherent and consistent within your worldview of an atheist I've ever come across. I watch almost all of your videos. I admire your intense fervor in pursuing truth, attaining it with clarity and exactness. I watch your videos go from hundreds of views to like 20,000 plus viewership. So I also just wanted to congratulate you wholeheartedly on your hard-earned success and hope you continue to crush and attain more, man.
Hey, thanks, Cameron. I appreciate that. And it sounds like we'll probably have some things to talk about here tonight. What do you think?
Absolutely.
Awesome. So what we're doing here is we've got a cage and it's full of bingo balls with verses written on them. I'm just grabbing at random and I'm asking for the Christians to just offer up some dialogue and explananes for the individual passages. And it's interesting. We've actually rolled. This is wild. I don't think we have played this game a couple times. I don't think I've ever done this twice. I've rolled twice in one night the same chapter. Now it's different. It's different than the verse from Deuteronomy 21 last time. It's a different part of the chapter. But interestingly enough, we got two verses from Deuteronomy 21 tonight. One of them was about the rebellious son, and this is verses 10 through 14, which is not about the rebellious son. This is going to be about war brides, which should be a tough one to enter into. It says, when you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God hands them over to you, and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you desire and want to marry. So you bring her to your house, you shall shave her head, pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and she'll remain in your house for a full month, mourning for her father and mother. After that you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. But if you are not satisfied with her, you shall let her go free, and certainly do not sell her for money. You must not treat her as a slave, since you have dishonored her. So the question I've got here is, why is God dope with war brides?
Why did God what?
Why does God seem to be dope on the topic of war brides? Why is he down with that?
Well, I think like the language is concessionary. So I mean, it's a regulation of something that obviously was ongoing in that culture in the time. Like that wasn't an anomaly for any soldiers to take on war brides.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're saying like, why is he dope on it? I would say it's not expressive of his ideal standard, but it is a concession unto the current level of depravity of sinful man.
Sure, but he tells you to follow the law forever.
Yes.
So it sounds like this isn't a temporary law, it's a permanent law.
Well, if we're going to apply the eternal nature of the bindingness of this law on us, like I'm not really going to meet any of the conditions beforehand. Like I wasn't commanded to go into war on behalf of Israel as a banner of God, to go attack a specific people that God specified, to then, if this scenario happens, God permitted war brides to be taken. And then after they were taken, he regulated them furthermore with 2 other concessions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but my point is this: like, we can't say that this is a concession. Like, he allows you to do it now, but he won't allow you to do it later, because the law code that includes the taking of war brides is an eternal law code. Even if you don't think it applies to you, you would certainly have to concede that based on the Hebrew text, it applies to the Jews even today.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna, if for a Jew who's gonna solely stay within the Old Testament, then yeah, they would also assume their Messiah had yet to come. So of course they ought to be following the law. But I don't think in practice they are, because they're not even acting temple rituals. So
Well, they don't
there's
have a
already
temple.
What'd you say?
They don't have a temple to do sacrifices in, or else they would.
So that's what I'm saying. So without a temple, then it's impossible to satisfy already many components of the law. So,
but they follow the ones that they can. Once they get a temple, they'll begin sacrifices again.
So yeah, what are you trying to say by that?
My point is that the covenant and this law code is eternal to the Hebrew people. That's why God tells you over and over again that it's eternal. He says, "Be careful to observe these statutes forever, for all time."
I agree. I mean, I would say that this Old Testament law gets encapsulated or taken up or inhabited within the new covenant by Jesus Christ.
Well, by Jesus, not by Paul. Jesus said to follow this law forever till heaven and earth pass away. Paul says it's already been done away with. So Jesus and Paul clearly don't agree on that.
Jesus and Paul absolutely agree.
They absolutely don't agree. Jesus said the follow the law, and those who don't follow the law and teach others to not follow the law would be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Paul said, don't follow the fucking law. So they don't agree.
But they'll be called least in the what?
Least in the kingdom of heaven. So the question is, do you need to follow the law? No one's talking about requirements for going to heaven. The question is, do you need to follow the law?
That is indicative of someone who is in heaven, and they did not follow the law.
I'm aware, but pay attention. The question is not how do you get to heaven. The question is, does God want you to follow these laws?
But what I'm demonstrating by showing that is that it's not required upon
Cameron,
us to
you're
follow
not
the law.
demonstrating anything. I'm not asking you if you have to follow the law to go to heaven. That's not my question. That's the question you want me to ask, but that's not it. My question is, does Jesus want you to follow the law? I'm not asking, do you need to go to heaven?
Okay, yes, Jesus wants you to follow the law.
There you go. So if Jesus wants you to follow the law, and he wants you to follow the law until heaven and earth pass away, then what that means is that it would be good to follow all of these laws, correct?
I mean, like in one sense, absolutely correct.
In the biblical sense, you mean?
Well, I mean, there are multiple. I mean, I'll allow you to continue because I feel like we're going to be in agreement on a lot of what you're going to say, but there's also
Mhm.
room for interpreting a dual fulfillment or another referent that satisfies the same linguistic constraints.
No, a dual fulfillment by definition will not fulfill the grammatical constraints or the context.
Well, it will in a different mode.
Nope, it'll completely ignore the context and the grammar. That's why Matthew cites all these prophecies out of context, even ones that aren't prophecies. Like, out of Egypt I've called my son. That's not a prophecy. In order to say that's about Jesus, you have to ignore the context, you have to ignore the genre, and you have to ignore the actual meaning of the writing. You just get to now take random words from the Hebrew Bible and just declare them prophecies. That's how prophecy works.
All right. Well, Justin, so I mean, I listened to you so much. I feel like dwindled down the centralmost, I feel like, argumentative piece that's disagreement between us. And so what I'm willing to do, I don't know if you're willing to, we can. If you don't want to, we don't have to. But I have a list of 10 hermeneutical principles or precedents set by Jesus that I use to interpret the Bible because I believe Jesus is the Messiah, is God, and is the interpretive key of the Bible.
Well, I would reject that. You already have to believe in Jesus to believe that I don't believe in Jesus. So you're putting the cart before the horse. Also, it doesn't fix the problem that we have in Deuteronomy. In Deuteronomy 21, God clearly allows you to take war brides, and I'm trying to figure out if taking war brides is somehow morally permissible, and if it's not morally permissible, why?
It is morally permissible by the Creator, who is judge over our reality.
Okay, so then it's permissible today.
No.
Why?
Because God hasn't permitted that to us.
When did he say that you can no longer do this?
Well, I mean, it factors in the purpose of the law to begin with.
The
law
purpose of
was temporary in nature. It was
No.
designed to be temporary and to
directly contradicting the Hebrew Bible. Be careful to obey all these words that I command you, so that it might go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. Did he say forever or temporary?
Forever.
Okay, so it's definitely not temporary. Deuteronomy 29:29 says the secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the revealed things belong to us and to our children forever to observe all the words of this law. Is that forever or temporary?
Forever.
No, and we'll end on this one. There's more, but Deuteronomy 30 talks about the messianic age when God will circumcise the hearts of the people. It says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. Now, we would recognize that this either hasn't happened yet, or this is the messianic age, right? When the circumcised hearts all come about.
Are you asking that is in the setting of Deuteronomy 30, are their hearts circumcised currently?
I'm asking, has verse 6 come true yet?
Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, in order that you may live. Yes.
When did that happen?
That happened the moment that Jesus resurrected back to life.
Great. So that means you got to follow the law still, because verse 8 says, then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today. So according to God in Deuteronomy 30, when Jesus came, they were supposed to again observe all of the commandments of at least Deuteronomy.
I mean, would you say that there's a difference between an outright command and a regulation or a permission of God showcased in Scripture?
And not when it comes to the Torah. Whether God regulates, outlaws, permits, or commands, they're all part of the same law code that you're going to follow. Unless it's very specific. If it's a law for a woman, obviously I'm not following it. If it's a law for a man, then there are, some people who don't fall in that category that wouldn't be following it. If it's a law for children, obviously adults aren't following it. Obviously laws have some context, but the law code itself, the law of Moses, is not going to fade away. It's not going to leave. It's not going to go anywhere. It's literally going to be the law of the land and eventually the law of the world.
Yeah, I would say that the law operates as an external scaffolding.
I don't even know what that
Whereas in the New
means.
Covenant, what'd you say?
I don't even know what that means. What's it mean
It
that
means
the law is the external scaffolding?
scaffolding.
For what?
For God to reveal his identity through.
The law might have been that. I agree. Yeah, God is revealing his nature through his law. We can agree with that, but I don't know what that has to do with the law going away.
I'm sorry, I totally lost my train of thought.
Yeah.
Can you repeat your last statement?
Yeah, the law, it might be the way God reveals his character to human beings, but calling it a scaffolding doesn't mean that it's going to go away.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I said an external scaffolding. So what I was saying by that is it was something divinely revealed and mediated unto man by God, something that he would otherwise not possess natural knowledge of. And it was descriptive of external, outward acts of obedience.
Great, I
Whereas
agree.
in the new,
And God wants you
what'd
to
you say?
follow the law.
Yeah, so now in the new covenant, our ability to follow the law is perfected because we now possess the Holy Spirit.
Oh, so you follow
And we
all the
have the
laws
mind.
now?
I can understand with the possession of the Holy Spirit inside me a truer understanding of the character of God. And I know that
I'm
both
asking you about
God,
following the law, though.
so I would say I now have the authoritative judgment to discern which laws clearly I ought to follow to be obedient unto God and which laws I shouldn't.
Well, unfortunately,
And I
that's
would
not
say,
what the Hebrew Bible says. The Hebrew Bible says you're going to follow all the laws. Same thing in Zechariah. Zechariah dictates that all of the nations will eventually follow the law. So it says after Armageddon in Zechariah 14, the final battle, says, all who survive of the nations that have come against Jerusalem shall go up year after year to worship the King, the Lord of hosts. The King is the Lord of hosts, not Yahweh, or not Jesus. And to keep the festival of booths. Oh, so they got to keep the festivals, like the Mosaic festivals, right? Any of the families of the earth who do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, there will be no rain upon them. So he's actually going to punish the people who don't follow these festivals. And then in verse 20, it says, on that day there shall be inscribed on the bells of the horses, holy to the Lord, and the cooking pots in the house of the Lord shall be as holy as the bowls in front of the altar, and every cooking pot in Jerusalem and Judah shall be holy to the Lord of hosts, so that all who sacrifice may come and use them to boil the flesh of the sacrifice. These are human beings, Israelite and other nations, after the Armageddon, the final battle, that are going to give literal boiled animal sacrifices and obey the Feast of Booths. This is not referring to some metaphorical bullshit like I believe in Jesus and now I get to fuck off and not follow these laws.
well, even originally in Deuteronomy 29, I think it was that proclamation was made from Moses.
I'm gonna need you to address the passage I just read.
So what do you want me to say about it?
Tell me I'm wrong or tell me I'm right.
I was trying to explain that, and I was eventually going to, but I keep getting sidetracked from my train of thought. So if you want to repeat yourself, I'll address it.
According to the book of Zechariah, after the final battle, when all the nations come against Israel, the nations are going to be joined to the people of Israel, and they're going to be also joining with the festivals. They're going to be doing the festivals with them. They're going to be doing sacrifices with them. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, you are right.
So what that means is that God intends for the nations, not just the Jews, to also join with the sacrifices of the Mosaic law and the festivals.
In that one culminating event, yes.
Yeah, and forever.
But up until that point, there was no command for the nations to continue doing sacrifices as an act
There
of
was.
obedience.
Yes, there is. In
Not
fact,
in the
it
New
says so.
Testament.
I didn't say anything about the New Testament. I'm talking about the Hebrew Bible. I'm demonstrating to you that from the Hebrew Bible, you'll never, not in a million years, you'll never get to a position where the law is temporary just by reading the Hebrew Bible. You have to get that shit from the New Testament. In fact, after the Babylonian exile, according to Isaiah 56, the foreigners are going to be doing exactly what Zechariah says. It says, do not let the foreigner join to the Lord, say, the Lord will surely separate me from his people. And do not let the eunuch say, I am just a dry tree, for thus saith the Lord, to the eunuchs who keep my Sabbaths, who choose the things that please me and hold fast to my covenant, I will give in my household and within my walls a monument and a name better than the sons and daughters. I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off. And again, the foreigners who join themselves to the Lord to minister to him, to love the name of Yahweh, and to be his servants, all who keep the Sabbath and do not profane it and hold fast to my covenant. Remember, foreigners are holding fast to his covenant with Moses. I will bring to my holy mountain, I will make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted on my altar. The vision for the nations is that they would participate in the sacrificial system, same as the Israelites.
Okay, so are you just saying that the law is not only eternal but binding on both Israel and the nations?
You got it.
According to the Hebrew Bible?
Yeah, those who come to love the Lord, to worship the Lord, the God of Israel, they will also be following the law of Moses. That's why it says in the book of Numbers that there's one law, both for the native born and the foreigner.
Yeah, I mean, like the only thing that I'm trying to give some weight to is the fact that this was spoken unto the Israelite nation. And
Yes,
so then
about foreigners.
About foreigners, but I mean, so that's binding only to them.
The foreigners.
Even it's only binding also
I agree.
to the foreigners.
Are you a
for
foreigner?
As long as, yes, I am a Gentile.
Oh, then it's binding to you too.
For as long as it was binding on the Jews, it was also binding on the foreigners. But so long as it's
That's
not
forever.
binding on the Jews, what'd you say?
That's forever. It's binding on the Jews forever. We already covered this.
So Jesus is as the interpretive key is going
He's not
to
the interpretive key. He's a liar and a fraud, bro. I don't care what Jesus says.
But here's the thing, like you obviously have a platform to initiate debate between Christians. And if you want to perform an honest, internal, coherent stress test, then you have to uphold all of the tenets of what a Christian believes from the Bible, which is that
I know what you believe.
Jesus is the Messiah. Jesus is God.
I don't have to
He
uphold
rose from the
them.
dead.
I'm showing you the
In order to-
contradiction in the worldview. If you're debating against a Mormon, it would be well within your right to show where the Book of Mormon disagrees with the Bible, even though they think that it's a continuation of the Bible. They think it's an addition to the Bible. In the same way you would critique the Book of Mormon for not agreeing with the Bible, I'm critiquing your book, the New Testament, and demonstrating that it doesn't match the Hebrew Bible. They're not the same. They don't have anything to do with each other. The Christians were heretics. Jesus was a heretic. Paul was a heretic.
I think, but the difference in your analogy to Mormonism is that Joseph Smith never professed to be the Messiah or God.
It doesn't matter what he professed to be. It doesn't matter if you profess to be God at all. None of that matters. There's a lot of people that profess to be God and weren't God. The professing to be God has nothing to do with whether or not you are God.
Correct. You would have to look at what's written about Jesus and demonstrate from what he is recorded of him to determine if that is miraculous or not miraculous.
Can God
And
contradict
then once you
himself?
no, God cannot contradict himself.
Can God change his mind?
From a human relative standpoint,
I didn't ask about
yes.
human relative. I said, can God change his mind? It's yes or no.
No.
Okay, so then what that means is God couldn't change his mind, whether it was Jesus or not, about whether or not you should follow these laws. So if God said to follow these laws forever and he can't contradict himself and he can't change his mind, that means he still wants you to follow the law forever. Talking point closed. What's the next one?
I mean, do you want to like switch verses? Is that what you're saying?
No, I was just being facetious. Your talking point failed. I just demonstrated why it doesn't work.
Well, I mean, I don't think what you just said dismantled my argument at
Yeah,
all.
pretty much did. Yeah. You're claiming that Jesus is the interpretive key because he's God, but that can't be the case because Jesus can't disagree with himself. Jesus can't say in one place, if you believe he was the guy who gave the laws, if he's God, he can't say follow this law forever, and then one day come around and say, actually, don't follow the law. He can't do that because God can't contradict himself and God can't change his mind. So what that means is that Jesus is not God, and this argument is silly.
No, I mean, there's one crucial piece of information that's due in consideration, which is the fact that there are covenants given expressly to specific individual groups of people.
So what?
And now we, as a new grouping of people in the new covenant, no longer have the Old Testament spirit of
What
the
the fuck does
law.
that mean?
I mean, it's the same religion. Christianity is the same religion that allows me to look and read at the Old Testament with you and say, absolutely, Justin, I think rape is wrong. I think murder is
Oh,
wrong.
no, you don't believe, you can't say that. You don't know those things. The New Testament doesn't say it. You think it's wrong because you want it to be wrong. The New Testament doesn't say that shit's wrong. The New Testament never outlawed slavery. It never outlawed concubinage. It never outlawed the outdated customs of like killing women for not being virgins. It didn't do any of that shit.
Yeah, but it redirected our focus in this new covenant towards the first and second greatest commandment, to love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength. And number 2 is to love your neighbor as yourself.
We already had that. We already had that
also
before Jesus. Jesus didn't invent that. That wasn't new. That wasn't anything special, and that still doesn't invalidate the rest of the law.
But what is new and what is special is the new possession of the Holy Spirit, which enlightens us to truth with
That's
a
not new
higher
either.
capability to know God, and therefore
That's
to
not
morally
new.
discern that we should not do things
That's
like
not
rape
new,
and
and that's not how it works. The Holy Spirit was distributed on people all the time in the Hebrew Bible. It didn't give them divine knowledge. When it came on Jephthah in Judges chapter 11, Jephthah literally made a rash vow. The Spirit came upon him, and he made a stupid, rash vow that he had to later regret because it caused him to murder his own daughter. The Holy Spirit isn't leading anybody in all truth or in divine wisdom, not in the Hebrew Bible.
I agree, he's not. Would you say that everyone in the Old Testament that was saved then possessed the Holy Spirit?
No, being saved has nothing to do with having the Holy Spirit. Being saved in the Hebrew Bible literally only means that you'll be resurrected on the last day, on the day of the resurrection of the righteous, and you'll get to live on the renewed earth. That's it. There's no eternal conscious torment in hell. There's none of this nonsense of like somebody needing to die for your sins. There's none of this nonsense of, hey, if you're imperfect, I need to punish you forever. None of that's in the Hebrew Bible. It's all shit made up after the last book of the Hebrew Bible was penned.
So do you believe that Old Testament saints just believed in God, but never had any assurance of their salvation up until the point when they died, and then either what they expected happened or what they wouldn't want to happen to go to Sheol happened? And then they would therefore know whether...
Everybody in the Hebrew Bible that's dead is in Sheol right now as we speak. The resurrection of the righteous are people coming up from Sheol. Everybody goes to Sheol in the Hebrew Bible. No one gets to choose. You all go there until the resurrection.
Yes, and yeah, and then once the resurrection happened, Jesus descended into the bosom of Abraham to preach the actualized confirmation of the gospel, which was like, hey, I died for the sins that you temporarily
Which
were.
wasn't true. It's a cope.
I mean, but
Nobody has to
that's
die for the sins of the people in Sheol.
yes, absolutely. Death
No,
is
absolutely not.
necessary.
Find me that in the Hebrew Bible where it
Substitutionary.
says that death is necessary to be counted in the resurrection of the righteous.
Death is necessary.
Yeah, where does it say somebody has to die for your sins or else you can't be resurrected?
Well, I mean, like beginning in Genesis 9,
What
there
about it?
is a what?
I said, what about it?
There's a reintroduction of a repeat from the Adamic promise, but the only difference is the first inclusion of a mentioning of blood and what comes with it. And then you can tie that with Leviticus 17:22 that talks about, the life is found in the blood contains the life. And then in Genesis 9, long before that, there is first established a value determined to blood by saying dictates afterwards of like, hey, you cannot shed the blood of another person because that blood is accusatory of you having taken something which is valuable, which is life.
Yeah, that didn't answer my question. My question is, where in the Hebrew Bible does it say that you're going to go to hell unless like you're killing animals? Because the Hebrew Bible I have familiar with doesn't say that. In fact, there's lots of ways you can get forgiveness. You can get punished. You can turn to God and pray. You can just regret your sins a whole lot. You can repent of your sins and get forgiveness. There's nothing in the Hebrew Bible that says you must murder animals to get forgiveness. In fact, most of the animal, not most, quite a few of the animal sacrifices that you'll find in Leviticus are actually more for like the accidental sins. The other ones you actually have to like repent and ask God for forgiveness.
But but we're specifically talking about sin. So of a sin guilt
Yeah.
offering, are there ever instances where an animal is not slaughtered?
Yeah, Leviticus 5:11. Want me to read it for you?
Yeah.
Have you never seen that? How long you? I don't believe you've actually been watching me as long as you say, because you
I
should have
mean,
known this.
you have a steel trap of a mind and a memory, and I cannot retain nearly half of what you do. So
Fair enough. Let's grab Leviticus 5. It says, if you cannot, this is part of the sin offering, by the way. If you go to the beginning of the chapter, it lays down the sin offering. It says, when any of you sin so that you have heard a public adjuration, and he talks about these offerings that you have to give up for these sins. Here's a female, a sheep, or a goat, so on and so forth. If you can't afford a sheep, here's what you do. It says, offer 2 turtle doves. And then in verse 11 it says, but if you cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, you shall bring as your offering for the sin that you have committed 1/10 of an ephah of choice flour for purification offering. You shall not put oil on it or lay frankincense on it, for it is a purification offering. So if you can substitute flour for an animal, it seems like the animal blood isn't actually required.
well, I would say it remains required, but God also makes a super gracious concession to poor people to be like, hey, if you're still desirous to be obedient, I will make a way for you to afford to be able to do that because I respect the integrity and the intentionality.
Well, then you've conceded your talking point. Your talking point is that it was required. Now you're saying that there's actually loopholes if you're poor. So if there's loopholes if you're poor, then it means it's not required.
Well, no, it is required, but that
It's
loophole
not
is just
required.
God reworking a new system of transaction to cover you for that sin and guilt.
Is it required for the poor people?
No.
Then it's not required. When you say
Well,
that something's
no,
required, we're saying it's required in all cases. So now what you're saying is that it's actually not required. There are cases where you don't need to kill an animal to get your sins forgiven, huh?
so okay, so let me imagine myself from the standpoint of someone who is this poor person.
Answer my
And will you please
question.
ask me that question again?
Yes. There are cases where it's not required to kill an animal to to get your sins forgiven. So what that means is that it's not actually required. Yes or no?
I would say it is required. And
Not
the
universally.
yes, the only extenuating factor would be an otherwise divinely authorized way.
Which is a bunch. In fact, the Bible lists like a dozen ways you can get forgiven. So I'll maybe you just haven't read it. So Jeremiah 36 says, "It may be that when the house of Judah hears all the disasters that I intend to bring on them, all of them may turn from the evil ways, that I might forgive their iniquity and sin." So you can literally just turn from your wicked ways, and bada bing, bada boom, God will forgive you.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So what that means is you don't have to murder an animal to get your sins forgiven. In fact, we got dozens of instances where that doesn't happen. In 2 Samuel 12, when David recognizes that he sinned in what he did with Bathsheba, he repents, and Nathan says, "It's okay, God has already put away your sin," which means the blood sacrifice has nothing to do with being required. It might be that God likes them. Obviously, he says he loves the pleasing aroma. He definitely wants them. In fact, he wants animals being killed and fed to him even when it's not connected to a sin offering, if you read Exodus. So my point is, God doesn't he doesn't need blood to forgive you. Maybe he likes it, sure. Does he need it? No.
And the verse that you pulled up in Jeremiah 36, I think it was, like, I would say that there's a difference. Like, I know you know the New Testament, so I'm going to use its terminology: justification versus sanctification. I would say Jeremiah would be a reference to the moment where a person gets saved that says, "Hey, if you turn from your wicked, evil ways, you will be saved." Whereas once you are saved, then an ongoing obedience when you commit sin, which you inevitably will, you now have a system to reconcile yourself with God temporarily.
Unfortunately, that doesn't exist in the Hebrew Bible. That's something you have to imagine into it. There's no such thing as a person being saved in the Hebrew Bible. You're either numbered among the righteous or not numbered among the righteous. And by being numbered among the righteous, it just means that your righteousness exceeded your unrighteousness.
And then therefore you were going to be saved. Like, do you don't think that there was a Jewish concept of
there's no
either
being
heaven or hell?
saved. There's no Jewish concept of a kingdom far away. There's no Jewish concept, at least not in the Hebrew Bible, of a flaming hellfire that everyone has to be saved from. That's not in the Hebrew Bible. That comes after the closing of the Hebrew Bible. You'll find it in some of the apocryphal writings, but you're not going to find it in the Hebrew Bible.
Okay, I mean, if we want to, okay, I mean, I'm fine going along with that for the most part, because like progressive revelation dictates that at very early parts of scripture are going to be unfolding new mysteries previously
Okay.
unknown, but given in
Yeah.
an understandable but not exhaustive way.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. If the new revelation contradicts the old revelation, then it can't be new revelation, right?
I mean, a contradiction doesn't negate
If the
whether
new
or not it's
revelation
error.
contradicts the old revelation, that would mean that the new revelation isn't true, correct?
Oh, they said isn't new. I mean, depending on what it contradicts, yes.
Why is the Book of Mormon not new revelation?
Because it was given in an unauthorized capacity.
Wrong. That's your claim. It was given by a prophet of God. Try again.
Yeah, a prophet of God, but in Hebrews, chapter 1, we're going to see that all of the fullness of revelation culminated in Jesus, who is the exact representation of God.
Well, you'd be wrong, because there's a new revelation. It actually culminates in Joseph Smith. The new revelation says so. And it supersedes the old revelation.
But okay, so if we're going to take that line of reasoning within the Book of Mormonism, does Joseph Smith ever claim to be God?
Doesn't matter. We're not asking if Joseph Smith was God. We're asking if the new revelation is valid.
Well, what I'm trying to put on the table is the fact that new revelation is valid if it's given by God by default.
Oh, then that means the Book of Mormon is valid revelation.
No, because Joseph Smith isn't God, never claimed to be.
It doesn't
and
have to.
neither was the revelation.
Is Moses God?
No.
Oh, well, then you can't say that revelation needs to come from the mouth of God. Jesus didn't write shit. He didn't give us any writing. So we'll try this again. Joseph Smith has revelation from God. He got them from the golden tablets from the angel Moroni, and that is revelation from God. Why is it not valid?
Well, when I said that like Moses is not God, that doesn't mean that I don't believe God is also a divine author of the Old Testament.
Buddy,
Of course I do.
I think you're concussed. I asked you why the Book of Mormon isn't new revelation from God, and you said because Joseph Smith didn't claim to be God. But the answer to that is very simple. You don't have to claim to be God to provide divine revelation. You just need to have revelation that you said is from God, much like Moses. So the question still stands. Why is the Book of Mormon not new revelation?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm tracking your line of reasoning. All right, so I would say that the difference between how we would apply ourselves to either Mormonism on the basis of how we apply ourselves to the Old Testament, that basis changes the moment that Jesus comes in the middle. So
No,
when I
that's
said
not
that
answering my
Moses was
question. I
not
don't
God,
just pretend the New Testament's true. I don't care. I'm asking why is the Book of Mormon not new revelation?
okay, it could be new revelation, but I
Oh,
do not
interesting.
think it's
How could we
valid.
know?
We would know by, I mean, really examining the most previous revelation to then use it
Oh,
as a filter
oh,
to discriminate
interesting.
and eliminate what's possible.
So we should examine the prior revelation, the trusted revelation, and see if it agrees with the new revelation.
Yes.
Oh, that's what the fuck I just said. That's why I don't accept the New Testament as new revelation of the Old Testament, because it contradicts. When you filter the New Testament through the lens of the Hebrew Bible, the first revelation, it doesn't match. There's contradictions everywhere. So I reject the New Testament for the same reason you reject the Book of Mormon, because it doesn't match what came before it.
So, I mean, I actually like thought of an analogy to try and like understand the relationship between the Old Testament and the New.
The
And what
analogy
I
is not
came
helpful. Will
was
you respond to what I just said?
I feel like my analogy is responsive,
Oh boy.
right?
I don't think
Can I
so.
say
Listen,
it, or do you want me to?
no, Cameron, listen, I'm sure you're a nice guy, but I don't think you're tracking. I don't think you're keeping up with the conversation. I've got one more person in the queue that I want to get to before I call it a night. So I'm going to move on, okay?
All right, Justin, it was a pleasure, man. I'll call back in.
All right, call back again some other time, all right?
All right, have a good.
Oh boy. Okay, well, I guess we'll give me 1 second. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then I'm going to get Benson in from the YouTube queue. All right, friends, let's get our friend and guest in for the evening. It's going to be Benson. Welcome in, Benson. Are you at least 18?
For sure. Yeah.
All right. And do you believe in the Bible?
Yeah.
Okay. You sounded a little bit unsure about that.
Yeah, the Hebrew Bible for sure, and the New Testament, those two. Depending on what Bible we're talking about, you know.
Okay.
There's all sorts of Bibles. Catholic Bible, I'd say definitely not.
Oh, that's a shame. All right. So what we're doing tonight here is we are doing a kind of a potpourri game where I've got a bin full of balls. I'm going to twirl them around like we're playing bingo, and each one has a Bible verse written on them. And I'm going to read the Bible verse out so that you can hear it, and then we can discuss. How about that?
Sounds awesome. I think it's really awesome for what you're doing. Thanks for staying on a little late. I said, it sounds like you got a flight to catch, so appreciate your patience. And that last one was a little bit of struggle to follow through. I'm not sure if you saw my messages, but I would agree that if a most recent revelation contradicts the prior, you're laying the breadcrumbs pretty heavy there. So it was cool to watch your patience with that. And I'm just really happy to join in. And so if you want, I would love to either tackle the questions that you asked Cameron, or we can go on to another ball. But I think you guys went into really some awesome detail and some meat. And so if you want to continue discussing Deuteronomy or Jeremiah, we can go down that path, or we can pick a new ball, whatever you want.
I pulled the ball out and I've got the Bible passage up, so we'll cover that. And then if there's something you want to circle back on, we can pick that apart. How's that?
That's good.
Okay. So the one that we pulled out was Deuteronomy 13. And a lot of people like the beginning of Deuteronomy 13 about the false prophet, but we're not talking about the false prophet. This is going to be verses 12 through 15. It says, if you hear it said about one of the towns that the Lord your God has given you to live in, that scoundrels from among you have gone out and led the inhabitants of the town astray, saying, let us go out and serve other gods whom you have not known, then you shall inquire and make a thorough investigation. If the charge is established that such an abhorrent thing has been done among you, you shall put the inhabitants of that town to the sword, utterly destroying it and everything in it, even putting its livestock to the sword. What? Why?
That's a pretty grim verse. It's
a tough one.
Pretty rough. Yeah, for sure. Do you mind us exploring some of the content above or below those verses? Is that allowed in your debate? I think looking at context is very, very key. When diving in.
So the context is about people leading Israelites astray, and the beginning of the chapter is about false prophets. So it says, if prophet are those who divine by dreams appear among you and show you omens or portents, and the omens or portents declared by them take place. They say, let us follow other gods whom you have not known. Let us serve them. You must not heed the words of those prophets or those who divine by dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether indeed you love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul. Then he says, the Lord your God, you shall follow him alone. You shall fear his commandments. You shall keep his voice. You shall obey, which is obviously one of the reasons why I think Jesus was one of these false prophets, because they claim that you're going to worship another name and that you don't have to follow these laws.
I gotcha. Yeah, I think that's great. I think it's a great context. Thanks for going up. I'm not sure if all the viewers are familiar with the Bible, if most of your viewers are not Christian. So thanks for scrolling up and looking at that. I think this is a great verse to apply to the New Testament. I think it's a great chapter to apply to the Book of Mormon example that you had given earlier. If someone's giving a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and those things come true, right? So it's giving an example of a situation that could occur on Earth where people may have powers to predict future events. Would we agree on that? So we agree that those things are out there. We agree that there's some sort of spiritual nature to being human, whether there's a God or whatever, that there's something out there, right, that people can tap into to maybe have visions or astral project or whatever they do, right? People can do things. It could be magic or whatever they're doing. It could be science, some sort of deception. And as that chapter hinted, is that it said that it was God testing the people.
Yeah.
Right. So he's definitely testing them to see if they're going to continue to walk within the ways that they've agreed to, because they have gone into a covenant, right?
Mm-hmm.
We agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
So we have two things that we really might need to separate here. And I think it's awesome that you're really sticking to a Hebrew Bible perspective, right? The Hebrew Bible is not like Western thinking. The Hebrew Bible is not like we think is out with the old, in with the new, right? And I think you've demonstrated that very clearly, that the Hebrew Bible states that the laws and things are forever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that these things are forever. And so the Hebrew mindset is not like the modern Christian mindset. And I think most Christians in the modern age have it very twisted. And 2 Peter says that if you don't know the scriptures, you will twist the words of Paul. And I think we have a lot of denominations and people here that don't understand their scriptures, and they do a very bad job of explaining their beliefs on the New Testament. So why would God say that you need to go and kill a bunch of people in Deuteronomy 13? That sounds really messed up. Well, it sounds like because they came out of covenant. Okay, and so the people didn't follow God. They followed after dreamers of dreams. They followed other gods.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, because they led people astray and they broke their covenant, which part of the covenant was given in Exodus chapter 19, which says, I am the Lord your God. You will have no other gods before me. So if these people went out and had other gods or fell into deception, then they have broken the covenant. Mm-hmm. And if you've broken the covenant, there's consequences. And unfortunately, in that chapter, God described the consequence as death. And
sure, but
unfortunately,
why are babies being killed?
It appears that it extends to multiple people and even livestock, right?
Sure. Yeah, but
that's what the verse says.
Yeah, why are livestock morally culpable for somebody else's idolatry?
That's a great question. Why would God want to wipe out something that didn't have a choice in the matter? Animals don't have choices like humans, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that is a great question. I'm not God, and I can tell you that I can't answer why he said that or why he extended it. I believe that sovereignty resides in the one who has the ability to make exceptions. God has the ability to make exceptions within the Hebrew Bible, and I'm not one to be able to question his authority. If that's what he said, that's what he said. If it's messed up, it's definitely messed up. So I agree that that verse can be hard to digest, but when someone breaks a covenant, just like if a wife was to commit adultery, there is a law that will uphold what happens if someone falls out of covenant. And the main reason for the law is to be able to restore the injured party.
Well, babies and animals would be injured parties by God then.
That's what it appears to be like.
So I guess the point that I'm trying to figure out is, how is it justified when God is infinite? He's got every power that ever existed, other than the ability to like contradict himself. But he's got all these powers. Does he not have the power to punish the guilty people without harming the innocent?
I would think that he does have the power to not punish the innocent on behalf of the guilty.
So what do we call it when we unnecessarily punish innocent entities?
I mean, I think most people would probably call it genocide or murder or something terrible.
I was going to use the word injustice. I think when innocent people, that
works. Yeah.
Yeah. When innocent people are punished, especially when they don't have to be punished, we would always refer to that as injustice. Now, the problem I have is it doesn't matter who's doing it. Injustice is injustice no matter who is being enacted the act.
But the people that accepted the covenant knew that if they broke the covenant, that their consequences would be extended into the third and fourth generation. So this is within that time frame. And so unfortunately, the innocent people are subjected to the choices of the people at that time. And that's clearly stated in the Hebrew Bible. So we have an answer. Why did those people get killed? because they are part of the third and fourth generation. And
Well,
God said
that's
he
not
will
a
extend.
that doesn't fix the problem. That kicks the can down the road. The problem is God
It
didn't have
doesn't
to
kick the
make
can down the road.
God
It
doesn't have to
just,
make
it
that covenant in
says
the first place, Benson.
they didn't have to accept it either, but
Well,
they
it doesn't
did.
matter. They
And
actually
because
they kind of
accepted,
did. They would have died without it.
they didn't have to accept the covenant at Sinai.
God would have abandoned them.
Okay, but they didn't have a gun to their face.
But no one said that they had a gun to their face. What I'm saying is their survival more or less depended on it. So if they wanted to survive, rather than going to be murdered by the Egyptians or drugged back into slavery, they had to accept the covenant. It wasn't like they were just like, let's sit down and consider whether or not this is a good covenant. They had no real options other than to wander in the desert and hope to not get killed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like they had negotiating power. God said, "Listen, here's my terms. I will."
Actually, he says to Moses, go to the people in Exodus 19. He says, if my people will hear my voice and obey my covenants, they will become a peculiar priest to me.
I know.
And Moses took the words to the people. I think it's awesome that you know. But in this, according to the Hebrew Bible, a covenant was presented with terms, and people had a choice. Whether we think that's a fair choice or not, that's not the topic of debate. But they did have a choice, and they did take it. And so to answer your question,
irrelevant.
Why did the innocent have to die? Is because the covenant said the iniquities of the fathers would be translated to the third and fourth generation.
Yes, I know. Exodus
So
34:7. We're familiar, but you haven't
question.
answered the question, because what you've done is you've avoided the real problem, which is why did God desire to set it up that way? For example, there's
Well, hold on.
I'm sorry
I
if
don't think anybody has the capability to answer why God chose to do something without it being written within the Hebrew text.
I'm not asking you to read God's mind. I'm asking you to settle the contradiction within God's nature of being just while also demanding injustice happen. So, for example, there is a really well-known relationship.
He didn't demand injustice.
Just take a second.
He put the terms of that covenant
in
there.
His covenant is shrouded in injustice. So just listen to what I'm saying. Now, it might be true.
You're saying you set him up for failure. I get what you're saying. I think your
That's exactly what I'm
perspective
saying.
is he proposed an unjust covenant.
Do you want me to explain my position or not?
I apologize. Please.
My position is that the covenant itself is unjust. It should never have been proposed in the first place. The same reason why when a pimp has to, decides to abuse the woman that works for him or the man that works for the pimp, it doesn't matter if you say, well, they agreed to it. They could have walked away. It doesn't matter. It's still an inappropriate relationship. Nobody should exercise that kind of authority over another human being. It doesn't matter if they agreed to it. There's a million reasons why a human being would agree to something that's unjust. The problem is whether or not it was just. And I don't think it's just to offer a covenant to a people group that not only didn't really have a whole lot going for them, they didn't really have a whole lot of options for survival, but also includes unjust provisions.
Mm-hmm. I totally see your point. I can see why you would say that was an unjust covenant proposal.
Okay, so that's my main point. If God is just in all of his ways, Deuteronomy 32:4, which I'm sure you know, you've read the Bible, I can tell. And what that means is that we would expect that the covenant that he offers his people would be just in every single way. But every time I read the covenant, it's not just in every single way. Innocent people are getting killed left and right because of this covenant.
Yep. I have definitely struggled personally with these same things. The way I deal with contradictions, I believe they're just great points to dig deeper. And so if I can circle back, we went to Deuteronomy 13 was the verse of choice. You wanted to know about verse 12, and we wanted to know why do we have to kill the innocent people? And that has full circle brought us to an unjust offering of a covenant. So I'd like to maybe tie up this in a bow. I don't want to be ignorant or not answer your question. Do you feel like I haven't answered your question appropriately?
No, at this point, I think we've actually met it.
Okay. I think that's been a good exercise. It is hard sometimes for me, or I think most people, to take a stance on God. I think that it can be an opinion thing that you strongly believe that covenant was unjust. And I think that could be explored in some more ways. We know that the people were let out on the self same day that they entered. Okay, 430 years after the promise given to Abraham. Okay, so I think there's a lot of things. It might not be 430 years exactly, but there was a decent time period after Abraham until the Exodus. So we can look at other things. I think debating on whether it was unjust from your stance is highly opinionated. Do you have any other takes on that? Or maybe we could jump back into the Jeremiah, or maybe discuss the difference between the law and the covenant. I think that's one huge misconception that most modern Christianity has really just butchered. Is they haven't separated what the law and the covenant is. And I don't think people have done enough research to study themselves, to show themselves approved, to understand the difference between the Greek and the Hebrew words. And the Hebrew Bible is a beautiful literary text. There's words like mitzvot, debarim, right? Commandments, Torah. So we have to understand, just like our Constitution is the law of the land, but within the Constitution, there still exist articles and amendments, but those all make up the total law. So we have in the Hebrew Bible, we have words, also known as debarim, which is what we have as the book of Deuteronomy, which is actually Jesus's most quoted verse. Jesus actually doesn't claim to give anything new. He actually repeated.
Well, in John, he gives one new command, but yes, I'm aware what he says from Deuteronomy 6, 4, and 5. But that I'm not sure that does anything for what we're talking about.
Right. But I think a lot of the things that you might see in your chat room, maybe you could disagree or not, is there was a lot of New Age Christianity that haven't really studied their Bibles. And they haven't really taken time to dive into the words and to differentiate when people say law, when people say command, when people say words. Because there's huge difference in the Old Testament between laws, statutes, commandments. And we can look at Exodus 34,
Contextually
Deuteronomy
speaking,
3.
in Jesus' time period, the Torah referred to all of the law given to Moses. There wasn't a distinction. Jews in the first century weren't saying, well, the words, but not the commands. The commands, but not the regulations. They weren't doing that. It's just the Torah. We know what that meant.
The Torah refers to the collection of writings of the first 5 books, but within those first 5 books, there are commands, laws, judgments, and statutes. The commands are part of the covenant. The law and the judgments are not part of the covenant.
Oh,
we can go look at Psalm. Okay. That's an interesting point. Yeah, so the law, and we can even look at Psalms and Deuteronomy, Exodus, Genesis. The law hangs on the commands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay?
And what are the 2 most important commands?
We all know that. Love God, love your neighbor.
Yeah, and where do those come from?
The 10 words.
Nope.
That is most definitely, they are
most definitely not. And I think this would be a good point for you to take a second to think about that, because neither one of them come from the 10 words.
Mm-hmm.
One of them a direct quote from Deuteronomy 6:5, and the other is a direct quote from Leviticus 19:18. Neither one of them part of the 10 Commandments.
I would agree. I agree that they are both mentioned outside of the 10 words, but the heart of those is mentioned within Exodus.
Well, I'm sure not have another God before Yahweh is mentioned. We know that's mentioned in the 10 words. What I'm saying is the command to love the Lord God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your might. That is a directive from Deuteronomy 6. My point is that Jesus doesn't say to follow the 10 Commandments. He didn't say to follow some of the commandments. He says the 2 most important commandments are these, and he says elsewhere to follow the commandments, and then he tells other people that you'll be least in the kingdom of heaven if you don't follow the commandments. And Roy is asking in the comments, we'll clarify, Roy, the 10 words is how the Hebrew Bible actually refers to the Decalogue. The Decalogue is not a Hebrew phrase. In the Hebrew Bible, it literally refers to them as 10 words. That's why he says devarim. So devar is the word for word, matter, or thing in Hebrew. Devarim would be a plurality of them, and 10 just means there's 10 things. So that being said, that's what's happening. for people who aren't tracking. Nevertheless, there's no good reason to think that Jews in the first century, when they refer to the Torah, are referring to just a couple of these laws.
For sure. But if we look at the Deuteronomy, I mean, most of the judgments and laws don't apply unless you break them.
That's how laws work. Yeah, they apply to you when you break them. Yeah.
Right. But most of the judgments, the statutes, the things that you looked at in your other ball that you pulled out, the war brides, right?
Mm-hmm. Deuteronomy 21.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. So it's not giving you permission. We all know that anything is permissible. It's just not all profitable.
Well, Paul says that. That's something that Paul says. But that's not what Deuteronomy is saying. Deuteronomy is not saying that this is permissible for some time. It says when you go out to war against your enemies.
Mm-hmm. If.
Well, my translation says when, but if it says im in the Hebrew, which I didn't look at it would be translated as if. But again, the same exact word.
When you go to war, if you see a woman, I agree. It says when you go to war, but it says if you see a woman.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when you go to war,
desire. So
if you see a hottie toddy, you can take her.
Yeah, that's right. It says that you can take her. It doesn't say that you should.
Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I didn't say that it's commanding you to do it, although it does tell you to do something similar to that elsewhere. But what I'm saying is that this is an explicit allowance in the law of Moses to kidnap women in war and make them war brides.
My understanding, and please correct me if you think I'm wrong, is these laws are saying if you're speeding, let me not even give an example. What I would say it's not saying that you should do that. But if you're going to do that, you should have some conduct around how you should do that, because all of the other tribes that lived during that time period probably had no code in relation to war brides.
That's not true at all.
I said some. Now there are.
How would you possibly make that claim?
Well, that's very easy. We can go look at how all ancient societies treated their slaves. And I'd say the Egyptians didn't treat their slaves very well.
I'm not asking about treating slaves. I'm asking about acquiring war brides.
War brides.
Yep.
Captives, slaves.
Yep.
Yeah. No other ancient civilization had codes this detailed on how to deal with war brides.
Name one other ancient code other than Hammurabi.
Name one other code besides Hammurabi.
I learned a Hammurabi in the 5th grade. Name one other than Hammurabi.
Egyptian Book of the Dead.
It's not a legal code.
What is it? Have you read it?
Yeah, I've got a copy of it in Egyptian and English behind me. The Egyptian Book of the Dead.
How is that not a code?
It's not a code. It's a whole text about the afterlife. It does include, it might have the Confessions of Ma'at in it, but that's not an entire legal code. The Confessions of Ma'at are like the righteous sufferer from the Babylonian text, where it's basically just reiterating that there are some principles that people are going to know are righteous and or unrighteous, but it's not an entire legal text. It's not designed to function as a legal text.
Oh, you're just asking of any ancient legal text. Well, I would say outside of the Hebrew Bible, any Sumerian or Babylonian texts that remain, I mean, we're left with whatever history left us.
So you don't know any other legal codes then, is what you're saying?
There's some ancient Asian ones.
Ancient Near East I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I would say definitely not Near Eastern.
So the problem is, we do have a lot of ancient Near Eastern legal codes. For example, the Law Code of Eshnunna. The Law Code of Eshnunna talks about taking war brides. Would you like to see that?
Sure. I'm not saying that just because they exist or don't exist. What I'm saying is that I view this as a code to tell you how to conduct yourself. I'm not saying that nobody else.
But you were saying that somehow the Bible is unique or special in the legal codes of the ancient world concerning war brides. And I fail to see how that's true, especially given that you don't know any ancient Near Eastern legal texts.
I'm very open to see some. That would be great. But from what I've been exposed to, I haven't seen of any. Now, just because none don't exist doesn't mean that it's right. It doesn't mean that it's easy to digest.
Mm-hmm. So my point
I
is
was saying it was unique. I was saying it was unique because I haven't seen anything else. If there's something else and it makes it not unique, well, that's fair.
Right. But my point is this. The ancient Near East had generalized practices. Like the majority of women that were attractive when you were conquered were going to be captured in war. Went on with the Vikings, went on with everybody. This is how war happened in the ancient world. So when the Bible says that you can do more of the same, I have no reason to believe that this is somehow an improvement. This doesn't appear to be anything interesting that would come from an all-powerful and just and loving God. This seems to be just as barbaric as the people of the ancient world. And again, remember, this isn't a progressive law.
No, I agree. I agree, because what we have to do is we have to go back and look. Is the people, they didn't want God's law. They rejected it. And if we go look at the Hebrew Bible, they wanted kings and they wanted judges and they wanted to be like the other nations. So God left them to their own delusion. And he left them with these hard laws to be a stumbling block.
Well,
it's very clearly stated.
It's not clearly stated. Again, that's all in the New Testament. For the same reasons you reject the Book of Mormon, I reject the New Testament. It does not agree. Deuteronomy 30, verse 11 says exactly the opposite. I'll put it on the screen because, again, it's not difficult. It says, surely this commandment, referring to all the commands of Deuteronomy, says this commandment that I'm commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away. So Moses and the lawgiver disagree. They say that these are laws that you can follow, and we know that some of them were following them. Luke chapter 1 says that Zechariah and Elizabeth were righteous according to all of the commandments of the law.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree that they were following them. I'm just saying that we need to make sure that we do separate them. I don't think that I'm not saying that the Bible doesn't say that you shouldn't follow them. It does clearly state that you should follow them.
Okay, so what that means...
The reason they were given that in Deuteronomy is because the people had chosen to go their own way, and they wanted to be like the other nations.
Well, I don't disagree with that. My question...
So he let them be like the other nations, and he gave them codes like the other nations.
Benson, that's the point that I'm making, that this legal code is just as barbaric as the nations, and God says that this legal code is eternally established. He's not going to wipe it out. He's not going to get rid of it. He's not going to replace it. He says to follow the thing forever. So what that means is that the legal regulation in Deuteronomy 21 is a regulation that allows them to take war brides with some stipulations, and that is something that he never went back on. He never said you can't do it now. It means you're allowed to do it forever.
That's what it says right there.
So then the question would be, why do we have, especially in the modern times, why do we have this belief that it's like somehow wrong to take war brides?
Because people are unlearned in the scriptures.
Gotcha. So you don't think it's wrong to take war brides then?
If you're going to follow the Hebrew Bible from what it is, I would say if you're within that context, if that's what the stance is, then you would have to conduct yourself according to that code.
All right. So then we would say if you're part of God's kingdom, it's okay to take war brides. Cool.
Yeah. If you're part of any kingdom, it sounds like if you're part of any kingdom, it's okay to take war brides. Show me one that is not okay.
America, Canada, Europe.
I was talking in the Old Testament. Obviously today.
Well, I was talking about today
back
too.
Then. Okay, I know. I'm saying today I can't think of one, but back then everybody was taking war brides.
I agree. Yeah, and according to the Bible, it's acceptable even today. So the countries that have outlawed taking war brides are actually, pissing against the wind because they're saying that God was wrong. But God wasn't wrong, was he?
I don't know how. Just because they choose not to doesn't mean that God is wrong.
Well, they say that it's wrong and it's unjust, but it's actually not wrong and unjust.
That is correct.
What about, and not to deviate, but we were in Deuteronomy 21, and one of my favorite passages is the very next chapter, Deuteronomy 22, where it says that if a woman doesn't bleed on a sheet on her wedding night, then she's perceived to not actually be a virgin, and you can have her stoned. Is that a righteous law?
It does
You know
not
that
appear to be. It does not appear to seem righteous.
you do know that not all women bleed their first time too, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. You understand why it would be problematic to have a law that specifically allows you to kill innocent women based on faulty evidence?
I totally understand that.
So you can understand then why we would then turn to Deuteronomy 32:4, where it says that all of God's ways are just, and be like, it feels like a contradiction to me.
Totally understand.
So what do you make of it?
That's why I like to join these talks. I don't think I have all the answers. I think it's wonderful to debate and go through these things and have what you've provided here is just a safe space for dialogue. I
That's the
think
goal.
being able, I think this is a great thing, because if people are searching for truth and they go to a Bible that claims to be truth and then they find contradictions, right? It seems like, well, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? But
Right.
my question is why do you think you have spent so much time reading a book you don't believe?
Well, the reason why I read this book is because I think it matters, right? So, for example,
I agree with that. Yeah.
if you lived in let's say Iran, and they had enacted Sharia law, I mean, the people who are like, hey, actually, Islam is stupid, this law is stupid, this God doesn't exist, you'd be well within your right to be like, listen, let's talk about why we shouldn't have Sharia law and why I don't care about this God, and why this God shouldn't be followed. I'm doing the same thing. I live in a country that's predominantly religious. And I think that religion in general, but especially Christianity and the Abrahamic religions, are been a detriment to societies from the beginning. And so I'm merely helping people realize the problem with the religion from their end, right? So I could literally just say, God doesn't exist. Prove to me that God doesn't exist. Christians aren't interested in that. Christians already believe, even if Christianity was wrong, they're still going to believe in a God typically. That's usually how that works. They're not going to become atheists overnight. So I start on the far end. I start with the books. I start with the Quran. I start with the Bible. I say, look, if these books aren't true, then these gods probably aren't real either. And you can do what you need to do after that. If you want to become an atheist, that's on you. If you want to look up for another God, that's on you. But my goal here is to get people to think critically about these actual religions so that we can make sure that they're not harming society anymore.
I think that's a very valiant stance and mission. You've definitely done a lot of studying. Have you delved into Hebrew word studies before?
Yeah, in fact, I took a couple years of Hebrew, and one of the best received Hebrew word study books was written by my first Hebrew professor, Dr. Carpenter. So yes,
that's a great book. Yeah,
it's a good.
It's
a popular book, isn't it?
Yeah.
Eugene Carpenter was my first Hebrew professor. Peace be upon him.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. I've been trying to learn right now, studying the different Sophite levels and final form words. I was actually just doing a study on mem final form, and you had mentioned, plural. I think that's great. I think it's awesome that you studied. I think it's a really cool environment that you have here. After you studied and gone here, and you think that there is some detriment to the world due to these religions, which I would agree. Some of the most ungodly things on earth have been done in the name of God, which is very ironic. And after what is the path that you see? You seek to illuminate people into truth and maybe contradictions, but where can we come together and then kind of decide what truth is? Do you think that people have the ability to just gather together and find moral values? I mean, without a religion, I'm not proponing religion. I'm just saying, what is your stance, what without religion, there's multiple ways to do it. What do you envision a way for us to maybe come up with a moral code outside of some existential or spiritual nature to humans?
So I think in general, human beings left to their own devices without any type of a god or a religion will create moral codes based around their own personal desires, namely the desire to not be hurt and not to be interfered with. In fact, if you ask children, very young children who have no notions of God or religion, on what should be allowed and what should not be allowed, almost universally they'll say, if somebody is harmed by a particular action, we shouldn't allow it. If somebody is being treated unfair, it shouldn't be allowed. So I think the basis of ethics is probably, to me, rooted in the laws of logic and, the laws of logic and the idea of being a self-surviving agent. The idea that I'm an agent who theoretically makes choices, and that if I want to live as an agent that gets to make my own choices and live my particular life, then everybody else gets afforded the same thing. And so if I want to live a life where somebody doesn't harm me or stab me or steal from me, then in order to be logical and consistent, I need to want to live in a moral system where we don't allow that stuff to happen. And this type of moral ethic isn't like invented just by modern atheists. A lot of people were talking about this, like even Seneca and some of the earlier Stoics would talk about how like the way we need to treat people is in accordance with the way that we would want to be treated, because at any point in time, if we encourage that type of behavior, it can come back on us. That's why even Seneca was one of the first early critics of what happened to the slaves. He was very critical of how the slaves were treated in ancient Greece. And he said, you shouldn't do that because you never know, tomorrow you could become a slave. So I think that's kind of the basics for ethics, is probably what's logical and also what is what probably would be the best benefit for the individual and for the society. What would you do?
Yeah. I think to love your neighbor as yourself is the golden rule, and then we need to keep all the other stuff out of it, right? You know what I mean? Keep, like you're saying, keep all the other convoluted things out of it. It's hard to find objective truth or objective reality with so many different people all over the world. But I do believe, like you believe, that with normal people, not crazy people around, most people would agree they would not like to be stabbed. Most people would not like to be raped, and we don't even have to bring religion into that, or God into that, to have a discussion about treating other humans decently.
Right.
We seem to be the only animal that likes to kill its own.
Well,
and so,
I had a rat growing up that would eat its own, and rabbits do it with some frequency.
But they're not dropping nukes or whatever.
I hear what you're saying. I was just messing. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, rats are crazy, and so I think that's the place to start. I think it all gets back to the heart, right? The heart is: are you going to be kind to the person that lives next to you, right? And almost the karma thing. If you're going to be bad to somebody, it's coming back to you. If you're going to help somebody, somebody's going to help you. And I think,
I agree.
I think that's the heart of every religion, and then somehow it's gotten polluted, right? I think there's that essence of truth there, because I think we all desire some type of tranquil existence while we're here at this limited time.
I agree.
So the best way to achieve that is to be kind to each other.
Right.
And I've noticed that in the Hebrew Bible, there is a undertone that the heart of God is to love people and to love him. Now, there's a lot of other things in there that are wild, and I think it would take an understanding that, Jesus, people talk about Jesus died for sins and all this stuff, and, yada, yada, yada. I'd say that the Hebrew Bible usually is showing about how there's an imbalance and that we have to get back to a balance, right?
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree, but
we have to get back to that balance. And so I think there's spiritual and non-spiritual things, and all the nations and all the other nations that did terrible things to each other back in that time. God was dealing with them in certain ways. But my approach has just been to study the book that's pretty much plagued humanity for a long time, which seems to be the Bible. And I think it's interesting, you know, most people, if a book is bad or stupid, we get rid of it.
Mhm.
And for some reason, this book is still around, and it's highly intriguing. We
Sure.
might say it's not around. We might say it's not around, but you did admit you live in a Christian country, so it is definitely prevalent. The book is still around.
Right. I
And
agree that
talked
it's still
about.
around, but
And
I
talked
don't.
about.
I don't think it's necessarily
No
because
one.
it's true. Because the Quran is still around, and the
Mhm.
Hadiths are still around, and the Hadiths are ridiculous.
Yeah,
So
but they
I'm
came
not
like
sure.
way after the Hebrew Bible. They came way, way
Mhm.
after the Hebrew
So,
Bible.
well, it's about so the Hebrew Bible maybe was completed during the exile, a little bit after the exile, and then Muhammad came about 1,000 years later. But I'm not sure that something coming later has like anything to do with whether or not it's true. Like we can't just say that something that comes earlier is more true, because then we'd all be
Oh,
like Mesopotamians.
for sure. Yeah, maybe I was misunderstood. I'm not saying because it's older, it's more true. I'm just saying it's just one that's been around for a long time that's still here, highly debated. Is what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Is the Bible is one of the oldest texts. Well, no one's really debating Gilgamesh, right? Nobody's really debating any other ancient text like we're debating the Bible. Most people aren't
Well,
debating the Egyptian Book of the Dead. They're
the
not
Hindus are.
debating any of. They're debating what?
The Vedas are pretty old. Like as
They're
old as
pretty
the Hebrew
old.
Bible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um so
This
here's
has
the
been
deal.
really enjoyable. Yeah.
Yeah, so here's the deal, Benson. Usually, once the conversation loses track, I usually bring it back on track to new topics. But it's 12:30 at night. I gotta catch a flight tomorrow for a meetup, a community meetup over in California. But I feel like now is a good time to end on a good note. I did have one last question for you, though, and you don't have to
Yeah.
indulge me if you don't want to. I
Yeah.
love book sets that are part of a multi-volume series. What's the volume of books on your desk behind you?
This one right here, I got it's called the Foxfire series.
Okay.
Are you familiar with this?
I am not.
So this professor, this is kind of cool. This professor took a bunch of students. This has nothing to do with religion, but he wrote a whole series on how to do things like dressing a hog or build a log cabin or how to make moonshine. And so there's just all things about ancient American civilization, not ancient, old American civilization and pioneers and ways of life. And these students went out and this was their project. It's just been really enlightening on, you know, how to do things on a homestead or on a farm, how to be self-sustaining, and just kind of how people used to make lathes and woodworking equipment and how did somebody make the first railroad track. And so it's just a really cool series of things in America. It's called the Foxfire series.
Sounds like a fun series. I'd be interested in getting a copy of that. I saw that they sell them on Amazon. I'll have to check into that. My half of my family's from the Appalachians, and let me tell you, do they have some home remedies for shit down there? And
dude,
they know how to do shit.
There's some crazy stuff, and there's some cool stuff about plants and home medical remedies. It's been really awesome, especially with, as you know, the climate of the world today and big pharma and the clarity of our beef today and all that stuff. So it's been nice to kind of see, like, how did people survive without electricity? You know,
right.
So this was a good stepping stone.
Let's do this sometime, Benson. I'm live often, and I keep promising that I'm not going to be live at like 12:30 in the morning, and here I am. But come back sometime. My favorite topic, and I think that this would be a topic that you might be interested in, like my three favorite New Testament topics, because I know I bring up the Old Testament a lot. But my three favorite New Testament topics I'd love to dialogue with you on. I think one is the Trinity, two is the resurrection, and my third and probably most favorite of all time ever is the prophecies that Jesus supposedly fulfilled. Love to be able to
Yeah.
dialogue with you on that. And so when you get
Well,
free
thank
time,
you for the invite. Yeah.
stop on
Thank you
back.
for the
And
invite. That would be awesome.
now that I know who you are, once I see you in the queue, I'll prioritize you and get you up in here.
Oh man, well thank you so much. And I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. I'm new to this space. What do you go by? I see up here Ninja Destruction Zone. What's the name of your channel? Or
yeah, the links are in the thing. So the channel is Deconstruction Zone, and the reason why I named it that is because I was specifically interested in talking to people about deconstructing religious belief systems. And yet here we are. My real name is Justin, but most people know know me by my channel name, so I just kind of use that.
Cool. Well, man, thanks again. Sorry to take time. Sorry to
it's okay.
Go over and
we were having fun.
To all the people. Yeah, it was awesome. I'd love to talk about the Trinity. That's something I think is wild. And to all the people that I guess if anybody's watching, thanks you guys. And I'll see you next time. Hope you have a safe flight, man.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Cheers.
See ya.
Well, I could be wrong, but I think he saw where I was coming from. It's hard to see a rather nice individual concede that war brides is okay. That's a tough one. But who knows? Maybe over some successive conversations, we can make some headway and maybe change his mind. Again, that's why, friends, I always tell you when we're doing these conversations, you don't want to be a dickhead to people that haven't necessarily been a dickhead to you. Because sometimes through those long dialogues, you can eventually see eye to eye on some stuff and maybe make some progress, or at least come to a point of agreement somewhere that you can utilize. But friends, I'm going to read some super chats. I think we had some come in during that conversation, so let me grab those, and then I'm going to go all the way back and read all the ones I haven't read yet. So thank you for everyone who's been here. I know it was a long stream. I'll be live again on Friday, but I won't be live this Thursday, but next Thursday, the 23rd, I'm going to be live with Jaron, Christ Before Jesus, and we're going to be split screen tag team debating Jesus's actual existence. Now, I'm not debating against him. I'm debating with him. I will be defending the position that Jesus did not exist. I'm not sure exactly which arguments I'm going to use, but I'm actually joining with Jaron to do this debate. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. You guys have heard me say before, of all the people that are doing Mythicist content, I think I like Jaron the best. I think he's just doing an awesome job. Hunter Girl, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, Justin saying, oh boy, instead of Jesus fucking Christ is a real skill. I do not possess the talent to be nice to these brainwashed rubes. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Hunter Girl. And it is hard. It is hard. And sometimes it depends a little bit on like the person you're talking to, because sometimes if the person's being nice but they say some shit, it's easier to not get bent out of shape. But if they're being an asshole and then they say some shit, there might be some Jesus fucking Christ happening. Dougosaurus Erectus, good to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, the idea of God living near the planet Kolob started my deconstruction while on a Mormon mission. I'm that guy that stayed on my mission with the goal of deconstructing others over 40 years ago. Well, shit, Dougosaurus. We'll have to connect. You send me an email sometime. I'd love to catch your story. I actually just talked to Hawkfeather about his deconstruction from Mormonism. I'd love to hear about yours as well. And also, I want to put together a roundtable with some Mormons, some ex-Mormons, and really have them talk about their experience. JJ says, after listening to the last caller, I realized a deal with the devil is far less treacherous than a deal with God. Yes. If I've learned anything from fucking Hollywood, it's that if you make a deal with the devil, all your dreams will come true. And Design says, well, I'm not God, said the fucked up henchman about indefensible deeds, certain they'll receive a reward for overlooking it. That is kind of the case, right? There's some people, like, and you see this in real life. There are people that work for government entities or military branches that will, as long as they feel like there's a reward for them, sometimes they'll do some shit that they don't really care about. Hopefully we get those people out of office, but it doesn't always work that way. Todicus Maximus, good to see you, friend. Says, war brides are like totally cool, man. Forever doesn't mean forever, bro. It means just for a little while, dude. And that is the average Christian apologetic. That's typically what people are going to say to you. And Hunter Girl with a follow-up says, I would be very concerned about any woman in this guy's life. He is clearly about to justify any amount of abuse. It seemed like he was going to, and then it looked like starting to set in was this idea that maybe that's not the route we need to go. So we'll see. Dust Frame, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, hey Justin, I'm working on a new technology that will allow me to send super chats back in time. You'll have to let me know if it works. Oh shit. I bet. I don't know how that would work, but I'd be curious to know how you're planning on doing it. Let me know once you get to that point. We can do some testing. I'd be certainly curious to try that out. Let's go, grab some older super chats from Furtive Patah. Good to see your friend. Says context is just Christian for now. That's it. When they say, well, context, that's a divergent move. They're not trying to address the text. They're just trying to find a way out of it. And they've been told by others that, well, you have to read it in context. If you don't like what it says, look at the context. Hank says, a Genesis apologist calling flat earthers stupid. Oh, I know. Imagine being a young earth creationist, believing in the book of Genesis, or even a Genesis apologist that's not young earther that's calling flirfs stupid. It's pretty wild, actually. It's like the old phrase, a kettle calling the pot black. But I think I need some input from the community that when you say that phrase, it sounds fucking racist, and I need to know from somebody who knows more than me if it is. I've been trying not to say it this last year because last time I said it, I was like, that feels weird. It feels weird. So if somebody is in the know on this particular topic, let me know. I did ask a number of people in the Latino community a long time ago if the phrase Mexican standoff was offensive to my Mexican friends, and they said it was okay. So it's hard to say where everyone's lines are, but I'm trying to learn. I'm not so old that I can't learn. Aim Cram, thank you for the super chat. Says, were you able to read my ADD handwriting? Well, I actually could, and here's the thing. I'm working through. I've got a number of physical hard letters that have been sent to me. I've got them picked up from my inbox, my physical mailbox finally. I haven't gone through all of them yet. And the reason why I've done that is because as I'm going through them, I have a spreadsheet. You guys know I keep a spreadsheet. I have a spreadsheet where I document who sent the thing, when they sent it, what they sent, if it was a letter, what it was about, and then also whether or not I had thanked them for it yet. And then the day that I received it, all the data. So I'm going through methodically all the stuff to make sure that I don't lose track of what's happening or who sent what, because again, it's difficult. Just like learning screen names on YouTube, learning real people names when they send you stuff is a whole nother thing. So I'll be getting there, and thank you for sending me the letter. And Jordy says, silly Justin, words don't mean words. And you know what? They don't. They can't. I need a sound for the soundboard, though. When people say words don't mean words, Joel has a song. I got nothing. I need something. And Proficient Noob, awesome screen name, says, I don't like what the Bible says, therefore let it be metaphors. Metaphorosis Petroi, or poetry in my Harry Potter voice. I like that one. Metaphorosis poetry sounds a lot like some sort of Latin phrase that you might find in wizardry. And to be fair, the way Christians employ it, it feels a lot like wizardry. Booget, good to see your friend, says metaphor. I like what you did there. Most evasive tactic available for not answering why obviously wrong things are wrong. Isn't it? Isn't that the case? I was glad that we got some biters here tonight too. When the live stream first started, I was questioning whether or not we would get any bites on this topic. But like usual, once you get one or two guests in, they start piling in, and then by the end of the night, you've got people left over. So I appreciate you all being patient with me and sticking it out. Silva Fett says, Whittle, referring to the way back when we were talking to Constus, Whittle crybaby Christian need a diaper change. Yes. Yeah, that seems to be the case, actually. And D Mad Hatter, I don't think I've seen that screen name yet, says, at CatK6EIF asked, if we have boomers nowadays, what were the people who wrote this Bible called? Doomers? Good question. What are the old fuddy-duddies called that wrote the Bible? Fuck. I don't know what we would call them, to be fair. This is one, guys, you know I don't like AI models that much. This is one thing that AI models are good for, which is generating like stories or lines or, you know, names, titles. So I could, let me ask OpenAI. Let's see. What would be the equivalent of boomer in the Bronze Age to call an old person? Let me see what it says. My guess is it'd probably say something about gray hairs. A lot of the elderly in these societies were referred to using visual characteristics. But also got to remember, in these societies, it was like the honor and respect for your elders was pretty thick. So here's a couple ideas. None of them are good. Let's see. Yeah, fucking none of them. Let me see. Any funny ones come to mind? Probably not. Oh well, we'll see. We'll see if it come up with anything. Oh, interesting. Okay, so in Greek Homer, so in Aristophanes, there's a phrase that is reminiscent of like boomer humor. It can mean like roughly out of touch or in the good old days. Let me see what the word is though. Is he going to show me what the actual word is? Where's the fucking word? Oh, interesting. It's explaining it, but it doesn't actually give me the word. Whatever. Okay. Huh. Oh, interesting. Juvenal refers to somebody that says he dyes his hair, but his bones betray him. That's fucking wild. That's wild. Plato said hard about old people that they're hard to persuade, but I guess they don't have any titles. Sorry, nothing came up on my search. Todica says, did anyone else have their IRS duplicate a payment and steal money from them? It's not happened to me, but I know somebody it's happened to as well, and getting your money back is a fucking bear. Chodicus, if that happened to you, I'm sorry. You're in for a fucking ride. It's going to be a tough one. Get a lawyer right away. The longer you wait, the harder it is to fight it. Get a lawyer, file some paperwork fucking immediately, please. And don't wait on it. Please don't wait on it. That's the only advice I can give you. This is not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. Not a Robot says, Constus giving me poetical language flashbacks. I know. You know, I'm intrigued by the amount of people who will say poetical. I get why in English you would want to say that, but as far as I can tell, that's not a word. But it sounds like that's a way to modify a word, like because we do modify words like that in English, but that can't be it. Might IV says, if Justin should publish Justin's annotated Bible. So here's the thing: my next volume, after I finish the book on the prophecies, is actually going to be an annotated Bible. I've already begun it. I've been emailing with the people who own the rights to the NRSV updated edition to see if I can get granted right to do an annotated Bible. I think I could do one fucking quickly. In fact, I think I could do something way quicker with that than I would with my current project, but I want to finish this one first. My Atheist annotated Bible will actually be very good. It'll be very scholarly. I'll have all scholarly resources in there, and it's not going to be full of like stuff like in the Atheists or whether the Skeptics annotated Bible. It was pretty clear that it wasn't done by professionals. Some of the things that they claim are problems aren't real problems. So I'm going to do my own version that includes academic commentary on all the passages, and I think it's going to be amazing. I'm not going to do it by myself. I've got a couple people that I'm going to enlist for help. That are in the scholarly fields, and I think we're going to get something really cool. But don't look for it. No, you're not going to find it this year. I mean, I'll basically be starting it at the beginning of next year, or at least getting getting it formatted properly at the beginning of the year and then adding my notes. But a lot of my notes I already have. I've got all these notes written from 15 plus years of biblical studies on all these passages. All they got to do is transpose them into the annotation. So it should be a lot of fun. Musical Monkey says, Chaz in chat told me to send this. Well, fuck. Thank you, Musical Monkey. I appreciate that. And Autumn, thank you for the super chat. Says this conversation with Constus is like, it's not my wallet scene from SpongeBob. The guy's genuinely not intelligent enough to understand it. And you know what? You're not wrong. That's one of the difficulties with having these debates and these discussions is there are a certain number of people who will not be able to track the conversation or they don't want to track the conversation. Carl Grimes. Sorry, it almost took me a second to read that properly. Of course, he watches white nationalists as Asmongold, brain dead Nazi, terrible caller. Rock hard for Doug. I don't know what Asmongold is. Hold on, or who it is. Asmongold. An American streamer and content creator. He does political stuff. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll have to check him out. He's fucking got 4 million followers though. I wonder what the political streamers is really where the money's at. I used to do a lot of political debate before I started doing deconstruction, and it's fun. I enjoy it, but to be fair, it's hard to be passionate about it. Like I would do it for the fun of it and because it's a good career. But my real passion lies with this religious stuff. Jennifer says, this guy's Mr. Asmongold is a graper. Yes, obviously that seems to be the case now that I've looked him up. At least according to the allegations, perhaps. I can't say anything positively. I don't really know. I'm just saying according to the allegations. Arkuma says, caller's dense. Like many Christians. Like a fucking neutron star even. And Angry Amalekite Infinite, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says the Bible is old. Its words are not gold. The Bible says bird's blood gets rid of mold. Yes. Actually, I've been meaning to do that. We need to do a topic on the blood magic in the Bible, like a night to actually discuss the blood magic in the Bible. And I don't know if I've ever got to address it other than we were doing the Epstein bullshit because they were into like weird blood rituals. So I think what I'm going to do is on my list of new topics, I'm going to add, is there something in here about blood rituals yet? I don't. Okay, so I'm going to add a new topic. I'm going to say blood magic. So the way I would word this is maybe the Bible is a book of blood magic, unless there's a better way to word that. You say the Bible is blood magic. The Bible is a book of blood magic. The Bible is, yeah, maybe we can work on that. But I like the idea of that one. Jennifer says it's metaphorical order, the animals and man. Yeah, I mean it's weird. The guy was trying to say, well, it's not meant to be literal and it's not in chronological order, but when you read it, it uses words that would expressly state that it is chronological. And Jennifer, I know you know Hebrew. All you have to do is read the story, and it's clear that this is a chronological narrative using the typical, Hebrew narrative construction. And Hank says, take your beanie off and let your brain breathe, bro. Oh, you know what? Was he wearing a beanie? I don't know if I actually noticed that. But now that you mentioned it, I do feel like people who wear beanies indoors, especially when it's not winter, I don't know if that's the look that they want. I get that they want to hide the bald head, but to me personally, and listen, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say this as a person with hair, but I feel like the best move is probably just to own it. Not necessarily to try to hide it anywhere. Let's see. I am looking right now through the law codes of Eshnuna, Ninurta, Hammurabi, Ur-Nammu, and whatnot. I want to see if I've already done a lineup of which ones are parallel to Deuteronomy 21. Let me see. F Deuteronomy. All right, pretty sure my spreadsheet already includes Deuteronomy. On the cheat sheet, I've got a tab called Laws, where I've been laying out the ancient law codes in comparison to the biblical law codes. I don't know if I've done Deuteronomy 21 verses like 10 through 14, the kidnapping laws yet, or the war brides laws yet. If not, I think maybe I'll work on that this week and get that taken care of. So we'll have that on the list. I'm shocked, actually. It's not on there. Yeah, I've only got one verse from Deuteronomy 21, and that's from Deuteronomy 21, 15 through 17 about the laws of divorce. So what I need to do then is I'm going to add a note today. Laws relating to civil matters, or let's see, loans and interest, maybe children, or a section on slaves from wars. Okay. Okay, so I need to add a new tab under here. Insert a row below, or not a new tab. And I'm going to do Deuteronomy 21, 10 through, was it 10 through 15, if I remember correctly? And then I'll add that to the chart or to the page of the cheat sheet. Yeah, it's verses 10 through 14. Okay. So sometime this week I'll get in there and I'll go to the other law codes and see what it actually says in regards to taking war brides, and if there's like any legal precedent for it, and like if there are regulations to what you can and cannot do. And it'll be fun. We'll continue to learn, friends. And, you know, as I assemble this, you'll have access to it as well. Daniel De La Noche says, I wonder if it bothers Constus that he has to be so dishonest with the Bible. It obviously means what I want it to. I got to be honest, I feel like this guy came to this view by recognizing that it doesn't work the way that it's written. So, and rather than abandoning something, he's just saying, well, we don't have to abandon it. We could just change the meaning of the whole damn thing. Peace, Loving Cake says, how did Adam name the animals without God giving him language? He was just literally making up sounds and God went with it. I mean, to a normal reader of the Bible, that's a logical conclusion. To a Christian, they'll say, well, they were born with language capabilities. Just like they weren't born as infants, they were born fully grown and fully matured. And so they would say the language would have been part of that. So Slow TDI says, atheists hate this one argument. Nuh-uh. That's fucking gold, my friend. That's really their best argument. And to be fair, we do kind of hate it. Miss Mag says, typical Christian, if it's in order of importance, then Eve was not as important as animal figures. Fuck. That's a fair point, Miss Mags. If the order of creation in Genesis 2 is of an order of importance, that means the animals were more important than Eve. Oof. Oof. That's a tough one. Good observation. Kenneth says, what horses did they use to chase the Hebrews? You mean in Egypt? Okay, so this is a very good question. Domesticated horses did exist in ancient Egypt. Now, did they exist at the time period of the Exodus? It seems like maybe. Seems like that is the case, yes. Did they exist, however, in Genesis when Jacob's children all go into Egypt? Now, that seems less clear. The book of Genesis talks about horses at that time period, like around the turn of the year not 2000, I would say, about 2000 or so, yeah. But it's not clear that anybody in that time period down there would have horses. This is probably an anachronism. Now, I don't use this often as an anachronism because there's a lot of missing data, and the data sometimes is flexible. But yeah, there's a good question to be had, which is, when did these people get fucking horses? And 1 million ants, good to see you, friend, says, which do you feel is most hilariously bullshit of the 4 gospel accounts? Obviously all of them, but just curious on your opinion. Fucking John. This Gospel of John is bullshit stacked on top of bullshit. It's bullshit squared. It's the most bullshit gospel of all of them. That's my opinion, though. Plenty NBD says, hi Justin, love your work and breadth of knowledge. Soon you'll be able to open your own pretzel shop with all the experience you're getting. Thank you, Plenty. And you're right. I do have merch in my merch shop, by the way, for friends. I have been slowly updating the merch shop with items that were prior in the gift shop, the last gift shop that I had, and also that weren't in my old gift shop. In fact, let me grab. I did finally add the Magic the Gathering card back to my workshop, and I've got the Doug's Pretzel Factory added back to the gift shop. And obviously, I've got a couple of variants of the Deconstruction cheat sheet desk mat. That's in there as well. In fact, I've got a dark version of it now for those who didn't want a white version. This is just a couple highlights from the Deconstruction cheat sheet, like the worst Bible verses, some contradictions, science errors, anachronisms. So get yourself one of the desk mats and go out and fucking debate people. I've also got baby paste stickers and baby paste refrigerator magnets in multiple sizes. So yeah, check it out. If you haven't checked out the new gift shop, let me know. I even put cooking aprons. I've got Cooking with Doug cooking aprons. So fucking grab them, friends. All right, let's get back to our supers. From Dre from Costa Rica, good to see you. Dre says Christians calling flat earthers the R word cracks me up every time. So confident, but not at all self-aware. Buddy, your beliefs are also outrageous. I do love it when people who believe in ridiculous things talk about other people who believe in similar ridiculous things, like their thing isn't ridiculous. I said something along that lines once when I was like in my sophomore year, a junior year here in high school. In religion class, we were talking about why some of the other religions may not be believable. And they were like, well, because of these ridiculous things. And my own religion teacher was like, well, yeah, Christianity has their own too. Like the walking on water, the parting of the seas. Like they're not ridiculous to you because you grew up with them. Chris says, just spotted a deny the Faxosaurus. Hail Doug. There's a lot of them out here, Chris. Deny the Faxosaurus are all around us. And Slow TDI says, what the fuck is wrong with Jesus's kids? They've got problems. Bad. God had like intentionally tried to fuck them up. And Golden Wit says, I want my Christian dad to come up and debate you, but I know he'd never agreed to it. He really believes Isaiah 53 is about Jesus. Of course they would, because it sounds like Jesus. But the funny thing about the narrative of Jesus is we could write that about anybody. I could easily just write a story about Simon Bar Kokhba, about how Simon Bar Kokhba was the Messiah, he was the Son of God, and he was sinless, and he had all these followers, and he was even like the king. He was even the prince, the leader of the people for some time period. And Davis is saying, Justin loves money because I showed my gift shop. No, I love free advertising. I make next to no money on the stuff in the gift shop. In fact, the stuff on the gift shop, I don't even keep that money. The stuff in the gift shop, I donate. So just in case people weren't aware of my previous agreement with my gift shop a long time ago, the money I make in the gift shop, 100% of my gift shop money gets donated to back to the community for fundraisers and other things. I don't keep any of the gift shop money. So everything you buy out of my gift shop, that profit goes back into the community. I don't keep it. I donate it to the fundraisers, or I'll even donate it to an alternative fundraiser, like perhaps towards what's happening in the Discord community that people need help with. So no, I don't have the gift shop because I like the money. I have the gift shop because it's great advertising. It brings brand recognition, and it's great for memification. Hunter Girl says, slow night because it's tax day. Rock hard for Doug. Fuck, I didn't think about that. Yes. That's crazy. You're right. Everyone's like in a mad rush right now to get their taxes finished. I totally fucking get that. Tim Davidson says, and the Lord did introduce her to his pimp hand. The backhand only, not even good enough for the front hand. Gets the backhand. But yeah, fucking, I didn't think pimps were going to get mentioned in the conversation tonight. And Free Wolf says, love how you checked the bigot and didn't let him off the hook. Amazing. Thank you, Free Wolf. Listen, everyone knows that like when somebody says some shit, I'm usually okay with moving on, especially if they did an accident or maybe they're like an old fuddy-duddy and they don't know what they were saying. But when somebody I think is clearly acting in good a bad faith and says some horrible shit, I'm not just gonna let them like move on. Like, no. You're gonna offer an apology, or fucking I'm gonna move on. You can't say some horrible shit like that and not get called to the carpet over it. The People's Warriors, thank you for the super chat. Says YouTube research refuting Deconstruction Zone and Myth Vision podcast from Made by Jim Bob. Rock hard for Sharon and Doug. Peg for Peggy. Cookin' pretzel. I actually never watched that video that he made, the one made by Jim Bob. At the time he made it, I think Myth Vision sent me a video. He sent me a copy of it and asked me if I was going to respond. I was like, no, I don't really do response videos. I had made a promise to do response videos this year. I'm going to start cooking on response videos because I think it's an untapped avenue for getting the message out. And so I am probably going to start. I'm going to search YouTube for people that are already made videos about me and maybe reply back. So I don't know what Jim Bob said about me, but if I had to guess, it's some nonsense Phil Bro argument that he's crying about because he doesn't like how Doug could be used in place of his God using the same types of metaphysical arguments. But we'll have to wait and see. I haven't watched it. If you guys have already watched it, let me know if it's worth responding to. Miss Meg says, holy shit, I'm betting this guy is pro-life and he's advocating murdering babies, and they will all the time. This is a huge contradiction in their worldview. They think that it's a contradiction in the atheist worldview, but it's not. Atheists aren't always liberal and they're not always pro-choice. That's not an atheist worldview. If you're liberal, that's something that you have to work out, which I am, and that's something I do have worked out because, as it turns out, it's not like us atheist liberals just never thought about this particular topic. And God-eating penguin, my friend, great to see you, says, I've been slacking on the ex-evangelical Bible study for a few months, but I'm always happy to see Sarah. She's really the best, such a kind person, and she is. She's definitely unique in the arena that we're in. And I'm glad that her voice is getting more and more popular. In fact, I can't say more because I don't know if the information I have is strictly proprietary, but let's just say you're going to be seeing Sarah's face in the deconstruction atheist communities on YouTube a lot more. Flow TDI says, bruh should quit while he's ahead or realize he may need to sit down and listen for once. Because this is sad. This isn't cute or funny. Okay, it's funny for us. It actually is kind of comical. Sometimes it's both. It's sad and comical. And, it is what it is. Genji, thank you for the super chat, Francis Justin. When that guy referred to you as ninja, that's your people's slang for a bad word for what? What? That's slang? So I'm going to wear this. So I thought the reason why people were mentioning ninja is because the software that I use to bring people into the guest box, if you're not on TikTok, is called Video Ninja. Technically Video Ninja. So when you log into my guest room, it'll say Video Ninja, which is probably why they were bringing it up. I don't think they were using it as a slur. But if that is a slur, I need to know about it. So thank you. I had no idea that was a thing. Let me write that down real quick. Is ninja a slur? And my guess is probably, knowing what I know about people. It says, it refers historical. Let's say, what about for black people? I think that's the if it's a slur, that's what they're intending to say, right? Because ninjas dress in black according to like legend. It says the short answer is not inherently a slur towards black people, but it can be offensive depending on how it's used. Some people use the word ninja as a sound alike. Oh, fuck. Okay, that makes sense. Some people use the word ninja as a replacement word for the other N word. Fucking A, that's crazy. Okay, that's good to know. Holy shit. Ramirez Moses says, I'm waiting for the bow. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were waiting on that. And Gary Klein, thank you for the $5 super thanks and the cute fucking burb. W. Heathen Reason, amazing name as always. Thank you for the super chat. Says also Doug and Sharon's throne will be in the mail this weekend. Fuck, thank you for that. Look for a package from your friend from Indiana. Rock hard for Doug and simply what for sharing. Well, thank you, heathen. I do believe I did receive, as far as I can tell, Shirley sent me some clothing and some set material for our friend BMF for when we get BMF set up on the shelf behind me. And good question says, reading Peter Pan independently from Red Riding Hood is achievable for humans. Can Luke do it? Maybe not. Maybe not. But at least he did finally come around to, well, I'm just here to learn, right? The People's Warrior says, can we make a comprehension timer like Philbro? Oh, fuck. A comprehension timer. Maybe we can do that. That doesn't sound like a bad idea, to be fair. A comprehension timer would be fun. I do have a question, though. I have my Windows virtual machine open with the I Am Jesus Christ game. I'm going to switch the audio output to a virtual cable. I'm going to see if y'all can hear it. Let me see. All right, so if I go to back. Oh, fuck, even I can't hear it. Oh, there we go. I'll click new game. Did you guys hear some bubbling there for a second? If not, it's fine. But anyways, I'm going to set up some audio routing so that when I get the game going, when I do the playthrough, maybe I'll be able to do it this week. When I do the playthrough, fuck, maybe Sunday. You guys can actually hear what's happening. Can I make a Philbro timer for comprehension? Maybe. Or I'll just make fun of them by playing this. We'll have to wait and see on that. Helping Mega Deconstruct says, get 'em, Sarah. The caller's denomination, ARCC, seems like a cope denomination for heresy and hate. Rocker for Doug, Smooth for Sharon, Horrors for Life, Love Ruby, and Checkers. Thank you for that. And yes, that denomination, really all of the Reformed denominations to me are deeply problematic given their belief systems. It's hard to stomach the predestination nonsense. I was tempted to bring it up in the discussion, but I was like, no, I don't want to derail the discussion. We'll keep it on track. Verillion says, if this was part of an English essay, caller would not get a passing grade. That is the case. To not be able to read a text just because the text that came later told you about it is pretty wild. And good question with another says, Christian, praying for you, atheist, thinking for you. If, sometimes I pull it out, sometimes I don't. I think the more dishonest they are, the more likely I am to pull that one out. And bird keeper Mikey says, not a real bird keeper, just a keeper of 2 daughters, 1 wife, 1 dog, 3 cats. I had birds growing up, and it's a reference to Pokemon, which I played as a kid. Oh, well, fuck, thank you for letting me know. I wasn't sure if that was the situation. I'd be curious how many people in the audience actually have birds. Rather than like just a cat or a dog. Birds are a pretty popular pet. My neighbor growing up had a bird, and I enjoyed getting to see the bird. David action figure. Okay. So I think it would be funny if you made KJV people speak exclusively in ye old English when the call goes off the rails. Rock hard for Dog. You know what? I should do that. And also I have a test that I developed a long time ago full of words in the KJV that I know they don't know what they mean, just to mess with them to demonstrate why we need something better nowadays. But you're right. I would love to, when somebody comes up and they say, well, you have to read the KJV. I said, okay, well, you have to speak in the KJV. And I don't know what they would do. I do know that some people do actually do it. I know this because my ex-wife's family immigrated from Egypt. And one of the ways that they learned English was by reading the Bible. So, and the Bible that they were reading was King James.
Was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
Y'all can hear that, right?
He was with God in the beginning. Through him all things were made.
Yeah.
Without him nothing was made that has been made. In him was life.
All right,
and
cool.
That
so
life was the light of all mankind.
Dope. It does work. That's good. That's good. Now, how do I get this fucking thing to close?
And the darkness has not overcome.
My mouse is captured. It's stuck. There we go. I need to.
The Word became flesh.
How do I get this thing to leave me the fuck alone now?
Made his dwelling among us.
Okay, I'll just fucking close the app. Okay. I'm running it on a virtual machine though, and it's not too happy. The game's like glitching out pretty bad. I might have to set up my Windows computer to do that one. Anyways, Reverend Nate, thank you for the super chat. Says positive masculinity is publicly announcing, I hope your equipment is working properly on the internet to a man you've never met. I mean, perhaps actually, yeah. If you can bring up such topics without feeling like you're being violated or you feel icky, seems like you'd be pretty confident in your masculinity. You're not having too many problems there. Not a robot, I swear. So I think Cameron's little speech was written by AI, and I agree. And a lot of these callers, I could tell, were reading from AI responses. I don't mind. I mean, I will make fun of them publicly if they read from an AI model to me rather than just telling me stuff. But like, man, it's wild how many of these people can't think for themselves. And Hunter Girl says, able to. Oh, from your last text. Your last text was, I would be very concerned about any woman in this guy's life. He is clearly able to justify about any amount of abuse. I think you're right. Yes. If you can justify that shit, there's really no limitation, right? Ducks Frame, thank you for the super chat. Sorry to spoil the joke, Justin, but my last two super chats are meant to work together. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. When you all do that, I apologize. It really works best if you send them back to back, because otherwise I don't know that they're supposed to be read together. Let me see. Your last super chat said, hey, Justin, I'm working on a new technology that will allow me to send super chats back in time. You'll have to let me know if it works. Oh, fuck. And then your last super chat says, sorry to spoil the joke. Oh, you're sorry. The one after that was, hey, Justin. Oh, fuck. What was before that? Was, oh, aha, it worked. Gotcha. Aha, it worked. Was the prior super chat that was sent to make this joke work, because after that you sent that you're making technology to allow to send super chats in the past, and then that super chat was, aha, it worked. Fantastic joke. Sorry I didn't get it. That's on me. It is hard to track some of these moving jokes, but it was a good joke. I appreciate that one. And J.S. Sturrow, the jester, says, heyo, thanks for talking to me on FRF. Hey, happy to do it, friend. Sis disowned me for speaking against the Christian God on my lives. It is what it is, and I wish her well. And you can't do much about it. If you leave the faith and people think negative of you, you can't do that much about it, friends. But thank you for being here and for following the truth. And Skeptical Cryptid says, not racist, blackened from old wood fire stoves. Oh, in response to the kettle calling the pot black. It's not a racist term. It just is referring to getting dirty from old wood stoves. Let me see. Origin of the pot calling the kettle black. And there's some like phrases that just inherently feel like they are racist. But you're right. That's what I'm looking at right now. It says the same thing. There's another saying that I thought for a long time was racist, and it turned out not to be racist. It actually turned out to be the opposite. And some of you, especially your parents, depending on where they grew up, might have said this. They might say, when somebody does something, they might say, well, that was mighty white of you. And when I heard that as a young person, I thought, well, that's some fucking bullshit, assuming that like when you do something, it's either a white or a black behavior. But then I learned about the origin, and the origin is actually making fun of racists, because racists will do something that is inherently evil and guise it by making this a white thing to do. And so it's actually it's not actually a racist remark at all. It's actually talking about how white people are racist. It's pretty crazy. But you learn. You got to look things up. Rusty Trombone, amazing fucking name. Thank you for the 10 super thanks. Aussie dollars. Really appreciate it. And also for sending out one DZ Debate gifted membership. I really, really do appreciate that, friend. And only LC, great to see you tonight, says, funny how the question posed instantaneously tells you how ignorant someone is of evolution and has never researched papers and books or other than apologetic bullshit. You nailed it, only LC. The quality of the question is going to be a huge indicator of what they've studied. They say that there's no stupid questions, but the reality is, while there might not be any stupid questions, you can tell based on the question how unstupid or stupid the caller is. Gentleman Viking, thank you for the super chat, says, instead of in addition to a comp timer, you mean a comprehension timer, maybe a lap counter for how many times they've gone in a circle trying to harmonize. So I've been thinking about that too, about some sort of ring around the rosy or merry-go-round or some sort of thing like that to track how many times somebody's been lapped, especially when we talk about the Trinity. I don't know how to integrate that just yet, but I would like to do something. I just don't know what I'm going to do yet. I'll be thinking on that, Gentleman Viking. And Dexter, thank you so much for the super. It says, chat, what words don't mean words sound effect should be. I agree. We need a good sound effect for when people say words don't mean words. I don't know what I could use, but there's got to be some sort of sound clip that I can pull out that would be good for this. So I don't know. But nevertheless, friends, I've got to go. I'm done. Thank you so much for all the super chats. Thank you for all the likes, shares, comments, and supports. I really do appreciate it. We'll see some people at the California meetup here in a couple days. Who's live right now that we can go raid? Surely there are some live people, I would imagine, both on TikTok and on YouTube that we can go send a raid to. Let me see on YouTube who's currently live. All right, let's see. Under the live tab, surely I'm not the only one. Oh, fuck, Mezzo's live right now. Okay, friends, if you haven't followed Mezzo on YouTube yet, today is the day. If you're on TikTok, I'm sure you already know Mezzo. Mezzo is a real treat, and we love him. Go to Mezzo, M-E-Z-Z-O on YouTube. M-E-Z-Z-O. His actual handle is MEZZO_WS. He's live right now. The topic is Give Me Literally Any Reason to Believe. And I think it's probably a banging topic. And there's a couple hundred people over there already. Let's send a couple hundred people more. Tell them that Doug and Justin and Sharon sent you. And friends, do enjoy what's left of the evening for those who are in the earlier time zones. And we'll see you again on Friday. Thank you so much, friends, and be good to each other.